466. The narrow dragon riding alley was a slope with a long flight of stairs. The straw shop was at the bottom of the stairs along with the sway shop. The two shops were the ancestral businesses of the little girl with ponytails, Shi Jiachuan's family. Later the little girl did not follow Li Baoping and Li Huai to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy to study, nor did she stay in the town like Dong Xuejing. Instead she followed her family and moved to the capital of Dali. She sold the two shops. Later, with the help of Wan Chui, the shops passed to Qin Pingan. Every time Qin Pingan returned home, Dong Xuejing would still see him. However, Shi Jiachuan had not seen him since that time they parted. The straw shop was first owned by the Shi family. It sold sundries and stored many old items. It was the earliest pawn shop in Lizhu Cave. Later, when they moved, the Shi family picked some relatively pleasing antiques and left half of them in the shop. It could be seen that even if the Shi family moved to the capital, they would still be a big family. When Qin Pingan first returned to Lizhu Cave after he got the shops, especially after he knew the value of those items, he felt guilty and uneasy. He always thought that it would be better to just close the shops. When the Shi family returned to the town to visit relatives, he would return the shops and the items to the Shi family at the original price. However, Wan Xiu did not agree at that time. She said that business was business and relationships were relationships. Although Qin Pingan agreed, he still felt a knot in his heart. However, now that he was used to doing business with others, he did not think about it. However, if the Shi family was willing to send someone to take back the shops, Qin Pingan felt that it was okay and would not refuse. However, in the future both sides would not be able to talk about relationships. Of course, how much was his relationship with Qin Pingan worth? There was only one shop assistant in the shop. She was an old woman with a simple temperament. It was said that when Wan Xiu was the shopkeeper of the shop, she often chatted with her. Qin Pingan naturally recognized the old woman. She came from Apricot Blossom Alley. According to the seniority in the town, even if there was a 40-year difference in age, he only needed to call her Aunt Qin. However, they were not real relatives. Although the old woman was old, she had done farm work all her life. Her body was strong and healthy. Even though her children had moved to Longquan County City and stayed there a few times, she really couldn't endure the large and cold houses there. She couldn't even find an acquaintance to quarrel with, so she stubbornly returned to the small town. Her children were filial, so she couldn't do anything about it. However, she heard that her daughter-in-law had some gossip and disliked her mother-in-law for being a disgrace here. Now that the family had bought several servant girls, there was no need for an old mother-in-law to come out and earn a few copper coins. Especially the shopkeeper of the shop, who was the poorest junior in Mud Bottle Alley back then. Of Aunt Qin. Of Aunt Qin. Of Aunt Qin. Qin Pingan chatted with the old woman for a long time. They both used the town's dialect. The old woman was talkative. When they talked about the past, she looked at Qin Pingan, who was now very successful. The old woman could not help but tear up. She said, "How good would it be if Qin Pingan's mother could see her current situation? She only cared about suffering all her life and did not enjoy a single day of good fortune. In the last year she could not even get out of bed. She did not even make it through that winter. Heaven was not fair." When they talked about the sad part, the old woman complained about Qin Pingan's father. "What's the use of being a good person? He is also a sinner. He is gone just like that, causing his wife and son to suffer for so many years." In the end, the old woman patted Qin Pingan's hand lightly. "Don't blame your father. Just take it that you and your mother owed him in your previous life. It's good that you have paid off your old debts in this life. It's a good thing. Maybe you will be reunited in your next life and enjoy life together." Qin Pingan accompanied Aunt Qin and sat obediently on the bench. He held the old woman's withered hand and listened to her complaints. He did not dare to retort. Pei Qian took a small stool and sat not far away. He gently nibbled on melon seeds and quietly looked at his master, who was a little unfamiliar to him. Pei Qian learned the languages of various places very quickly. He was very familiar with the Longquan County's dialect. Therefore, when the two of them chatted, Pei Qian could understand them. His master seemed to be chatting with the old woman. He was both sad and happy. Moreover, Pei Qian felt that it was very strange. His master was such an amazing person. No matter who he met, he would almost never be so respectful. It was as if no matter what the long-winded old woman said, it was always right. Master would listen to it and keep every word in his heart. Moreover, his master's current state of mind was very peaceful. Actually, before his master went down the mountain and came to the shop, Pei Qian felt that she had suffered a great grievance. It was just that her master wanted to practice his fist at Luopa Mountain, so she did not want to disturb him. Therefore, she stayed at the shop and stepped on the small stool in a daze. She was always depressed and could not raise the slightest bit of spirit to go out and wander around like before. When she thought of the few big white geese in the small town bullying passers-by again, Pei Qian became even angrier. Because a few days ago she heard a lot of gossips in the small town. Actually, a few years ago Pei Qian also heard it. It was just bits and pieces. At that time, Pei Qian felt that she was a Jianghu person and should be more magnanimous. Therefore she did not teach them a lesson on the spot. She only secretly recorded it in a small account book and secretly hid it at the bottom of a small bamboo box. Which day, which bastard, grandson, old woman, and what kind of words she heard. However, after her master returned to Luopa Mountain, there were especially many bad words recently. There were many idle men who were full but did not die from eating too much. There were also people who were about the same age as her master and some gossipy women who gathered at the corners of the streets and alleys and gossiped together. Most of them were old affairs that happened in Mud Bottle Alley and some rumors about Qin Pingon being an apprentice of the Dragon Kiln. They liked to joke about the pitiful things that happened to Qin Pingon when he was young. This was not too much. There were also some more disgusting words. They took out her master's friend Lu Xianyang, the neighbor Song Jisun and the servant girl GQ, as well as Guken's mother, the widow, and even Wan Xiu's sister to make up stories. For example, her master relied on fawning on Wan Xiu to achieve today's glory. They also said that he had an affair with Guken's mother, so he often helped the widow and often borrowed money from Song Jisun and did not pay it back. It was too much. Pei Qian firmly remembered it. Every time she returned to the shop behind Shi Rou's back, she took out the account book at the bottom of the box. When she started writing, she gnashed her teeth so the ink was especially heavy. If her master was not in Luopa Mountain now, Pei Qian would have already taken action, no matter if she was a little kid or an old woman who was dozens of years old. Later, Shi Rou noticed some clues one day and comforted Pei Qian. She said that whether it was in the marketplace or in the imperial court, how many people would really see others doing well? There were definitely some, but there were very few. When they met you face to face, they would flatter you and say good things about you. Then they would turn around and gossip behind your back. This was a very normal thing. As a result, Pei Qian retorted, saying that he did not care, but saying bad things about his master no. Shi Rou felt that it was tricky. She was really afraid that Pei Qian would not be able to hold back one day and hurt someone. Therefore, when Qin Pingon came to the shop this time, she actually wanted to talk about this matter. However, Pei Qian was sticking to her master, so Shi Rou did not have a chance to speak for the time being. She just thought that Pei Qian had met her master today and heard the old woman's nagging. Suddenly she was angry and felt wronged, but not so much. In particular, Pei Qian remembered that one year, when he helped his master pay respects to his parents' graves, he met an old woman halfway up the mountain. When Pei Qian looked back, the old woman seemed to be standing at the grave of his master's parents. She was bending down to put a plate of glutinous rice cake and smoked tofu in front of the grave. Pei Qian chewed on melon seeds and grinned. He would not tell his master about this troublesome matter. Also, he would smile more often to this old woman who would have to call his master Auntie Qin in the future. After leaving the straw shop, Qin Pingon did not directly send Pei Qian back to the shop. Instead, he took Pei Qian to go shopping. They walked up the stairs of Dragon Rider Alley and then took a detour through the streets and alleys to Lu Xianyang's ancestral home. After opening the door, Qin Pingon picked up the broom and began to clean. Pei Qian was no stranger to this place. When they parted in Red Candle Town, her master had given her a bunch of keys including this place. Every now and then she would come here with the girl in pink to clean this place. When they parted that time, her master had specially instructed her not to touch anything in the house. At that time she was still a little sad, so she asked the girl in pink if she had told her master that. The girl in pink hesitated and Pei Qian knew that she had not. She squatted on the threshold and felt melancholic for a long time, letting the girl in pink work alone. Pei Qian said that she looked at the almanac and that she did not have the strength today. Today was different. When her master was sweeping the floor, she did not need to look at the almanac to know that she was full of strength today. She ran to the kitchen and took a bucket and a rag. She scooped some water from the water tank that still had some water left and helped to clean the tables, stools and windows in the house. Chen Pingon laughed and told Pei Qian many stories. In the early years, how he went up the mountain and into the water with Lu Xianyang, how they set traps to catch wild animals, made slingshots, made bows and arrows, caught fish, caught birds and caught snakes. There were many interesting stories. When Chen Pingon did not speak, Pei Qian had nothing to do. She would recite something like the rules of the village and the ancestral teachings of the family. It was so catchy that even Chen Pingon did not know where she learned it from and recited it. When the rooster crows, sweep the courtyard and make it clean inside and outside. Lock the door and personally inspect the house. 3 provinces of gentleman and son. Every porridge and meal is not easy to come by. The quality of the utensils is clean and the jar is better than gold and jade. Do not think of the kindness that is given, do not forget the kindness that is received. Follow the rules and listen to the heavens. Chen Pingon listened to her recitation and did not ask much. He just looked at Pei Qian, who was working and shaking her head. Chen Pingon's face was full of smiles. After finishing, the two of them sat together on the threshold to rest. Pei Qian asked, "Master, your relationship with Lu Xianyang is so good?" Chen Pingon nodded and said, "Of course." Master was Lu Xianyang's little follower back then. Later there was a little slug who was a burden behind Master. The 3 of us had the best relationship back then. Pei Qian turned to look at her master, who had lost a lot of weight. She hesitated for a long time and asked softly, "Master, I mean, if someone said bad things about you, would you be angry?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "If someone said bad things about me to my face, I would not be angry. Someone said bad things about me behind my back, I would not be angry." Pei Qian wondered, "Master, didn't they say that even a clay bodhisattva has some anger? Why are you not angry?" Chen Pingon patted Pei Qian's little head, "Because it's useless to be angry." Pei Qian handed a handful of melon seeds to her master. After Chen Pingon took it, the master and disciple ate the melon seeds together. Pei Qian said sullenly, "Then we'll just let others say bad things? Master, this is not right." Chen Pingon sat there lazily eating melon seeds. He looked forward and smiled. "Do you want to hear a big reason or a small reason?" Pei Qian smiled and said, "I want to hear both." Chen Pingon nodded and said, "Then let's talk about a big reason first. It's not only for you to hear but also for me to hear. So it's okay if you don't understand for the time being. How should I put it? What we say and do every day, is it really just a few words and a few things? No, these words and things are strands that gather together. It's like the streams in the mountains in the west, which eventually become the Dragon Whisker River and the Tiefu River. This river is like the most fundamental foundation of each of us. It's an important vein hidden in our hearts. It determines the greatest joys and sorrows of our lives. This long river of veins could hold a lot of fish, prawns, crabs, water plants, and stones. But sometimes it would dry up and flood. It was hard to say because most of the time, we didn't even know why it became like this. So in the article you just recited, it mentioned the 3 virtues of a gentleman. Actually, the Confucian school has another saying, it's called restraining oneself and returning to propriety. When I was reading the writings of the scholars, I saw a great Confucian scholar in Tongya continent who was known as a perfect person throughout history. He specially built a plaque with the words restraining anger written on it. I think that if you can do this, your state of mind will not be flooded. You won't be flooded when you meet a bridge or a dam bursting when you meet a dam. Pei Qian asked, "Then what about me?" Chen Pingon smiled, "It's a small principle. Then it's even simpler. When you're poor, when you're being criticized, you can only endure. You can't help but criticize others behind their backs. It's fine as long as you don't break them. If your family is rich and you're living a good life, others will be jealous. Why can't you let them say a few words? When you return home, the family that's living a good life will be criticized by others. Their ancestors' blessings won't be reduced at all. The poor family might even lose their own merits and make things worse. Thinking about it like this, you're not angry anymore, right?" Pei Qian crossed his arms and frowned. He thought hard about this small principle and finally nodded, "I'm not that angry anymore, but I'm still angry." Chen Pingon smiled, "It's normal to be angry. But when you're angry, you don't rely on your ability to beat people. You don't use big mistakes to deal with small mistakes. That's very good." Pei Qian jumped for joy. "Master, I've heard so many bad things, but I didn't beat people. Not even once." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Then I'll give you a verbal reward." Pei Qian smiled and said, "Master, give me a few copper coins as a reward." Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head, "That won't do. You have to pay attention to profit and loss. You can't be like this. Since you've followed me as your master, you have to suffer this." Pei Qian smiled and said, "What kind of suffering is this?" Qin Pingon turned his head and saw that Pei Qian was holding the shells of the sunflower seeds in his hand. Pei Qian did the same as Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon poured the melon seed shells in his palm into Pei Qian's palm and said, "One day, you will meet some people. As long as you casually throw the melon seed shells on the ground in the alley, they will point fingers at you. These people can be divided into two types. One type is from a rich family and has never struggled in the mud. The other type is people who have left the Riding Dragon Alley, but they are destined to stay in the Riding Dragon Alley for the rest of their lives. In the future you have to be more careful of the latter. Because the former is arrogant, the latter is evil." Pei Qian opened his eyes wide and said with a look of disbelief, "Throwing the melon seed shells casually and getting scolded? The ground is full of chicken dung and dog dung and I don't scold them? What kind of world is this?" Qin Pingon didn't talk about the two more extreme kinds of cause and effect, such as the moral defects of the saints and the occasional good deeds of the wicked. It was too early to talk about these things with Pei Qian. It wouldn't make Pei Qian more reasonable but would only become a burden for him. Moreover, Qin Pingon didn't want Pei Qian to become the second him. Therefore, when Qin Pingon told Pei Qian about the principles that he had figured out, it was like a bowl of millet porridge or a steamed bun. No matter how much Pei Qian ate, he wouldn't go bad. Even if he ate too much, Pei Qian would only feel a little bloated. If he felt that he couldn't eat anymore, he could just put it aside first. On Pei Qian's side, Qin Pingon hoped that he wouldn't hand him a bowl of bitter medicine, a bowl of strong wine, or a dish that was too spicy. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "The reason why I told you this is because I'm afraid that you will hide and sulk alone in the future. I just want you to know that there are such people in the world. And these people that you may not like may do something that you don't like, but they may do other things better than you. So, let's try to understand more about this world first." Pei Qian scratched his head, "Master, my head hurts." Qin Pingon patted his head, "It's enough to know the general meaning. In the future when you travel the world, see more and think more. When it's time to act, don't be vague. Not all right and wrong will be vague." Pei Qian said timidly, "Master, in the future when I travel the world, if I don't go far, will you not buy me a little donkey?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Of course not." Pei Qian was relieved. "That's good, I can go back to Luopa Mountain in time for dinner." Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "How far do you plan to travel the world for the first time?" Pei Qian's eyes turned sharply, but he couldn't think of a good idea, and he didn't want to lie to his master, so he was a little helpless. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "At least go to Red Candle Town, right?" Pei Qian was relieved. Fortunately, his master didn't ask him to go to Huangting, Dali or other places so far away. He promised, "No problem. Then I'll bring enough dry food and melon seeds." Qin Pingon smashed a chestnut. Pei Qian quickly endured the pain, but he didn't forget to cover his hand to prevent the melon seed shells from falling to the ground. Qin Pingon stood up, locked the door and left the alley with Pei Qian. He casually picked up a branch on the side of the road. When there was no one around, Qin Pingon smiled and asked Pei Qian to scatter flowers. Pei Qian pecked at the melon seed shells in his hands like a chicken. "Master, I'm starting." Qin Pingon nodded with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding the branch. Pei Qian shouted softly and threw the melon seed shells in his hands high. Qin Pingon didn't move and neither did the branch in his hand, but the cuffs and corners of his green robe were already swaying without wind. Qin Pingon took a step forward, leaving only a green afterimage in his original position. The melon seed shells were hit by the sword tip, and shattered one after another. When Qin Pingon regained his footing, in Pei Qian's eyes, the area within a radius of 1 zhang seemed to be filled with portraits of his Shifu and the others wielding their swords. Pei Qian hit his palm with his fist. "Master, your peerless swordsmanship is even stronger than my crazy demon swordsmanship. Amazing, amazing." Qin Pingon threw the branch and laughed. "This is your crazy demon swordsmanship." Pei Qian blinked. "Is there a crazy demon swordsmanship in the world that won't hit you?" Qin Pingon couldn't help laughing. He thought for a while and said with a rare playful smile, Watch carefully, there's still one more move. Pei Qian immediately took a deep breath and put his palms down slowly, making a posture of dandan. Master, please make your move. Qin Pingon glanced at the branch on the ground, put 2 fingers together and suddenly twisted his body forward. His big sleeves fluttered and the branch on the ground was like a flying sword driven by qi, drawing an arc. When Qin Pingon stood still, he pointed to one place. Go. The branch was like a long sword, nailing straight into the wall in the distance. Pei Qian held his belly and laughed. Master was just learning from her. How could a master steal a disciple's special skill? Qin Pingon laughed and brought the bouncing Pei Qian back to Dragon Rider Alley. Pei Qian suddenly ran back and pulled out the branch from the wall, saying that this divine weapon she had to treasure it well. After sending Pei Qian to the shop, Qin Pingon said goodbye to the old woman and Shuro and was about to return to Luopa Mountain. Pei Qian said that she wanted to send him off, so they walked together to Dragon Rider Alley. Qin Pingon reached the entrance of the alley and told Pei Qian to go back. Pei Qian ran back to the shop like a wisp of smoke. When she arrived at the entrance of the shop, she saw that her master was still standing in the same place. She waved her hand with all her might. After seeing her master nod, she swaggered into the shop and raised the branch in her hand high up. She smiled at Shuro, who was standing behind the counter, and said, "Big sister Shuro, can you tell what kind of treasure this is?" Shuro looked at the charcoal girl in high spirits and didn't know what she was up to. She shook her head. "Forgive my poor eyes, I can't see it." Pei Qian's eyes were full of pity as she lamented, "Sister Shuro, you can't even see it, it's just a branch." Shuro didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was sure that if she said that it was a branch, Pei Qian would say something else. At the end of the alley, after Pei Qian's figure disappeared, Qin Pingon continued to walk, but suddenly looked back. Back then, on another small street, there was also an adult and a child walking side by side. However, compared to his and Pei Qian's master and disciple status, there was nothing at that time, only rain. Qin Pingon looked at the alley like this, as if he was looking at the 2 people, slowly walking towards him. Qin Pingon, the heart of a child is not blindly pure. You think of the complicated world as simple. Instead, you know a lot of things in the world, human relationships, rules and principles. In the end, you are still willing to insist on being a good person. Even if you have experienced a lot and suddenly feel that good people don't have good karma, you will still silently tell yourself that you are willing to bear the consequences. No matter how good a bad person is, he is still a bad person. That is ultimately wrong. Do you understand? Mr. Qi, I understand. Can you do it? I don't dare to say that I can do it now. It's okay, take your time. At this moment, the young man in a green robe suddenly said, "Beyond the principles, we are already walking very slowly. We can't be any slower." Qin Pingon closed his eyes. They chose to build the martial temple in Longquan Commandery in Dali near the Immortal tomb. The statue. Not only that, many statues of bodhisattvas and heavenly officials in the Immortal tomb also started to shake. On the doors of every house in Longquan Commandery, as long as it was a martial temple, it was shining with golden light. The towering statue in the martial temple in the small town seemed to be struggling to suppress it, trying to prevent its golden body from leaving the statue to worship someone. It was against the rules. It was against the will. However, inside the martial temple, a dense martial arts fate poured down like a waterfall, filling the air with mist. Strange things also happened to the statue in the Confucian temple in Old Porcelain Mountain. If the saints in the martial temple in Longquan Commandery were shocked and unwilling to accept it, the saints in the Confucian temple who sensed it were even more horrified and confused. Almost at the same time, some people left the peak of the Cloud Mountain and the Luopa Mountain. Some people left their houses and went to the railing. Wei Pai instantly appeared beside the barefoot old man. Wei Pai was also puzzled. He asked softly, "What's this?" Cui Ching said with a straight face, "It's just a martial artist breaking through the 5 realms. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Wei Pai felt helpless. "Then you, Cui Ching, a martial artist of the 10th realm, should completely suppress the smile at the corner of your mouth." Cui Cheng's expression suddenly turned solemn. He muttered to himself, "Kid, don't be afraid of making a big deal out of it. Whether you're a martial artist or a sword cultivator, no matter how reasonable you are, you should at least have some dignity, right?" Wei Pai felt a headache coming on. Cui Ching frowned and said, "What are you spacing out for?" Help me conceal my aura. Wei Pai hurriedly waved his sleeves, starting to circulate the mountain and water fate. Cui Cheng suddenly laughed heartily, slapping the railing with his palm. Wei Pai had also heard about the conversation at the end of the Dragon Rider Alley. He was stunned speechless. Was this still the Qin Pingon in his impression? At the end of the alley, the sword fairy on Qin Pingon's back had already unsheathed itself. The tip of the sword touched the ground, standing upright beside Qin Pingon. After Qin Pingon opened his eyes, he placed his palm on the hilt of the sword and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "It's my business whether I want this martial arts fate or not. If I don't come, of course I can't." His mind moved slightly. The sword fairy returned to its sheath. When Qin Pingon finished his words, in the Immortal graveyard, a bright white rainbow as thick as the mouth of a well appeared from the ground of the martial temple, flying towards Qin Pingon. During the whole process, a few more thin rainbows appeared and gathered in the air. At the end of the alley, Qin Pingon did not retreat but advanced. He slowly walked back to the Dragon Rider Alley and caught the white rainbow with one hand, collecting as many as it came. Finally, he rubbed his hands together, forming a shining dragon pearl. When the pearl was born, Qin Pingon had already walked to the door of the shop. Zhou seemed to have been defeated by the pressure of heaven, squatting on the ground and shivering. Only Pei Qian stood in the shop in a daze, confused. Qin Pingon stepped over the threshold, holding the shining pearl that was slowly rotating in his palm. He walked to Pei Qian, bent down and smiled, "Catch it." Pei Qian stretched out her hands. Her eyes were as bright as the sun and moon of a blessed land. Qin Pingon put the pearl made of martial arts fate in Pei Qian's palm, and it disappeared in a flash. The world returned to silence. Pei Qian suddenly burped and said in a daze, "Master, what is this?" Qin Pingon smiled, "One of your principles." Pei Qian wiped his mouth, patted his belly and said with a bright smile, "Master, it's delicious. Do you have more?" Qin Pingon bent down again, pulled Pei Qian's ear and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Pei Qian smiled, "You can have more. If you don't, it doesn't matter." Qin Pingon was about to speak, but he seemed to be pulled by someone and disappeared. He came to the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain and saw the old man and Wei Pai standing there. Wei Pai smiled and clasped his hands, "Congratulations." Cui Cheng said expressionlessly, "Not bad." Qin Pingon was slightly relieved. It seemed that he could indeed go to the colorful clothes kingdom and the comb water kingdom. If he went now, he could eat a bowl of stir-fried meat with winter bamboo shoots made by the old woman and treat Senior Song to a hot pot. However, before Qin Pingon could be happy for long, the old man had already turned and walked into the house saying, "Come in. I'll let you, a great grandmaster of the 6th realm, see the glory of the 10th realm. Now that you've seen it, it won't be too late to leave when you can get out of bed and walk." Wei Pai ran away without saying anything. Only a sorrowful Qin Pingon was left. Pei Qian actually didn't understand what had happened. When her master came and left for no reason, she put her hands behind her back and walked behind the counter. Looking at the female ghost who was still squatting on the ground, Pei Qian jumped onto a small stool. Feeling bored, she took out a yellow paper talisman from her sleeve and slapped it on her forehead. Then she turned to Zhou and said, "Coward." For 67. It was rare for Zhou Lian's courtyard to be so lively today. Wei Pai did not leave Luopa Mountain but came over to play chess with Zhou Lian. There were 2 exquisite chess jars on the table. They were imperial items that Qin Pingon found during his travels. They were not cheap but they were pleasing to the eye. When he returned to Luopa Mountain he gave them to Zhou Lian. Wei Pai was good at chess and often came to play chess with Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian liked to watch Sui Yuyu and Lu Baixiang play chess. He pretended to be a bad chess player but in fact his chess skills were quite good. Although Zheng Dafeng's body was damaged in Old Dragon City and his martial arts path was cut off, his eyesight and intuition were still there. He guessed that it was most likely Qin Pingon who caused the commotion, so he rushed over from the foot of the mountain. The boy in green and the girl in pink were watching the game from the side. The former was blindly giving advice to old chef. Zhou Lian was also completely uninterested in winning. When the boy in green told him to place his piece, he really did it. Naturally, the game went from being balanced to being at a disadvantage and then from being at a disadvantage to being defeated. This made the girl in pink anxious. She was the incarnation of the fire python of Xilan's Chao clan's library. After she gained spiritual intelligence, she had nothing to do for hundreds of years. She spent all her time reading books to relieve her boredom. She did not dare to say anything about waiting for the imperial decree or being a national player, but she could still see the general direction of the game clearly. Sun Yuanji also came over to join in the fun after finishing her training. She had a good impression of the godlike Mr. Wei. It couldn't be helped. Mr. Wei was too good-looking. Sun Yuanji's closeness was not a romantic relationship. Sun Yuanji only felt that it was a gain for her to even look at him. She treated it as admiring the beautiful scenery and pleasing to the eyes. This young girl probably did not know that on this Luopa mountain, other than the young mountain master who was a little strange and scary, the old immortal Zhou she trusted the most was not a sixth realm peak martial artist, but a real remote travel realm martial artist. As for the man who was even more hunchbacked than old immortal Zhou, the so-called brother Gale, he was once a peak martial artist. As for the barefoot old man in the bamboo house, he was a legendary ultimate martial artist. 8, 9, 10 all of them. With the help of the little boy in green, Zhou Lian lost the game without any suspense. The girl in pink complained incessantly. The little boy in green glanced at the miserable game of chess where the dragon was slaughtered and clicked his tongue. Old Chef Zhou, losing a game of chess is still an honorable defeat. Zhou Lian nodded, raised his arm and said, "That is indeed the case. Next time let us brothers work harder. If we work together we can cut through gold." The green-robed little boy beamed with joy. After Zhou Lian raised his hand, he hurriedly rubbed Zhou Lian's arm. "Old chef, you might not know, but my hand has immortal qi. Isn't that right, Wei Pai?" Back then he had slapped sect master Lu Chen's shoulder twice. If this news were to spread to White Jade Capital, regardless of whether one was an immortal or a heavenly monarch, who would not give him a thumbs up and praise him as a hero? Wei Pai smiled and said, "Are you itching for a beating again?" The green-robed little boy rolled his eyes. The green-robed little boy did not hide his resentment towards Wei Pai, the disloyal god of Dali's northern peak. Back then, for the sake of Huang Tinghua's brother, the Yujiang water god, he had tried to ask the Dali imperial court for a peace and quiet board. However, he was rejected everywhere, especially when it came to Wei Pai's side. Therefore, whenever there was a game of chess, the green-robed little boy would stand on Zhou Lian's side and cheer him on. If not, he would give Zhou Lian 120% of his strength. He wished he could defeat Wei Pai and make Wei Pai kneel and beg for mercy, losing so badly that he would never touch a chess piece again. In short, with him present, the game between Zhou Lian and Wei Pai had nothing to do with leisure or elegance. Zhou Lian suddenly said, "Have you two really decided?" The green-robed little boy snorted with his nose in the air. "If we don't hurry up, we'll be killed by Qin Pingon." The girl in pink nodded lightly. It turned out that they now had their own names. They were not natal names, but names that Qin Pingon said might be added to the Ancestral Hall's records in the future. The green-robed little boy named himself Qin Lingjun and the girl in pink Qin Rushu. Jing Dafeng teased, "Qin Lingjun, what's that? I think I'll call you Little Qing Qing. It's easier to call you that." The green-robed little boy did not stand on ceremony with Jing Dafeng. "Brother Dafeng, what do you know?" Jing Dafeng chuckled. "I know you." The green-robed little boy said angrily, "Stop nagging. Let's fight on the chessboard if you have the ability." Wei Pai sneered. "You're asking to be humiliated." Jing Dafeng was eager to try. He rubbed his hands. "Let's make a small bet for fun. But you're good at chess. You can't give me a handicap. Give me a handicap of 2 or I won't bet with you." The green-robed little boy was skeptical. He frowned. "A handicap of 2? Aren't you looking down on Brother Dafeng? How about a handicap of 1? Wei Pai laughed out loud. Zhou Lian slapped his forehead. Jing Dafeng had dug such an obvious hole and was still jumping in with all his might. Jing Dafeng held back his laughter. He did not want to bully this silly little boy. He waved his hand. "Forget it. We'll talk about it next time." Jing Dafeng's chess skills were simple. When Zhou Lian and Wei Pai played chess, Jing Dafeng would help whoever won. Perhaps Jing Dafeng was not a wise man, but he definitely had the qualifications to be one of the smartest people in the Pearl Grotto heaven. The green-robed little boy glanced at the girl in pink. The latter shook her head gently. Only then did he come to a sudden realization. Mother****, this guy Jing Dafeng was also quite crafty. He had almost ruined his reputation. Sun Yuanji left silently and continued to practice her martial arts. During the day she would choose the green hills and clear waters on Luapa Mountain. Alone she would practice the six-step stance. At night she would stay in the courtyard. At the very least she would be closer to old Immortal Zhu's residence. She didn't have to worry about being molested. She wouldn't be able to cry out for help. The green-robed little boy looked at the sky and decided to go to the town's shop to find Pei Qian. The girl in pink bowed to Zhou Xian and the rest. She asked the green-robed little boy to wait for her. She did not have enough melon seeds in her pocket. After Sun Yuanji and the two little guys left, Xing Dafeng said, "After this breakthrough it's time to leave the mountain. It's good to be young. No matter how busy you are you don't feel tired." Julian smiled. Brother Dafeng is young and handsome. He just lacks a wife. Xing Dafeng stretched out his hand and gestured twice. Brother Zhu, don't say such things. It's easy to make people hate you. I think you two have contributed a lot to Qin Pingan's eagerness to travel. Wei Pai stood up with a smile. I have to get busy with the banquet. In another 10 days it will be noisy and troublesome. The courtyard returned to silence. Zhu Lian began to tidy up the chessboard. Xing Dafeng sat in Wei Pai's original position and helped to put the pieces back into the chessboard jar. Zhu Lian said, "Guess after my young master breaks through will he talk to you? If he does, how will he start?" Xing Dafeng said, "He will most likely go to the foot of the mountain to find me. He wants to ease my mind so that I won't feel awkward. But he probably won't talk much. He will probably just drink with me. Actually, I hope that this kid won't look for me. How many people do you think there are on Luapa Mountain now? If he works so hard when there are more people in the future and he has a mountain sect, will he be able to take care of everything? Will he still cultivate? Brother Zhu, you are the best at persuading people. If you have the chance you should find Qin Pingan and have a heart-to-heart talk." Zhu Lian tidied up the chess pieces and said sadly, "It's difficult." Xing Dafeng said for no reason, "Wei Pai plays chess. He has a good sense of propriety." Zhu Lian grunted and did not say anything more. Xing Dafeng said gloatingly, "Now that Qin Pingan has broken through, that arrogant junior sister of mine in the medicine shop is probably going to suffer again." Zhu Lian smiled and said with some regret, "Sun Yuanji won't be much better." Xing Dafeng said sneakily, "If Qin Pingan really said that at the cloud-padding mountain, then the Xie family's mayor will be the worst." Zhu Lian nodded and said, "In the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, there are a few men in the larger Jianghu sects who were not hurt by their senior and junior apprentice sisters when they were young. Seems that the vast world is not much different." Xing Dafeng did not know why, but he thought of the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City. There he spent his time flipping through books and basking in the sun. Holding the back of his head with both hands, Xing Dafeng thought of a certain innocent girl who drank a large jar of medicinal wine. It was extremely bitter but she could not help but drink it. But in the end when he thought of the girl who often wandered in front of his eyes, Xing Dafeng was so scared that he shivered. He swallowed and put his hands together as if he was apologizing to someone. He said silently, "Miss, you are a good girl but I, Xing Dafeng, really do not have the fortune to enjoy it." Julian looked at the bamboo house. Xing Dafeng asked, "How about a bet? Did Qin Pingan walk out horizontally or vertically?" Julian smiled and said, "My young master's martial arts are unparalleled, wise and powerful. Of course he walked out horizontally." Xing Dafeng said helplessly, "Then what's the point of betting?" But in the end, out of Zhu Lian and Xing Dafeng's expectations, Qin Pingan walked out of the bamboo house unscathed. Then Qin Pingan sat at the stone table by the cliff for the whole night. It was not until dawn that he went back to the first floor and slept soundly. For the next 2 days, Zhu Lian continued to enjoy life on the second floor. Qin Pingan really went to find Xing Dafeng but did not see him. After a little hesitation, Qin Pingan returned to the mountain. Then at the sword room of the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, one after another, messages for Qin Pingan were received by flying swords. First there was Lu Jimao's reply from the Verdant Canyon Island, saying that Hong Su of the Chunting Mansion was no longer a female official in the mansion and had returned to the Zhou Xian mansion as a gatekeeper. Lu Laoqing said to let nature take its course and that the Verdant Canyon Island could only guarantee that she would be safe for the rest of her life. Then there was the news of the reconstruction of the Heibo mansion, but Zhang Yi took the wrong medicine and actually left the Verdant Canyon Island. He only asked for a low-grade offering jade tablet, an Immortal's secret manual and a transcendent artifact. Then he ran off to a small, nameless sect in the Yuluo Mountains, changing his name and becoming a guest elder. In the end, Lu Zhimao gave Qin Pingon two choices. He had promised that if he survived this crisis he would give him a great gift. So Qin Pingon could either wait for him and have someone bring the gift to the Longquan County, or he could simply settle the two debts he owed the Verdant Canyon Island's secret storehouse. Qin Pingon's reply was concise and to the point. It was 3 words: "We're done." Qin Pingon did not ask about the fate of Lord Tianhu and the others from the White Scale Island. The second letter was from Lu Zhongruan of the Pearl Hairpin Island. She told Qin Pingon a secret. The old granny of the gold core Earth Immortal had a decaying gold core and was only holding on with her last breath. Her heart had been stretched taut for too long. When the situation at Calligraphy Lake was settled, not only did the Pearl Hairpin Island not suffer, they even gained a lot of benefits. Her heart suddenly relaxed. After the great worry and joy, she was completely exhausted and passed away at the beginning of autumn this year. In the letter, Lu Zhongruan confessed that the old granny advised her not to be calculative about the money of the Waterhall's secret medicinal pills. So she hoped to make another deal with Qin Pingon. Pearl Hairpin Island also wanted to learn from the high and mighty Jade Grey sect and migrate some of their cultivators and disciples to the northernmost Longquan County of the Dali dynasty. There they could stay away from trouble and cultivate in peace. So whether Qin Pingon wanted to rent a piece of land with good feng shui or sell it to the Pearl Hairpin Island, he could name a price. Even if she had to sell everything she would still agree to it. She would definitely give Qin Pingon a copper coin less. Qin Pingon's reply was also very straightforward. He said that he would not sell the mountain but he could rent it. However, even if she immediately set off for Dali after receiving the letter, he would most likely have left the Longquan County by then. She only needed to find a person named Zhou Xian in the Luopa Mountain to discuss this matter. Gukan also sent a letter. She roughly described the current cultivation progress of Tseng Yi and Ma Duyi, as well as the estimated amount of divine money needed for the first grand ritual of Zhou Tian. She wrote down the amount of divine money needed for each step clearly. Qin Pingon replied with a letter, saying that the first amount of divine money would be sent to the Calligraphy Lake so that the 3 of them could travel in peace. Then he could not help but remind them of some trivial matters. After reading the letter, even Qin Pingon himself felt that he was indeed long-winded. It was very much in line with the style of the accountant of the Xianxia Island. Before sending the letter to the Oxhorn Mountain, Qin Pingon glanced at the bamboo box in the corner. There was still a charcoal cage brought back from the Calligraphy Lake inside. Then there was a letter from Guaniran. This son of the Guan family, who was born in Dali's top tycoon, jokingly said in the letter that when Dong Banqing of the Longquan County came to Pond City, in addition to the rice wine that was exclusively brewed by Dong Shuijing and sold far away in the capital of Dali, he also had to bring a pot of good wine from Qin Pingon. Otherwise he would not open the door to welcome guests. After receiving this letter, Qin Pingon went to Mount Fengliang to find Dong Shuijing. They ate a large bowl of wonton and talked about this matter. What should be said, regardless of whether it was good or bad, he told Dong Shuijing clearly according to the prepared draft. Dong Shuijing listened carefully and did not miss a single word. When he felt that it was a key point he would repeatedly verify it with Qin Pingon. This made Qin Pingon even more relieved. He wondered if he could also say hello to old Longqing. In fact, he could mention the Fan family and the Sun family. Whether it would succeed or not, it still depended on Dong Shuijing's own ability. However, after thinking about it, he still planned to wait until Dong Shuijing met Guaniran. Bad things were not afraid of early, good things were not afraid of late. After Qin Pingon left Mount Fengliang and returned to Mount Luopa, he happened to see Xin Yuanji walking along the mountain path from afar. Qin Pingon did not greet her. He was afraid that if he raised his hand and made a sound, this girl would think too much. He never thought that Xin Yuanji, who seemed to be looking straight ahead but was actually looking at the young mountain chieftain from the corner of her eye, would let out a sigh of relief when Qin Pingon deliberately climbed the mountain from the other side of the path. However, because of this, the faintly discernible fist intent on her body was also broken. Qin Pingon could not help but stop. He turned his head and said softly to her, "Mistsen, when practicing fist intent, the most taboo thing is to break the thread of pure true qi. and Yuanji stretched out a hand and placed it behind her back as if she wanted to hide her graceful figure as much as possible. She probably felt that the intention of this action was too obvious. Worried that she would anger the young mountain chieftain who could not control his gaze, she slowly turned her body and pursed her lips. She did not speak, nor did she look at him. Qin Pingon had no choice but to silently turn around and climb the mountain. When he reached the outside of the bamboo house, he heard the commotion. Zhou Xian was probably using all his strength to punch inside the house. He was facing Cui Cheng's golden body realm with great difficulty as a far-wandering realm practitioner. From time to time the bamboo house would rumble loudly. Qin Pingon sat at the stone table almost wanting to eat melon seeds. At dusk, Pei Qian and the two little fellows who were officially named Qin Lingjun and Qin Rushi returned to Luopa Mountain together. Shi Rou said that she would just help look after the shop, so she did not follow them back. The little girl in pink sat at the table with her head lowered, feeling somewhat guilty. The little boy in green casually sat opposite Qin Pingon and asked with a smile, "Master, what do you think of my new name? Is it awesome? Is it domineering?" Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. "It's very good." Then he turned his head and said to the little girl in pink, "Yours is also very good." Only then did the little girl in pink raise her head and smile bashfully. The reason why she chose this name was because she hoped that her relationship with her master would remain as good as it was for a long time, just like when they first met. However, Pei Qian was not satisfied with the two fellows acting on their own accord. He grumbled, "Master, every family has its own rules. I feel that they need to be taught a lesson. Forget it, let's not talk about Qin Chujian. She's silly and can be pardoned. But master, you don't know this fellow Qin Lingjun. When he goes to the shop in town, he can't wait to carve his name on the tables and stools." The little boy in green crossed his arms. "With such a bright name, if you didn't stop him as long as he filled the shop with my name, I guarantee that his business will be booming and he'll be rich." Qin Pingon laughed angrily. "Don't give me any more trouble." The little boy in green suddenly became listless. Qin Pingon thought for a moment. Is it because some of the mountain and river deities of Huangting country will also be participating in this night banquet? The little boy in green grunted and spread out his arms, sprawling on the table. The little girl in pink wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she still accompanied Pei Qian to eat melon seeds. Qin Pingon said, "I'll inform Wei Pai later and ask you to go to Mount Cloudy and stay by his side to participate in this banquet." The little boy in green raised his head and asked in confusion, "Why do you want to waste such a favor? Even if I pretend to be a hero, it's not real. As long as someone asks me to do something, I'll be exposed immediately." Qin Pingon smiled. "I have my own plans. I can let you be in the limelight without worrying. All you have to do is drink." The little boy in green did not believe him. "You're not lying to me?" Qin Pingon reached out and grabbed a handful of melon seeds. "Forget it if you don't believe me." The little boy in green jumped up and went behind Qin Pingon. He smiled mischievously. "Master, are your shoulders sore?" Qin Pingon replied, "My shoulders aren't sore, but my head hurts." The green-robed little boy withdrew his hand resentfully. It was rare for him to be embarrassed. He casually found an excuse and went to look for the black snake to have fun. He glorified it by saying that he was helping his master to patrol the new mountains. Pei Qian turned to look at the back view of the little boy in green and sighed. What a child. The little girl in pink had just curled her lips when Pei Qian glared at her, causing her face to tense up. Qin Pingon smiled. "Why are they both surnamed Qin? Whose idea was it?" The little girl in pink pointed in the direction that the little boy in green had left. "His." Qin Pingon was surprised. The little girl in pink asked with a smile, "Master, what were you planning to name us? Can you tell us?" Pei Qian interrupted, "You'll be called Little Muddle Ball and he'll be Big Silly Ball. That's how it is." Qin Pingon flicked a sunflower seed and it hit Pei Qian's forehead. While Pei Qian was rubbing his forehead, Qin Pingon smiled and narrowed his eyes. He slowly said, "I originally planned to name him Jing Qing. Qing means clear and green means green. He likes to wear green clothes and he likes water. Since water is clear, I picked a line from a poem and that's how he got this name. I took it from the line Jing Yu Chu, refreshing the air. I think this line is a good omen and it can be considered somewhat cultured. You, on the other hand, are called Warm Tree, which comes from the phrase, warm rhythm, hidden urge, deep valley harmony, yellow oriole fluttering, suddenly moving fragrant tree. Two people, two lines. Both of them take a line from the beginning to the end and end well from the beginning to the end. The little girl in pink was about to cry. She seemed to think that her master's name was better. Qin Pingon consoled her hurriedly, "Your current names are even better." The little girl in pink stood up without a word. She bowed to Qin Pingon and left. She must have gone to her residence to cry secretly. Qin Pingon raised his hand and tried to persuade her to stay, but he was unable to do so. Qin Pingon glared at Pei Qian, who was eating sunflower seeds without a care in the world. "Why aren't you following her?" Pei Qian nodded and chased after the little girl in pink, who wished her name was Qin Wanshu. Qin Pingon sighed. If he had known this would happen, he would not have shown off his pitiful talent. Qin Pingon clapped his hands and stood up. He was prepared to go to Cloud-Splitting Mountain and tell Wei Pai about the little boy in green. He had to show some sincerity when he was asking for help. Moreover, he wanted to walk around Linlu Academy and see if he could, coincidentally, bump into Zhou Xian. However, a cool breeze brushed past his face. A person in white was already standing beside Qin Pingon. This uninvited guest sat down on a stone bench and began eating sunflower seeds. This could be considered as birds of a feather flocking together. Qin Pingon joked, "You have to refine that thing and are busy with the night banquet. Yet you still come to my place every day. Do you really think Luopa Mountain is your home?" Wei Pai waved his hand. "It's not a problem. I'm different from you. You're busy when you can, but I'm not busy when I can." Before Qin Pingon could speak, Wei Pai said, "Leave Qin Lingjuan's matter to me." Qin Pingon said, "Thanks." Wei Pai smiled playfully. Qin Pingon smiled. "I'm just being polite with you." Wei Pai asked, "When are we leaving?" Qin Pingon felt a little regretful. "We really can't delay any longer. We can only miss this night banquet." Wei Pai said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. I can hold another one every 10 years. Qin Pingon stretched out a palm. "Don't. I can't afford this infamy." For this kind of banquet, not only did the Dali Imperial Court mobilize a large number of people, but they also had to prepare gifts out of their own pockets. If even the slightest bit of news is leaked out, I can forget about staying in Longquan County in the future. Wei Pai shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with you." Qin Pingon looked at Wei Pai. Wei Pai nodded slightly. Qin Pingon did not say anything else, because this meant that Wei Pai could successfully refine that glazed golden body fragment within 10 years. Wei Pai could rely on this opportunity to have a chance to ascend to the upper 5 realms. With just the word, have a chance, he could steadily suppress the 5 Dali mountain gods from before in terms of momentum. At that time he would be even more justified. The Dali court and the people on the mountain would naturally not have the slightest objection. The mountain gods ruled over the mountains and rivers of the land. They were originally similar to a saint overseeing a small world. They could naturally ascend to a higher realm. If Wei Pai really broke through the bottleneck and ascended to the unpolished Jade realm, the significance and far-reaching impact would be even more immeasurable. Qin Pingon felt that apart from the rare glazed golden body fragment, Wei Pai being able to untie the knot in his heart, or some kind of new expectation, was also very important. Wei Pai stood up. "Qin Pingon, thank you." Without waiting for Qin Pingon to speak, Wei Pai added with a smile, "I'm being polite with you." It disappeared in a flash. Qin Pingon looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, the moon was already bright and the stars were sparse. He often liked to hide in the mountains and rivers, but when night came he would bring the stars and moon. Wei Pai was so carefree. He was really envious. A few days later, as if they had agreed, a group of visitors came to Luopa Mountain. They were all cultivators from the powers of the neighboring mountains. They were either staying in the Immortal Mansion to cultivate or staying here to better communicate with the Song clan of Greatly. Most of them were Golden Core Earth Immortals, and even the weakest were Dragon Gate cultivators. Qin Pingon's current treatment of people might not be flawless, but it could be considered that there would not be any major mistakes. However, 2 groups of guests that Qin Pingon did not expect came. They were acquaintances and could also be said to be friends. They came from the north and south. The ones who came from Dali's capital were a group of 3 people. When they found the shop, Shuro happened to be there. In the end, both sides were wary and probed each other. Later, Shuro returned to Luopa Mountain and reported the news to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon immediately brought Ro down the mountain and went to the town. Of course, Pei Qian was beside him. When they arrived at the shop in Dragon Riding Alley, the other party almost did not recognize Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon did not find him unfamiliar at all. The blind old Daoist priest was still the same. He carried a peachwood sword that he had cut out and had a string of silver bells hanging on his waist. His Daoist robe was old and he was wearing straw shoes. Of course, it was difficult for business to take the initiative to come to him. The old Daoist priest's Daoist name was Xian Guzi. He knew some Daoist thunder techniques. He traveled around with 2 picked-up disciples, but he did not get any advantage over the wedding dress ghost. He almost died. He also shared hardships with Qin Pingon. When they parted, the blind Daoist gave them a mountain search map that was handed down by his sect. Qin Pingon gave the lame boy who carried the banner a snake gall stone. The round-faced girl nicknamed Zhou Xian, her blood could be used as the extremely rare talisman spring of the talisman sect, so her face was pale all year round. It was just that the little cripple was now no different from a young man. Zhou Xian was also much taller. Her round face was also thinner. Her face was ruddy. She was a slender girl. Li Baoping talked to Qin Pingon about Zhou Xian last time at Cliff Academy, saying that she missed her very much. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket and Zhou Xian were very congenial. The little cripple and Zhou Xian did not dare to recognize Qin Pingon. On the one hand, they had not seen each other for about 7 years. Qin Pingon had changed from a straw sandal boy with a hatchet to a young man in a green robe with a sword. Even if he cultivated well in Luapa Mountain, he was still slightly thin. It was just that his cheeks were not as scary as the Bookslip Lake. Otherwise, the 2 disciples of the old Daoist would not dare to recognize him. They finally determined the identity of Qin Pingon. The blind Daoist was very happy. Qin Pingon smiled and asked them if they had eaten. When they heard no, he took them to the best restaurant in the town. At the wine table, the old Daoist took a sip of wine, stroked his beard and smiled. "Mr. Qin, why is Miss Ruan not in the shop now?" When they parted that year, Qin Pingon asked them to look for Dragon Riding Alley and Wuxia when they came to the town. However, the old Daoist did not want to stay in the town at that time, so he still left. He wanted to make a big achievement in the capital of Dali and fight for great wealth. However, in the capital of Dali, where there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, the old Daoist did not want to reveal his disciple Zhou Xian's background. Therefore, they could not make a name for themselves at all. After so many years, they just earned some real gold and silver. A few thousand taels was considered a lot of money for ordinary people in the market, but for cultivators, what was a few pieces of snow? It was really disheartening. During this period of time, the old Daoist heard about the matters of Longquan County intermittently. Of course, it wasn't through the Immortal newspaper of the Immortal Inn. He couldn't afford to stay there or buy there. It was all bits and pieces of gossip that didn't require money. As a result, the old Daoist pieced together a truth that made the 3 of them look at each other. Wan Xiu, who served customers in the shop at that time, was very likely to be the only daughter of Saint Wan Qi. At first, the old Daoist was not shameless to return to the town, nor did he dare to. After all, the little cripple came from a bad background and spent a few years in the capital. Now he really could not stay there anymore, so he wanted to go back to Longquan County to try his luck. He did not expect that he was lucky enough to meet the main character, Qin Pingon. However, people's hearts were like water. The 2 sides were originally just strangers who met by chance. The blind Daoist was also not sure whether he could stay in the town that was not what it used to be. Even if he stayed, would he really have a bright future? After all, so many years had passed. God knew what kind of character Qin Pingon had become. Therefore, the blind Daoist seemed to be drinking to his heart's content and talking about the tragedy back then as an interesting story, but in fact his heart was beating like a drum. He kept thinking to himself, "Qin Pingon, hurry up and take the initiative to ask me to stay. Even if it's just a polite beginning, I will climb up the pole. I don't believe that you, a young man who can have a relationship with the only daughter of a saint, will be stingy with a few immortal coins. Are you really willing to be looked down upon by Miss Ruan, who is unattainable to you and me?" Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, Qin Pingon did not ask the old Daoist and his disciple whether they wanted to stay in Longquan County or not. Pei Qian and Qin Pingon sat on a long bench and almost did not speak. When Qin Pingon introduced her identity at that time, he said that he was his disciple Pei Qian. Pei Qian almost could not help but say, "Master, you don't have the 3 words big mountain." Sure, Ro did not come to the restaurant with them. Because Qin Pingon did not know the world and the blind Daoist really wanted to save some face for himself, he had to say goodbye after drinking and eating to his heart's content. Both sides stood on the street outside the restaurant. Qin Pingon then said, "I now live in Luopa Mountain, which can be regarded as my own mountain. Next time when you pass by Longquan County, you can go to the mountain to have a seat. I may not be there, but as long as you tell your Taoist name, someone will definitely receive you. By the way, Miss Ruan now lives in Xianxia Mountain because the ancestral hall of her Longquan swordsmanship sect and the main mountain are there. This time I have just returned home from a long journey. However, when I chatted with Miss Ruan, she also mentioned you. She did not forget you, so you can go there and have a chat." The blind Daoist smiled and said, "Sure, sure." Qin Pingon had a good impression of the little cripple in Zhou Xian. He smiled and said, "Take care. I hope that our next reunion will not take so long." The little cripple carrying the big banner nodded. Zhou Xian smiled and nodded. Pei Qian clasped her fist and said, "The green mountain will not change, the green water will flow forever. See you again." The 2 sides said goodbye. The old Daoist left the town with his 2 disciples and walked slowly toward Red Candle Town. Qin Pingon stood in place. Pei Qian asked softly, "Master?" Qin Pingon rubbed her head and said, "Of course Master is willing to keep the 3 of them, but it is not easy to make a living. Things that fall from the sky are often not cherished too much. If you can't even put down your face, it means that you don't really have to stay in Longquan County to make a living. Moreover, once you stay, it means that it is a long-term thing. The more you get along, the more you can't mess things up. It is better for both sides to know each other from the beginning. Otherwise, in the end, I think it is a good thing, but the other side thinks it is not a good thing. Both sides have their own reasons. Then how can a gentleman break off friendship and not speak ill?" Qin Pingon sighed. "Of course, it is also possible that Master is wrong, so Master will let Wei Pai keep an eye on them. If the other side really has some unspeakable difficulties and can't speak, or if they really encounter an insurmountable obstacle and don't want to implicate me at that time, Master will send you to invite them back." Pei Qian nodded. It was not important whether she understood or not. Anyway, Master was always right. However, she was puzzled and asked, "Why did Master deliberately talk to them about Sister Xiaoxiu?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Master still hopes that they can stay." Pei Qian was confused. She tried her best to think about this troublesome matter, but still could not understand the twists and turns inside. In the end, she sighed and stopped thinking about it. She had flipped through the almanac today, so it was not good to use her brain. Pei Qian suddenly lowered her voice and said, "That old Daoist priest's eyes seemed to have been blinded by the lightning that was running around in his stomach." Qin Pingon nodded. Lightning techniques are known as the head of all techniques. However, in our Aquarius continent, other than the Divine Grandeur sect and a few great immortal sects, the so-called 5 lightning techniques are all unorthodox techniques and belong to a very fragmented inheritance. Therefore, cultivating this technique will result in a backlash. After a long time, perhaps one's vitality will wither away, the Tao will collapse, or one's sword will go astray, using a certain aperture as a place to eliminate the disaster. For example, eyes will be blinded, intestines will rot, life source items will be corroded, and there are many other reasons. Pei Qian was speechless. Qin Pingon said, "Cultivation is not all about enjoying life." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "That's why I don't cultivate, I only practice martial arts." Qin Pingon pulled her ear. Pei Qian wailed, "Master, I will definitely be more diligent in my stance walking. I will suffer more." Qin Pingon then brought Pei Qian to the old school. Qin Pingon stood outside the window. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and rested her head on the windowsill, looking inside. Qin Pingon asked, "What do you think? Do you want to go to the school opened by the Qin clan in Dragontail Creek?" Pei Qian didn't move an inch. He said sullenly, "If Master wants me to go, then I'll go. Anyway, I won't be bullied by others. No one will call me charcoal or complain that I'm short." Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said gently, "If you really don't want to go, then you can study with Zhu Lian on the mountain. Xing Dafeng is also fine. In fact, Xing Dafeng is very knowledgeable. But I suggest that whether you like it now or not, you should go to the school for a while." Maybe you won't be able to leave at that time. But if you still feel uncomfortable at that time, you can go back to Luopa Mountain. Pei Qian asked, is it wrong for me to go to the school to learn how to use swords? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, no, you have to look like a student when you study. There was no room for discussion. As a master, no matter how much he doted on Pei Qian, the rules must be followed. A child was innocent and childlike. As an elder, no matter how much he liked the child, he could not really let the child be free and unrestrained in the years when rules were most needed. Pei Qian did not speak. Qin Pingon said, this matter is not urgent. Think about it before master goes down the mountain. Pei Qian still did not move. If I go to the school, can master not leave? Qin Pingon stretched out his hand to press Pei Qian's head and looked inside the old school in silence. A child's small sadness was often like the wind and mist. When Qin Pingon bought a stick of candied haws for Pei Qian, the two walked back to Luopa Mountain together. Along the way, Pei Qian had been laughing and asking questions. The blind Daoist was in a good mood. He told the little cripple and jeerer in private that they only needed to wander outside for a year and a half, and then they could return to Longquan County to make a name for themselves. Not long after the three of them left Longquan County, a pair of traveling men and women came to Luopa Mountain. They either traveled on foot to the famous mountains and rivers, or took the Immortal ferry. After 5 or 6 years, they finally went from the Qinghuan Kingdom in the southeast of the Aquarius continent to the Dali dynasty in the northernmost part of the continent. Qinghuan Kingdom's Lion Garden, the scholar Lu Qingshan. Inverted Hanging Mountain Division's female champion, Lu Boqi. She had a Dharma saber called Bai Shin. She was ranked 17th in the Inverted Hanging Mountain Division's saber room. Her life item was still a saber called Jiazhua. Qin Pingon and Lu Boqi could be said to have become friends after a fight. Of course, their relationship was not good and they could not be considered friends. When they saw Lu Qingshan, they naturally chatted happily. Compared to Lu Boqi's domineering rampage in the Lion Garden, Lu Boqi was much more restrained in Luopa Mountain. Firstly, Qin Pingon looked more and more strange now. Secondly, the stooped old servant named Zhou Xian was even more difficult to deal with. The third point was the most important. Not only was the bamboo building filled with immortal qi, it was extremely outstanding. Moreover, there was an astonishing atmosphere on the second floor. Lu Boqi was good at this point. He was not shy. I am stronger than you, so I won't be polite with you. If they took turns to be romantic, she would not feel unhappy. He accepted it. Qin Pingon led the two of them around Luopa Mountain and to the ancestral temple at the peak. Lu Qingfeng said that other than to see Qin Pingon, they also wanted to be in a favorable position to see the powerful God's Night Feast. Of course, they would definitely go to Linlu Academy. Of course, Qin Pingon agreed. He said that when the time came, he would arrange a suitable spot for the two of them to view the scenery at Linlu Academy on Cloud Pinning Mountain. It was a good thing that Lu Qingfeng was more heroic than when he was in the study room of the Lion Garden. Besides being a famous scholar, Lu Qingfeng was more heroic now. A hero might not be a saint, but which saint wasn't a true hero? A day later, Qin Pingon realized that something was wrong. After seeing Zhou Xian, Lu Boqi actually called him Old Mr. Zhu. Moreover, she was extremely sincere. He did not ask Wei Pai but Huangting Country's old dragon to arrange for Lu Qingfeng to stay at Linlu Academy. After that, Qin Pingon and Zhou Xian returned to Luopa Mountain and asked about it on the way. Zhou Xian chuckled. This old servant was just speaking casually, using a phrase from a book. Lu Boqi appreciated it. Qin Pingon was even more curious. What do you mean? Zhou Xian casually pointed to a lush green mountain. I see how charming the green mountain is. I think she sees me the same way. Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment, then he was very impressed. Wasn't this the only way Lu Boqi would fall for it? Qin Pingon slapped Zhou Lian's shoulder. You're so experienced. Zhou Lian said seriously, you flatter me. A young phoenix is clearer than an old one. Qin Pingon suddenly felt a little emotional. After leaving the mountain, especially in the North Continent, it would probably be a few years before he could hear the flattery of Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon quietly went to Oxhorn Mountain's Immortal Ferry in the middle of the night. Pei Qian actually knew, but she pretended not to know. Compared to the first time they parted for a long time, Pei Qian felt that it was actually okay now. It was just that her heart felt empty after her master left. For the first time she really looked at the almanac and found that the day her master left Luopa Mountain was suitable for a long trip. Lu Qingfeng and Lu Boqi temporarily stayed at Linlu Academy. The night party was about to be held. And in Red Candle Town there was another reunion. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket and Zhou Xian met again. It turned out that the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy arranged a study tour to observe the night party of Dali Beiyue. It was led by Mao Xiaodong, Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shuyi, Yu Lu and Xianxia. The blind Taoist still did not dare to take advantage of the situation. He followed his disciple Zhou Xian back to Longquan County. After all, the identity of the Cliff Academy's Saint Mao was too scary. At the top of Qidong Mountain, a slender girl in red was in a daze. She was no longer a little girl. Over the years her temperament had changed completely. The lively little red bottle in the academy suddenly quieted down. She became more and more knowledgeable and spoke less and less. Of course, she also became more and more beautiful. There was the sound of birds flying in the air above her head. She looked up. What did the book say? The sound of birds passing is like persuading guests. The immortals call me to travel in the clouds. The wind was blowing and the rain was drizzling. In a mountain col near Yanji County in the colorful clothes country in the central part of the Aquarius continent, there was a young man in green, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a sword on his back. 468. Unexpected or not. The young swordsman in green robes with a sword on his back traveled through the familiar low mountain range. Compared to the time when he traveled with Zhang Shanfeng, it was like a ghost town with no life force. Now there was not a bit of yin energy. Not to mention that it was a beautiful place with abundant spiritual energy. It was still green mountains and clear waters. It was far better than before. Moving forward based on his memory, he finally came to a familiar old house in the night. There were still 2 stone lions guarding the door and it had changed slightly. Now there were spring festival couplets hanging and painted door gods pasted on it. After knocking on the door he waited patiently. An old granny bent over and held a lantern in her hand. She opened the door with some difficulty and saw a young man who took off his bamboo hat and had a bright smile on his face. He was quite tall but a little thin. He also carried a sword on his back. He looked like a wanderer who had traveled far away. The old granny's face was pale. It was really scary in the middle of the night. She tried not to scare the visitors. After all, the house had survived the crisis and even benefited from the disaster. There was no need to deliberately scare away the ordinary teachers, lest they be implicated. The old granny asked softly, "Young master, do you want to stay the night?" The young man smiled and said, "Not only do I want to stay the night but I also want to drink wine. I want a big bowl of fried meat with winter bamboo shoots as a side dish." The old granny was stunned. Then tears filled her eyes. She asked in a trembling voice, "Are you young Master Qin?" The person who came was Qin Pingon, who had traveled south alone. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Old granny, are you feeling well?" The old granny quickly grabbed Qin Pingon's hand, as if she was afraid that this great benefactor would leave after seeing her. She raised the hand holding the lantern and wiped her tears with the back of her dry hand. She looked emotional and said, "Why did you come so late? How many years have it been? With my body, if young Master Qin didn't come, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. How could I cook for my benefactor? I have wine, I have all left for young Master Qin. You haven't come for so many years, but every year, you can drink as much as you want." Qin Pingon put the bamboo hat under his armpit and gently held the old granny's hand. He said guiltily, "Old granny, I'm late." The old woman quickly turned her head and shouted, "Master, madam, young Master Qin is here. He really is here." Back then, in order to prolong his wife's life, the man who didn't hesitate to become a ghost servant, Yang Huang, was dressed in a scholarly robe. He quickly rushed to the door with a woman with a radiant expression. When the couple saw Qin Pingon, they were about to kneel and kowtow. No amount of words would be enough to repay the great kindness of the past. Qin Pingon wanted to stop the two of them, but his arm was held tightly by the old mama. It was obvious that she wanted Qin Pingon to accept this great gift. Qin Pingon could only give up. Yang Huang and his wife Yingying stood up. Only then did the old maid let go of her hand. Yang Huang and his wife smiled at each other. In the blink of an eye, the young man of the past had become a young master. Although he looked a little thin and haggard, he looked more like a true sword immortal. How nice. The group walked into the house. Qin Pingon naturally helped the old granny close the door. Yang Huang and his wife smiled knowingly. The old granny who was robbed of her job was still a little grumpy. She said that this kind of rough work that didn't require much effort did not need to trouble young Master Qin. The old granny said that she wanted to start a fire in the kitchen and make a midnight snack. Qin Pingon said that it was too late. They could talk about it tomorrow. The old granny didn't agree. She said that she wanted to personally cook a few dishes. She took it as a lack of hospitality and reluctantly considered it a welcome dinner for young Master Qin. Yang Huang pulled Qin Pingon to the familiar hall and sat down. Along the way he talked about the scene after Qin Pingon left. It was all good. Yang Huang, who had almost fallen into the demonic path, was now able to return to the path of cultivation. Although he was destined to lose his bright future after his great Tao was delayed, compared to the ghost that was neither human nor ghost, the difference was like heaven and earth. One had to know that Yang Huang was originally regarded as a future golden core earth immortal in the Divine Grandeur sect and was heavily nurtured by the sect. After this incident he voluntarily abandoned his great Tao for the sake of love. Yang Huang knew his own gains and losses, but he never regretted it. As for his wife who was originally detained in the embroidery building, she recovered her appearance. On the path of cultivation she was even luckier than her husband, breaking through a level. Thus she could now stay in the embroidery building in the backyard and roam at night with her own spirit. She was no different from a mortal woman. She no longer had to suffer the torment of the astral winds and the agitation of her spirit. Yang Huang asked about the young Daoist Zhang Xian and the bearded swordsman Xianxia. Qin Pingon told him everything. Qin Pingon also asked about the governor of Yanji County and the son of an official Lu Gaohua. Yang Huang told him everything he knew. He said that Governor Lu had been promoted a few years ago and went to Tsai country to become the provincial governor of Qing province. He became a governor and brought honor to his family. His daughter was now a direct disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. Governor Lu's promotion to the position of provincial governor might have had something to do with this. As for Lu Gaohua, he had taken the initiative to come to the house twice in the past few years. Compared to his previous debauchery, he liked to use the excuse of indulging in the mountains and rivers to not be willing to take the imperial examinations. Now he had toned down his temper. However, he did not do well in the previous examination and was only a Jiren. Thus, the second time he came to the house he drank a lot of sorrowful wine and complained a lot. He said that his father had said that if he could not pass the imperial examinations, he could marry a wife and bring home. Qin Pingon also asked about the cultivator Mr. Fisherman. Yang Huang said that it was a coincidence. This old man had just returned from his travels in the capital and was in Yanji County. He also heard that he had taken in a female disciple called Zhao Wan. He was very talented. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. The old man also had some troubles. It was said that the leader of an immortal master in Tsai country had taken a fancy to Zhao Wan. He hoped that the old man would give up his disciple and promised a great gift. He was also willing to invite Mr. Fisherman to be a consecrator of the mountain, but the old man did not agree. Qin Pingon listened quietly and asked, "What's the reputation of this immortal master? What's his realm?" Although Yang Huang had been a ghost for many years and damaged his soul and cultivation foundation, he was still a proud son of heaven who came out of the Divine Grandeur sect. In addition, he no longer had any burdens. Thus he did not fear the leader of an immortal master in Tsai country. He smiled and said, "It's probably because he entered the Dragon Gate realm a few years ago that he became a little arrogant." Everyone in the mountain became impetuous and began to wantonly take in new disciples. The good and the bad are mixed together. Originally the sect had a good reputation, but now it's no longer the same as before. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I understand. I'll ask around more." Yang Huang smiled and said, "What I said is based on hearsay. It's not accurate." The wine and dishes were served on the table. The wine was brewed by himself with a lot of effort. The dishes also looked, smelled, and tasted good. The woman and the old granny sat down. This house was not so old-fashioned. Perhaps because she wanted Qin Pingon to drink more, the old granny gave the master and Madame Tsai country's specialty wine cups. She only gave Qin Pingon a big wine bowl. Yang Huang stood up respectfully and toasted Qin Pingon. His wife Ying and the old granny also stood up. Qin Pingon could only hold the wine bowl and stand up. he said helplessly. If this continues, I won't dare to be a guest next time. After Yang Huang finished the wine in one gulp, he said jokingly, we'll talk about it when benefactor comes next time. Qin Pingon finished the wine in the bowl in one gulp. The old granny was anxious. She was afraid that he would drink too quickly and hurt his body. She quickly advised, drink slower. Drink slower. The wine can't run out of the bowl. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Granny, my alcohol tolerance is not bad. I'm happy today, so I'll drink more. At most I'll get drunk and fall asleep. The old granny poured wine into Qin Pingon's bowl while still nagging. No matter how good your alcohol tolerance is, you still have to drink slower. If you drink slower, you can drink more. Qin Pingon nodded and said, all right, then I'll drink slower. I'll listen to Granny. Qin Pingon roughly explained his journey. He said that he left Sai country and went to Shu Shui country. Then he took the Immortal ferry and followed the dragon path to Old Dragon City. He took the cross-continent ferry and went to Inverted Hanging Mountain. He did not return to Aquarius continent directly. Instead he went to Tongyi continent and then to Old Dragon City. He went to Qingwan country before returning to his hometown. Among them, Qin Pingon did not mention the Great Wall of Sword Chi and Book Slip Lake after some hesitation. During this time Qin Pingon picked out some interesting stories to tell them. Yang Huang and the woman listened with great interest, especially Yang Huang, who was born in a sect. He knew that it was not easy to travel across continents. As for the old woman, no matter whether Qin Pingon talked about the boundless universe or the trivialities of the streets and alleys, she loved to listen to him. That night, Qin Pingon drank more than 2 caddies of wine. It was not a small amount. This time he slept in the same room as last time. On the second day, Qin Pingon accompanied the old granny to bask in the sun and chat. Qin Pingon, who was supposed to leave on the third day, was urged to stay by the old granny and stayed for another day. At dawn, the autumn rain continued. Qin Pingon put on his bamboo hat and said goodbye to the 3 people at the door of the old house. However, the old granny said that although the autumn rain looked light, it was actually harmful to the body. She insisted that Qin Pingon put on the green raincoat. Qin Pingon had no choice but to wear it. As for the blade-strengthening gourd that revealed his identity as the sword Immortal, he naturally gave it to the old granny. Before leaving, the old granny stood under the eaves and held Qin Pingon's hand. Don't think that I'm talkative. I won't be willing to come again in the future. Qin Pingon said softly, how can that be? I love wine and I'm greedy. Granny, you don't know how many times I've thought about the wine and dishes here over the years. The old granny lowered her head and wiped her tears. That's good. That's good. Qin Pingon held his bamboo hat and said goodbye softly. He slowly left. After walking for a distance, the young swordsman suddenly turned around and walked backwards. He waved goodbye to the old granny and the couple. The old granny shouted, young Master Qin, don't forget to bring Miss Ning next time. She'll be a guest here too. Qin Pingon blushed slightly and said loudly, okay. In the rain, the young man wearing the bamboo hat and the green raincoat gradually disappeared. The old granny was sad. Yang Huang was worried that she couldn't withstand the cold autumn rain, so he let the old granny go back first. The old granny waited until the young man's figure was completely out of her sight before she returned to the house. The old granny's voice was soft and gentle. She called softly, husband. Then she felt a little ashamed and didn't continue. Instead she apologized, husband, please don't blame me for being vulgar. The thought in her mind disappeared immediately. She murmured, how can I let young Master Qin be distracted by these trivial matters? Husband, you did well by not mentioning it at all. We shouldn't be so greedy. Yang Huang held her hand and said with a smile, you're doing it for my sake. The old granny's mood suddenly became better. She said with a smile, husband, good people will definitely be rewarded, right? Yang Huang said, I'm not sure about other good people, but I hope that Qin Pingon will be like that. The old granny smiled sweetly. I suddenly feel that young Master Qin is just coming to our house to drink. I'm very happy. Yang Huang nodded and said with emotion, it's autumn but it's like a spring breeze. In the rain, Qin Pingon took a slight detour and came to a mountain deity temple that the colorful clothes nation's imperial court had just added to the mountain deity register. He strode in. It was early in the morning during the autumn harvest. There weren't many pilgrims in the mountain deity temple that was built on the ruins of an obscene temple. Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and shook off the raindrops. He stepped over the threshold. He no longer deliberately hid his fist intent in qi. The local mountain deity immediately revealed his golden body. He was a tall and sturdy military general in armor. He walked out from the painted deity statue and anxiously cupped his fists and bowed. "This little deity greets Immortal Master." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm here to ask if there are any cultivators in the nearby Immortal Mountains who covet the spiritual energy of that house." It was not the official language of the Colorful Clothes Nation, nor was it the official language of the Aquarius continent. It was Dali's official language. Now that he was familiar with the official language of Dali, all the mountain deities in the central region of the Aquarius continent had to have it. The mountain deity smiled awkwardly. He was about to think of a suitable excuse when the young sword immortal with a frightening aura put on his bamboo hat again. "Then I'll have to trouble Master Mountain Deity to take care of me." The mountain deity only felt that a ghost door had closed. He immediately said, "I don't dare to say anything about taking care of you. Immortal Master, don't worry. This little deity and Yang Huang couple can be considered neighbors. This little deity knows that close neighbors are better than distant relatives." Before Qin Pingon cupped his fists and left, he reminded with a smile, "Just treat it as if I've never been here." This new mountain deity who was appointed by the imperial court of the Colorful Clothes Nation was in charge of overseeing this precious land. He quickly nodded and understood. If he was not smart enough, he would not have the ability to fight for this delicious cake just by relying on his merits in life and merits after death. A deity ruling over a land was actually no different from climbing up the ranks of the officials. Qin Pingon left the mountain deity temple. The mountain deity slowly paced back and forth in the main hall. He finally decided that he would not provoke that house in the future. No matter how much spiritual energy there was, it was not something he could take a share of. Qin Pingon went to the Colorful Clothes Nation's Tuoji County. He handed in a customs document at the city gate. It was a brand new household registration document that Wei Pai got him. Of course, it was still from Dali's Longquan County. He asked along the way and finally found out the location of Mr. Fisherman's house. It was a quiet alley with only the sound of rain. Qin Pingon knocked on the door knocker. Soon, a tall and thin young man with a wooden expression walked out. After seeing Qin Pingon, the young man hesitated, as if he was not sure of Qin Pingon's identity. Qin Pingon smiled and greeted, "Zhou Xian." The young man was surprised and said, "Mr. Qin." Qin Pingon nodded and looked at the tall and thin young man. There was not much fist intent, but it was pure. He should be a third-realm martial artist for now, but there was still a long way to go before he could break through. Although he was not like Sun Yuanji who could be seen through at a glance, Qin Pingon liked Zhou Xia's intention more. It seemed that Zhou Xia had been practicing the six-step stance that he had secretly learned all these years. The young man was Zhou Xia, the one who held a hatchet to protect a little girl. Zhou Xia closed the door and led Qin Pingon into the backyard of the house. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "The stance that I taught you back then, have you finished it 100,000 times?" Zhou Xiu was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. According to what Mr. Qin said back then, each time counts as one punch. All these years I did not dare to slack off, but I was too slow. I only finished 163,000 punches. Qin Pingon asked, "Have you ever fought with an enemy? Or been taught by an expert?" Zhou Xiu shook his head and said, "Never." Qin Pingon was relieved. If Zhou Xiu had been through many life and death situations, his fist intent would have been refined and polished, and his punches would have become faster and faster. After all these years he should have more than 160,000 punches. But if he did not, then he could only punch slowly. Dripping water could penetrate a rock and it would be difficult for him to move quickly. But Qin Pingon was not worried about this kind of slowness. With the fist intent in his body, it was like the bowl of wine that the old woman handed over. As long as he held it flat, the wine would not run away. Bit by bit, the fist intent was in his body. But if his mind was slack, then the fist intent would be frivolous, and the wine would splatter everywhere without him noticing. It would be very difficult for a martial artist to break through the bottleneck of the three realms, from the three realms of body refining to the three realms of qi refining. Qin Pingon had suffered greatly. Zhu Lu could not make it through on her own back then, and relied on the ointment of the Yang family's medicine shop to break through. And old Yang's new female disciple had relied on herself to make it through. She was also a female martial artist, but her martial arts future was as different as the clouds and mud. Zhou Xian led Qin Pingon to the secluded backyard. The old man in a scholar's robe and a beautiful young girl stood side by side under the eaves. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Mr. Qin is here." Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and saluted with a smile. "Greetings, Mr. Fisherman." Then he looked at Zhao Luan, who could barely be considered a young girl. "Luan, long time no see." The white-haired old scholar did not dare to recognize Qin Pingon for a moment. The change was too great. Although it had been many years since they last met, the old scholar still found it hard to reconcile the slender and elegant young man in front of him with the image of the young man in a bamboo box. But the Luan from back then, with a face full of tears, crying and laughing, called out Mr. Qin with a trembling voice. As for Qin Pingon, he could not be too grateful and miss him. All these years she had been thinking about him. All the dullness, hardships, grievances, and happiness on the road of cultivation, she would always think of that person. Her brother Zhao Xian always liked to tease her. As she grew older, she hid her thoughts more and more, so that her brother's teasing would not become too excessive. Zhao Xian had a dull personality, and only with Luan, who was no different from his own sister, he did not hide it. The four of them sat together. When they reunited at the old house, they drank wine, and here they drank tea. The tea contained wisps of spiritual energy, which was also for Zhao Luan's cultivation. For cultivators, the more talented they were, the smoother their path would be, and the more money they would need for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Mr. Fisherman, who killed demons and devils together in Yanji City, was surnamed Wu and named Xuan. He was an old Confucian cultivator. Qin Pingon had nothing but respect for him. Otherwise he would not have dared to entrust Zhao Xian and Luan to the old man. It could be seen that the old scholar did not disappoint Zhao Xian and Luan. Moreover, Qin Pingon felt somewhat apologetic these years. As his experience in Jianghu grew, he became more and more aware of the evilness of people's hearts. He knew that the so-called good deeds back then might have brought a lot of trouble to the old scholar. As long as one set foot on the mountain to cultivate, they would have no choice but to do so. If they were not in Jianghu, there would be fewer disputes and struggles that might involve life and death. If they were not on the mountain, they would be unlucky. They would not be able to experience the path of Tao and the wonderful paintings on the path of immortality. They would not be able to live a long and carefree life, but it was also a kind of stable fortune. Moreover, the better Zhao Luan's talent was, the greater the burden on the old scholar's shoulders and heart. How could he not delay Zhao Luan's cultivation? How could he ask for an immortal spell that matched Zhao Luan's talent? How could he ensure that Zhao Luan cultivated in peace and did not need to worry about the consumption of immortal money? In the past, Qin Pingon would not have thought of these. Only after traveling thousands of miles and seeing hundreds of people and thousands of things could one truly understand how difficult it was to be a good person. Only then could one empathize with the countless sufferings of the world. Therefore, before entering the colorful clothes kingdom, Qin Pingon first went to the ancient Yu kingdom and found the ancient Yu kingdom's imperial tutor, who he had a deadly feud with. Because he was worried that this spiritual monster with a high status would cause trouble for the old house. The assassination of the Brushing Water Kingdom had left a deep impression on Qin Pingon. When he arrived at the capital of the other party's territory, it was very simple. Qin Pingon went to find him and knocked him out with 3 punches. The other party was badly injured and at least 30 years of hard work and cultivation went down the drain. He then asked him if he wanted to continue pestering him and if he had the guts to send assassins to kill him. The ancient Yu kingdom's imperial tutor, who had the appearance of a scholar, was already covered in blood and dirt. He fell to the ground and said that he did not dare to. After all, there were 2 flying swords. One was hovering between his eyebrows and the other was pointing at his heart. Qin Pingon then left. He purposely sat at a tea stall outside the capital of the ancient Yu kingdom. Qin Pingon sat there and waited for the imperial tutor's next move. But there was none. Qin Pingon then went to the colorful clothes kingdom. Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of hot tea and went straight to the point. "Mr. Wu, I heard that the cultivators of the colorful clothes kingdom want to take Luan as a disciple?" Wu Xuan nodded and said worriedly, If that great immortal master really wants to impart immortal techniques to Luan Luan, no matter how reluctant I am, I will not spoil Luan Luan's opportunity. However, the great immortal master insisted that Luan Luan go up the mountain to cultivate. Half of it is because of Luan Luan's talent and the other half, it is because of the great immortal master's son. He is a wastrel with terrible conduct. He met Luan Luan at a banquet in the capital of the colorful clothes kingdom. Forget it, let's not talk about such a dirty matter. If it really doesn't work, I will take Luan Luan and Shushi and leave the central part of the Aquarius continent. We will not stay in the colorful clothes kingdom. Qin Pingon asked, what are the names of that immortal mountain and the father and son? How far is it from Yanji County? What is the approximate location? Although Wu Xuan was puzzled, he still explained it clearly. The Hazy Mountain was more than 1,200 kilometers away from Yanji County. Of course they had to walk on foot. Qin Pingon drank a cup of tea and stood up with a smile. Then I will go to the ancestral hall of the Hazy Mountain first. We will talk when I come back. It won't take too long. Wu Xuan stood up and shook his head. Young Master Qin, don't be rash. This matter needs to be discussed at length. The mountain protection formation of the Hazy Mountain is good at attacking, and there is a Dragon Gate Realm Divine Immortal guarding it. Qin Pingon's expression was calm as he smiled. Don't worry, I am going to reason with them. If I can't, I will talk about something else. There were some things that Qin Pingon did not say out loud. A person could not always hold back the reasons that could be said at the moment. He would talk about it after talking about it. For example, the Hazy Mountain. Those that could not be said for the time being were left. For example, Xinjiang Mountain and the Sioux family of Clearwind City. One day it would be like pulling out a jar of old wine from the ground. As for how to reason, Qin Pingon had both fists and swords. When he went to the Immortal Ancestral Hall, he did not need to talk. Previously, at the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, he had seen Cui Cheng's so-called martial arts of the 10th realm. He had also heard one of the old man's principles. It was just one sentence. Drinking wine with a reasonable person and punching an unreasonable person. This was the pugilistic world that Qin Pingon should have. Boxing was not only used to fight on the bed but also to compete with the entire world. It was to teach everyone to kowtow to you when they met a fist on the mountain. Qin Pingon agreed with the first half of the sentence, but felt that the second half needed to be discussed. It was just that he did not dare to say that at the bamboo house for fear of being beaten up. At that time the old man had the aura of a peak 10th realm. He was afraid that the old man would not be able to hold back and would really kill him. Wu Xuan clearly still felt that it was inappropriate. Even though the young man in front of him, Qin Pingon, who was already young, had performed extremely calmly and outstandingly in the Battle of Yanji County, the other party was an old immortal of the Dragon Gate after all. He was also the leader of a sect. Now that he had the support of the Dali cavalry, it was said that the next imperial tutor was in the bag. He was in the limelight for a time. How could Qin Pingon barge into the sect single-handedly? In the pugilistic world, fists were often afraid of the young and strong. However, on the path of cultivation it was not so. To be able to become a great cultivator of the Dragon Gate, apart from their cultivation, which one of them was not an old fox. Did he not have a backer? Zhou Xian was not too worried. He probably thought that Mr. Qin, who taught him fist techniques, could not be too strong. Zhao Wan was even more anxious than her master, Wu Xuan. She did not care about her status and etiquette. She walked quickly to Qin Pingon's side and tugged at his sleeve. Her eyes were red as she said, "Mr. Qin, don't go." Qin Pingon looked at the old monk and then at Zhao Wan. He smiled helplessly and said, "I'm not going to die. If I can't win, I'll run." Zhao Wan burst into tears. "Mr. Qin, you just said that you're going to reason with them." Qin Pingon was speechless. He gave Zhao Xiao a look, wanting him to help comfort Zhao Wan. However, he did not expect this rash kid to be so stupid. He just laughed and stood there without moving. Qin Pingon sighed. "Then sit down and drink tea again." Zhao Wan's teary eyes were even more hazy than the misty mountain. "Really?" Qin Pingon nodded. She then let go of Qin Pingon's sleeve and walked back to her seat timidly. Wu Xuan also sat down and said, "Young Master Qin, there's no rush. I'll just take the two kids on a trip." Qin Pingon asked, "What about Mr. Wu's family?" Wu Xuan said, "I think a Dragon Gate cultivator would not be so shameless." Qin Pingon looked at Wu Xuan. Wuxian lowered his head and drank tea. The old monk could only sigh. He knew that the trip was just to ease the guilt of Luan and Xuxia. Qin Pingon gently put down the teacup in his hand. In an instant, Qin Pingon was no longer in the room. Wuxian held his teacup and was stunned. Zhao Luan and Zhao Xuxia looked at each other. The green-robed man was already standing in the courtyard. The long sword on his back was already out of its scabbard. It turned into a golden rainbow and flew into the sky. The man tapped his toes and jumped onto the long sword. He broke through the rain and flew north. After the old monk came to his senses, he quickly drank a mouthful of tea to calm himself down. Since he could not stop him, he had no choice but to do so. Zhao Wan's eyes were dazzled. She quickly wiped away her tears. It was a moving scene. No wonder the young master of Misty Mountain fell in love with her at first sight. Zhao Xuxia scratched his head and laughed. Mr. Qin is really something. He's going to the ancestral hall. Why is he in a hurry to buy wine? It was noon on an immortal mountain. The rain poured down, making the sky as dark as night. Therefore, the appearance of the long golden line in the sky was very eye-catching. Moreover, it was accompanied by a thunderous sound. To the cultivators of Misty Mountain, blind or deaf, they knew that a sword immortal had come to visit their mountain. For 69. The commotion was too big and menacing. Most importantly, the other party's posture did not seem like a friend who came to Mount Hazy to reminisce. Mount Hazy did not hesitate to activate the protective formation, using the ancestral hall as the core of the formation. The originally dark scene of heavy rain and white mist rose from the foot of the mountain and enveloped the top of the mountain. From the inside to the outside, the view on the mountain was as clear as day. From the outside to the inside, ordinary mountain woodsmen and hunters could only see a vast expanse of whiteness when they looked at Mount Hazy. Not only that, there were several strands of white light that were dozens of feet long that swept out from the ancestral hall at the top of the mountain, shuttling back and forth in the mountain mist and rain. They were on high alert. Many of the cultivators in charge of Mount Hazy had already left their respective mansions and headed to the ancestral hall to meet. Deep in their hearts, they naturally hoped that the imposing sword-controlling immortal was a friend and not an enemy. Mount Hazy sect leader Lu Yundai and his son Lu Tingjio were both famous figures in Colorful Robes Nation. One relied on his cultivation base while the other relied on his father. Beside the father and son, there were dozens of old cultivators, direct disciples and guest elders of Mount Hazy that were famous in the country. Most of them were in a heavy mood. Everyone could only watch as the golden line got closer and closer to the Hazy Mountain. They could not go out and greet people, right? The world's poorest and richest sword cultivator was one of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain and ranked first. He was difficult to deal with because of his great killing power. Not only was his sword fast, but he also ran fast. However, one thing had to be understood. This kind of fast running was mostly done after killing people. If it was in the past, Mount Hazy might still be afraid, but they would not be so mournful. The situation was really unforgiving. The backbones of the temple and battlefield at the foot of the mountain were broken, and the courage of the cultivators on the mountain was almost smashed to pieces. The neighboring mountains gathered together to defend against the enemy, the mountain gods responded to the rescue, or the unauthorized use of the troops at the foot of the mountain to drum up momentum, all became a thing of the past. They could no longer do it. After all, the world had changed. Many immortal rules that had been unshakable for thousands of years suddenly did not work. Because now they had to deal with Dali's native cultivators from time to time, the cave abodes on the mountains of more than 10 countries in Colorful Robes Nation realized that their realm and power were simply made of paper. When Dali's iron cavalry went south, they had destroyed a lot of embroidered pillows. Now, on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, almost everyone was startled by the twang of a bow. On the battlefield, Colorful Robes Nation's so-called military strength was the best among the central countries of the continent. Guyu Nation's heavily armored infantry, Xianxia Nation's light cavalry, and Shu Shui Nation's experts in mountainous warfare. When faced with Dali's iron cavalry, they either did not move or were unable to withstand a single blow. After that, they contacted Xichao Nation, Meili Nation and other vassal states of the Zhuang dynasty further south and did not retreat. Most of them brought a lot of trouble to Su Gaoshan and Chao Gui's 2 Dali iron cavalry. On the other hand, Colorful Robes Nation's border army was extremely weak and became a huge joke. It was said that Zhou Xian nation originally had a famous military general with outstanding achievements. After his defeat, it was said that he had learned all his military tactics from Dali's vassal Song Zhangqiang. Unfortunately, he was not proficient enough. His biggest wish in this life was to be able to meet Song Zhangqiang once and humbly ask the Dali god of war for the essence of military tactics. Thus, there was a beautiful story of him acknowledging his ancestors. However, the Colorful Robes Nation was not much better off. Not only did the Colorful Robes Nation, which was known to have the most powerful armors, not fight a single battle in this war, the Colorful Robes Nation's royal family had always liked to announce to the public that there was a Jindan Earth Immortal in the capital. They would often spread rumors that were vague, making it difficult for people to tell whether it was true or false. Thus, in the past, the cultivators of Colorful Robes Nation had always hoped to look down on the mountains of the other countries. However, when Dali's metal cavalry arrived, the ancient Yu nation, symbolically at the border, mobilized more than 10,000 border troops. As an elite force in the field, they fought a head-on battle with Dali's metal cavalry. Of course, the result was not surprising. A finger of Dali's metal cavalry was thicker than the thigh of the ancient Yu nation. The ancient Yu nation had paid a heavy price for this. The Colorful Robes Nation saw that the situation was not good and surrendered earlier than the ancient Yu nation. Before Dali's envoy entered the country, they had sent a convoy of envoys led by the Minister of Rights to find Dali's metal cavalry and voluntarily become a vassal of the Song family. This was nothing. The Dali nation then searched through many records of the various countries and mountains. Only then did the world realize that the ancient Yu nation was actually quite deep. There was a hidden Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator from the Zhuang dynasty who was jointly killed by a group of Dali's military secretaries. The battle was soul-stirring. On the other hand, if Lu Yundai had not broken through and ascended to the Dragon Gate realm in the Colorful Robes Nation, the sea-viewing realm cultivators would have been the leader of the country's immortal masters. Other than the ancient Yu nation's imperial court who looked down on the weak Colorful Robes Nation, the cultivators and heroes of the Jianghu from the neighboring Chushui nation almost laughed their heads off. Lu Yundai was a laurel old man who wore luxurious clothes. His appearance was extremely good. Lu Tingjio was a handsome young man with slightly sunken eyes. His appearance was not bad and he wore a snow-white robe that was a high-grade spiritual artifact. His name was Lu Hua. He was 30 years old but he looked like he was in his 20s. Regardless of whether it was the realm that he had obtained through the use of immortal money or his aptitude, he was still a cultivator of the fifth realm on the surface. In addition, he liked to travel and often made friends with the children of the Colorful Robes Nation's nobles. Therefore, in the Colorful Robes Nation he was not considered bad. Therefore, in the secular dynasty he was indeed young, promising and elegant. However, in the eyes of a true cultivator, especially in the eyes of the Colorful Robes Nation's immortals of the Middle Five Realms and the gods of the Five Mountains, this Lu Tingjio was naturally nothing. His Dao heart was not firm and he liked to indulge in sex. He squandered a large amount of time on the piles of women at the foot of the mountain. If Lu Yundai really wanted to hand over the entire Misty Mountain to his son in the future, there might be an internal conflict. However, in recent years there had been a rumor quietly spreading. It said that the reason why the Misty Mountain had been able to smoothly hook up with a powerful military general of the Song clan and was expected to become the next imperial tutor of the Colorful Robes Nation was because Lu Tingjio had helped his father, Lu Yundai, to act as a go-between. If this was true, then the real person did not show his true colors. An old cultivator with a walking stick in his hand asked softly, "Sect Master, forgive this old man's eyesight for not being able to see the true realm of this person. Could it be the legendary Earth Immortal?" Lu Yundai looked calm and replied with a smile, "Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator?" The old cultivator seemed to feel that he had scared himself too much. With the protection of the formation and at the entrance of his own ancestral hall, he should not have lost his sense of propriety. He said resentfully, "That's too shocking. I don't think it's like this." A beautiful woman with an ancient sword hanging on her waist sneered, "So what if it's a passing sword cultivator of the Middle Five Realms? Would he dare to barge into the Misty Mountain's formation? Does he really think that our Misty Mountain is a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch?" Lu Tingjio glanced at the woman's chest that was as tall as a mountain range. He narrowed his eyes and quickly retracted his gaze. This woman's realm was actually not too high. He was in the cave realm. However, as a cultivator she was proficient in the sword-controlling technique of the Jianghu sword masters. She once had a magnificent feat. She used her sword-controlling technique to disguise herself as a cave realm sword cultivator and scared away a sea-viewing realm great cultivator of the Brushwater Nation. She was really too hot-tempered and did not understand the situation. She was blinded by her good figure. Lu Tingyou felt that it was a pity. Otherwise he would not have retreated in the face of difficulties. He should have put in more effort. However, after the situation in Colorful Clothes Nation was stabilized, father and son had a heart-to-heart talk. Her father had privately promised her that as long as she ascended to the cave realm, her father would be the matchmaker. At that time, Lu Tingyou could be her Dao companion in reality but not in name. To put it bluntly, it was taking a concubine on the mountain. A talented young direct cultivator asked softly, "Are those Dolly cultivators not going to do anything about it?" Although he was able to stand here tonight, his seniority was low, so his position was at the back. He was the outstanding disciple of the woman in the cave realm who carried a sword. He carried a sword gifted by the ancestral hall. Because he was a sword cultivator, he was only in the third realm. He had almost exhausted all of his master's savings and tried his best to nourish his natal flying sword. Only then did he have a sword embryo. Now it was still weak. Therefore, when he saw the sword Immortal coming with the wind and thunder momentum, the young cultivator was both yearning and jealous. He wished that person would crash into the great protective formation of the Misty Mountain and be killed on the spot by the flying sword. Perhaps the long sword under the sword Immortal's feet would become his personal belonging. After all, he was the only sword cultivator in the Misty Mountain. The golden line at the end of the sky became clearer and clearer. The other party's sword broke through the sky with rolling thunder. The momentum was so great that it affected the spiritual chi of the mountains and rivers of the Misty Mountain. The 6 protective formation flying swords actually trembled slightly. The strict orbit of the stars in the sky actually began to become chaotic. Lu Yundai said softly, "If he's willing to stop outside the formation, it's fine. He's most likely not here to seek revenge." Everyone nodded in agreement. The old cultivator with the walking stick tried his best to open his eyes and look into the distance. He wanted to discern the other party's approximate cultivation level so that it would be easier to deal with him. However, he did not expect that the sword light was so dazzling that it made the eyes of a dignified sea-viewing realm cultivator ache. The old cultivator actually almost burst into tears. The old cultivator was so frightened that he quickly turned his head and did not want to be mistaken as a provocation by the sword Immortal. If the sword Immortal chose to kill him as a warning to others, he would die an unjust death. He hurriedly switched to the red wooden walking stick with both hands. He bent down and murmured with his head lowered, "How can there be such a sharp sword light in the world? It's already so dazzling from dozens of miles away. There's no doubt that it's an immortal magic treasure. Sect Master, why don't we open the door and welcome the guest? He's just a passing sword Immortal, but our Misty Mountain coincidentally activated the formation." The old cultivator, who was getting more and more timid, rambled on. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Those with poor hearing could not hear him at all. As a Dragon Gate realm cultivator and a leading figure of the country's cultivators, Lu Yundai clearly heard his martial uncle's attempt to curry favor with both sides. He laughed and said, "Martial Uncle Hong, the other party is coming for our Misty Mountain. There's no doubt about that." Martial Uncle Hong could not even look directly at the golden sword light, let alone young mountain master Lu Tingyou, the cave-dwelling realm woman and her proud disciples. In the end, only Lu Yundai could gaze at the sword light. Lu Yundai seemed to be reminding everyone, but more like he was talking to himself, "He's here." The radiant sword light that illuminated the rain became as bright as day, and the closer it got to Hazy Mountain, the faster it became. The unknown sword Immortal riding the sword clearly didn't care about a mountain protecting formation. Without the slightest hesitation, the sword light suddenly became brighter and brighter. At this moment, even Lu Yundai had to squint his eyes to avoid the dazzling sword light that exploded. The sword broke through Misty Mountain's protective mountain formation, which had both offensive and defensive capabilities. It was like a knife cutting through tofu. In a straight line, it crashed into the ancestral master hall at the peak of the mountain. The 6 protective flying swords that had contributed greatly to Misty Mountain were unable to stop it in time. Moreover, they seemed to be innately afraid of the sword Immortal's sword. They swayed and tottered. The most terrifying thing was that after the sword broke through the formation, the long golden line that stretched from the horizon to Misty Mountain still did not disappear. The length of the sword chi and the richness of the sword intent were simply shocking. The wind and rain were carried by one person and one sword. Strong winds blew on the peak of the mountain and spiritual chi boiled. Apart from the old immortal Lu Yundai of Dragon Gate, most of the people from Misty Mountain had their souls unstable and breathing difficult. Some of the cultivators with insufficient realms even staggered back, especially the young man who stood outside the ancestral master hall because of his talent as a sword cultivator. If his master had not secretly pulled on his sleeve, he would have fallen to the ground. At this moment, Misty Mountain was finally able to clearly see the honorable face of the uninvited guest. He was dressed in a green robe, had a slender figure, and was young. The person floated to the ground, and the sword under his feet swept into the scabbard on his back. It was done smoothly and smoothly. Qin Pingon held his hands in his sleeves and walked forward slowly. He glanced at the relatively calm Lu Yundai and the white-robed Lu Tingjio whose eyes were wandering. He smiled and said, "I visited Misty Mountain today to tell you one thing. I am the guardian of Zhou Xian of Beautiful Robes Country's Yanji County. Do you understand?" The old cultivator with the surname Hong, who held a walking stick, lived in seclusion. He had long accepted his fate and handed over all his authority. He only relied on his status as the sect master's martial uncle to enjoy his old age and did not care about worldly affairs. He quickly nodded. "Who cares if I understand or not? I'll pretend to understand first." The woman of Cave Abode realm who was proficient in the sword master's sword controlling technique felt her mouth and tongue dry. She was clearly timid. Her confidence and boldness of "what can a foreigner do to me" was now gone. The proud disciple behind her, who was also a sword cultivator like the visitor, did not even have the courage to face the enemy. Lu Yundai narrowed his eyes. He had some doubts in his heart, but he still had a smile on his face. "Senior Sword Immortal, what do you mean?" The two parties were less than 20 steps apart. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Misty Mountain is interesting. Those who don't understand pretend to understand, and those who understand pretend to not understand. It doesn't matter." After a slight pause, Qin Pingon looked past the crowd. "This is your ancestral hall, right?" Lu Yundai was still weighing the pros and cons in his heart, but his face was full of anger. "Senior, are you really going to be unreasonable? You didn't explain anything clearly and you want to use your power to oppress others?" Qin Pingon turned his head slightly. Lu Yundai's face could not deceive anyone. Qin Pingon was very familiar with Lu Yundai's fierce appearance and cowardly heart. It was true that he wanted to occupy the moral high ground first. What Lu Yundai really wanted to say but did not say out loud was that the current colorful clothes mountain was under Dali's jurisdiction. He wanted Lu Yundai to consider carefully. Now that more than half of the Aquarius continent was the Song clan's territory, how long could he be arrogant as a sword cultivator? Qin Pingon spoke to Lu Yundai in Dali's official language. "I am from Dali, so if your backer happens to be the Dali cavalry, it might not be useful. Of course, it's up to you to believe it or not. Moreover, my relationship with the Dali Imperial Court is actually quite ordinary." Lu Tingjio cursed in his heart. "With your hypocritical words, how can the bunch of fence-sitters on Mount Hazy be united against a common enemy and be united as a stronghold?" He, Lu Tingjio, was indeed a good-for-nothing when it came to cultivation. The rumors in the outside world were not false at all. In fact, his father could not do anything about it. However, his ambition was not to attain immortality on the mountain. It was too far out of his reach. Taking a step back, Lu Tingjio felt that he was more than qualified to be a mountain master who did not have to personally fight and kill. Qin Pingon's following words were very straightforward. In fact, to be precise, he had pushed open the door and entered to see Misty Mountain. "As Zhao Wan's path protector, I am visiting Misty Mountain this time. I will not talk nonsense with you. I only want to ask you and your father if one of you covets Zhao Wan's cultivation aptitude and the other covets the young lady's beauty in the future. You only need to say yes or no." Lu Yundai's face darkened. He hated this kind of straightforward style of doing things the most in his life. Lu Tingjio was about to say something to salvage some of Misty Mountain's reputation and reason. Unexpectedly, the green-robed swordsman laughed and said, "I'll remind you one last time. Your glib words and so-called reason are just you, Lu Yundai, being certain that Misty Mountain will treat Zhao Luan with respect and nurture her wholeheartedly without any improper thoughts. If she is really unwilling to go up the mountain, we will not force her, nor will we use Wu Shuwen's family to threaten her. Furthermore, a fair lady is a good match for a gentleman. Since Lu Tingjio did not have any substantial offense to Zhao Luan, how can he be convicted? There is also Dali's rule that no one is allowed to provoke on the mountain without permission. Otherwise they will be held accountable. You are very free and can waste your time. I'm very busy. Therefore I will only ask you the question from before. Answer me yes or no. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand from his sleeve and rubbed his cheek. He said self-deprecatingly, "No, I cannot have this habit of fighting and nagging. Otherwise I will be no different from Ma Kuxuan in the past." Qin Pingon waited quietly for a moment. Nodding his head, Qin Pingon said, "Then I understand." Qin Pingon stretched out his hand. The sword Immortal in the scabbard on his back came out of the scabbard and was held in his hand. He casually swung his sword forward. The sword chi contained in the sword Immortal in his hand was not casual at all. The Misty Mountain's ancestral hall was split into two. However, it did not completely collapse. Those with a bit of experience in fighting did not dare to turn their heads. Only those young swordsmen of the Third Realm who were inexperienced on the mountain would stiffly turn their heads to see the result of that sword. Qin Pingon raised his arm and circled behind him, sheathing his sword. At this moment Lu Yundai seemed to have sensed something and wanted to take the risk to confirm it. Therefore one of his hands moved slightly in his sleeve. The peak of Misty Mountain shook loudly. However, it was not the magnificent ancestral hall that was in trouble. Instead it was the place where the green-clothed sword Immortal stood. The earth had shattered, but he was nowhere to be seen. The instant Lu Yundai wanted to move, Qin Pingon's other hand hidden in his sleeve had already taken out a mind talisman. 20 steps away. You hazy mountain cultivators are all quite bold, swaggering so boldly, getting so close to a pure martial artist who fights with distant roaming martial scholars every day, almost risking his life? Is the physique of a Dragon Gate cultivator so indestructible? There was a loud bang. Qin Pingon was already standing near Lu Yundai's previous position. As for the sect master of Misty Mountain and the leader of the Immortals of the Tsai Empire, he had already been sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices as he fell hundreds of feet away. In Qin Pingon's line of sight, everyone, including the old cultivator with the surname Hong and Lu Tingjio, began to retreat. Qin Pingon patted the blade's strengthening gourd. Flying swords number 1 and number 15, which were already eager to take action, flew out one after another. 2 streaks of fireflies streaked across the sky and nailed themselves into Lu Yundai's palms, causing him to wail. From Qin Pingon's point of view, this Dragon Gate cultivator must have been used to a smooth-sailing life in the Tsai Empire. It had been too long since he had suffered, so he could not withstand the pain of such minor injuries. Was that why he was similar to Pei Qian? Qin Pingon looked at Lu Tingjio and asked, "You are also one of the main characters, so tell me." Lu Tingjio said uneasily, "Since Senior Sword Immortal is Zhao Luan's Dao protector, we MT hazy cultivators, no matter who we are, will definitely take a detour when we see Zhao Luan in the future." Qin Pingon said with a smile, "You must be feeling indignant now, thinking that you still have a trump card that you have not used. It's fine, I will wait for you in the Tsai Empire's Yanji County for a few days. Either send someone or send a letter. Give me a sincere answer or I will have to make a trip back to MT Hazy." Qin Pingon glanced at the ancestral hall that could still be repaired. His eyes were deep, so much so that the sword Immortal sword on his back was vibrating happily in its scabbard. It was like 2 dragon roars were echoing each other. Golden light constantly overflowed from the scabbard, and sword chi flowed like water. This scene was extremely strange, but it was naturally even more shocking. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He said slowly, "Don't delay my cultivation." Qin Pingon turned around and took a step forward. His figure swept out of the mountain peak like a wisp of green smoke. He descended and unsheathed his sword Immortal sword. Then he suddenly soared into the sky. In the eyes of the MT Hazy cultivators, the sword Immortal sword had used some unknown method to shatter the offensive flying swords of the mountain's protective array formation. He was in an extremely sorry state. The unfamiliar green-robed man who had broken through empty hazy array formation with a single sword had arrived on his sword and returned on his sword. The sword Immortal sword was already gone, but there were still wisps of bone-piercing sword chi lingering around the mountain peak outside the ancestral hall. The young cultivator of the third realm sat on the ground, sweating profusely. The woman of the cave-dwelling realm hurriedly helped him up. Her face was still filled with panic, but she still comforted this proud disciple who had high hopes for her. She lowered her voice and said, "Don't hurt your sword heart. Don't let your mind be in chaos. Quickly calm that natal flying sword. Otherwise you will have bumps and bruises on your great Dao in the future. But if you can suppress that panic and trembling, it will be a good thing. Although I am not a sword cultivator, I heard that sword cultivators subduing inner demons is a method to sharpen their natal flying sword. Since ancient times, there has been a saying of sharpening one's sword by the lake of one's heart." The disciple's eyes were in a daze. Fortunately, he was reminded by his master, so he was not muddle-headed. He did not even care about the phenomenon in his natal aperture that was nourishing his natal flying sword. The young sword cultivator hurriedly recited the incantation of the empty hazy's ancestral hall's direct disciple. He circulated his spiritual chi and tried his best to calm his mind. No one cared about this pair of master and disciple anymore. This was because everyone had gathered around sect master Lu Yundai. Lu Yundai's face was as pale as a sheet of gold, but his foundation was not damaged. He would be able to recover to his peak after a few years of careful recuperation. This was the silver lining of misfortune. If he had fallen back to the sea-viewing realm after just ascending to the Dragon Gate realm, coupled with the ancestral hall being split into two, MT Hazy would have been scared out of its wits. Lu Yundai waved his hand and said, "All of you go back first. As for today's disturbance, we will discuss it tomorrow in the ancestral hall, in my misty estate." Everyone retreated, each with their own thoughts. LV Tingio accompanied his father to the ancestral hall. Someone still had to close the mountain protecting array. Otherwise it would cost a small sum of money for every incense stick. On the road there was a line that was as wide as a finger. It extended out and then divided the MT Hazy's ancestral hall into two. Lu Yundai stopped outside the ancestral hall's door and asked, "Did you see anything?" LV Tingio shook his head. Lu Yundai's tone was flat. With such a heavy sword chi, how did he manage to leave such a neat sword mark with a casual strike? Generally speaking, he is undoubtedly a genuine sword immortal, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. Facts have proven that this person is indeed not a golden core sword immortal, but a cultivator who does not follow common sense. His skill is that of a martial arts grandmaster, but his aura is that of a sword cultivator. As for his specific background, it is hard to say at the moment, but it is enough to deal with MT Hazy, which only acts tyrannically in Tsai Kingdom. Tingio, since you were the one who successfully roped in General Ma of Dali, you now have two choices. Ma Tingio smiled bitterly. "Father, please speak clearly." Lu Yundai covered his chest and coughed incessantly. He waved his hand, indicating that his son did not need to worry. He slowly said, "In fact, it's all a gamble. First, bet on the best outcome. The backer is General Ma, one of the surnames of the Pillar Nation of Dali. If he is willing to accept the money, he will be willing to do the job and stand up for MT Hazy. According to our way of thinking, act decisively and use the word rules to quickly kill that young man. At that time Wu Shuan's death will be nothing. Zhao Luan will be your woman, and MT Hazy will have another junior who has the potential to become a golden core earth immortal. If you do this, you will go down the mountain with Hong to find General Ma right now. 2. We'll bet on the worst outcome. If we provoke someone we shouldn't and can't afford to provoke, we'll admit defeat and quickly send people to Yanji County. We'll make them admit their mistakes and pay what they should pay. Don't hesitate. Being indecisive and hesitant is the biggest taboo." Lu Tingio's expression was bitter. "Father, shouldn't you make the decision when it comes to the survival of the sect and the continuity of our Lu family's ancestral hall?" Lu Yundai shook his head. "I can't see the situation clearly now. Just like when you were rejected by me, you could only rely on MT Hazy to bet on Dali's generals. In the end, the entire MT Hazy was wrong. Only you were right. I feel that in this chaotic world no one's realm is higher than yours. Therefore I am willing to believe in your intuition once more. If you bet, you lose everything. If you bet big, you win big. If you lose, your continuity will be cut off. If you win, you can be considered a true friend of General Ma. As for the past, you were just borrowing his power and he was giving you charity. Perhaps in the future, you can even take the opportunity to cling on to the surname of the Pillar Nation. Lu Tingjio said softly, what if that person is really from Dali? Lu Yundai sneered. So what if he is from our side? Our Shishu Hong is loyal and devoted to MT Hazy and my Ma family? Our Dali, Yuan and Chao surnames of the Pillar Nations are amiable? That General Ma doesn't have any competitors in the army that he dislikes? Killing an unruly sword immortal, to establish his might. Even if General Ma has a firm foothold in the beautiful Robes Nation and stands out from the other regents of similar ranks, isn't it still a gamble? Lu Tingjio asked tentatively. From father's tone, you are leaning towards the first option. Lu Yundai sighed. Apart from his son's mediocre aptitude and hopelessness in cultivation, his other weakness was that he was too cunning and too smart. Most of the time this was a good thing. However, at certain moments it was hard to say. He could forge ahead and assess the situation. However, when a person was smart, they were often afraid of death and responsibility. The reason why Lu Yundai had held back his anger and risked his life to break through to the Dragon Gate realm was because he was worried that Lu Tingjio would not be able to convince the masses in the future. The Lu family's power in MT Hazy had fallen. For example, the woman who had a sword cultivator disciple, or Shishu Hong who suddenly had an interest in power. Many of the new consecrated guests were not easy to deal with. Otherwise, there would have been 7 or 8 more people outside the ancestral hall. Lu Yundai suddenly spat out a mouthful of congested blood. It looked scary, but it was actually a good thing. His mind seemed to have opened up a little, and the qi in his body was no longer stagnant. Lu Yundai's eyes suddenly widened. He rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked over with rapt attention. He saw a pocket-sized flying sword hovering not far from the bottom of the cliff and a talisman that was about to burn out. Lu Yundai stamped his foot and finally began to panic. It was very likely a child mother echo talisman. Even if it wasn't, there were thousands of talisman in the world. Most of them were talisman papers with similar effects. That bastard was truly sinister. As expected, the sword beam broke through the rain outside the mountain river array formation and arrived. The old man with a walking stick who had just returned to his residence stood motionless in his original spot as a sign of respect. The woman at the cave abode realm managed to stabilize her disciple's mind with great difficulty. In the end, when the thunder and sword beam returned to MT Hazy, she discovered that her young disciple's breathing was chaotic. His expression was even uglier than the sect master who had suffered a punch and 2 flying swords. The woman gritted her teeth and pressed down on her sword. She rushed back to the mountain peak thinking of fighting that person to the death. If this disciple damaged the foundation of his great Tao, his sword heart would be covered in dust and he would no longer have a future. Would she really have to be Ma Tingjio's bed-warming concubine in the future? At the peak of MT Hazy, the azure-clothed youth once again landed on the mountain peak. After patting the blade's strengthening gourd, the flying sword Chu-yi that was secretly hiding outside the cliff rushed back into the gourd. This time the sword was too lazy to return to its scabbard. It slowly rose and finally hovered beside Qin Pingon. Just as it was about to reach out and grab it, the sword tip pointed straight at Lu Yundai in front of the ancestral master hall. Qin Pingon smiled and said, General Ma, right? Aren't you going to pay a visit with me and your father? His sleeves were fluttering. His words were pleasant, but his aura was not light at all. Especially the sword tip. Golden sword qi condensed into a water droplet. It dripped onto the ground and rapidly spread with a dazzling halo. For some reason, Lu Tingjio recalled the words "Don't delay my cultivation." His legs went limp. Lu Yundai cupped his fists and bowed to the ground. Senior Sword Immortal, we admit defeat and are sincerely convinced. If Senior does not believe me, I, Lu Yundai, can go to the Ancestral Master Hall and use 3 drops of my heart's blood to light 3 incense sticks. I will swear to the heavens in the name of my ancestors. Qin Pingon was silent for a moment before he finally said, But you still need an Ancestral Master Hall to burn incense, right? This was the first time Lu Yundai felt such fear ever since he ascended to the Middle 5 realms. The Ancestral Master Hall was never a dispensable existence. It was half the life of all the immortal abodes on the mountain. Lu Tingjio's expression kept changing. He wanted to break out of this hopeless situation. Qin Pingon suddenly stared at Lu Yundai and asked, "Between Ma Tingio's life and the survival of MT Hazy's ancestral master Hull, which will you choose?" Lu Tingio was burning with anxiety. He knelt on the ground, his face covered in tears. He begged for mercy. "Father, this is a vicious plan to sow discord. Don't listen to it so easily." Lu Yundai and Qin Pingon looked at each other. They did not look at their son and slowly raised their hands. With such an obvious action, it was naturally not a desperate move to shed all pretense of cordiality with that sword immortal. Lu Tingio's heart trembled. He did a somersault and frantically rushed backward, trying his best to escape. The reed flower Daoist robe on his body helped him a lot. His speed was not inferior to a sea-viewing cultivator. Even if the chances of escaping alive were extremely slim, Ma Tingio could not just wait for death. Moreover, he would be beaten to death by his father outside the ancestral master hall. How could he not know his father's ambitious and ruthless nature? He would really kill him to turn a big problem into a small one. At the very least, he would use this to tide over the current crisis. Moreover, Ma Tingio had a sliver of hope in his heart. As long as he escaped from the sword immortal's sight, then his father might lose the opportunity to make a move. At that time, it would be his vicious and merciless father's turn to settle the score with the sword immortal. Qin Pingon glanced at Lu Tingio, whose aura had already been locked onto by Lu Yundai from afar. He said expressionlessly, "Lu Yundai, go burn incense in the ancestral master hall and let this matter pass. People who cultivate the Tao still have to talk about repaying one's blessings. You should pay more attention to the matter at hand." Lu Yundai hurriedly withdrew his hand, turned around and walked towards the ancestral master hall in large strides. He suppressed the sorrow in his heart and removed the mountain and river array. Facing the memorial tablets and hanging portraits, he dripped 3 drops of his heart's blood and silently lit 3 secret incense sticks. Using the immortal secret technique that was rumored to be able to ascend to the heavens and descend to the underworld, he acted according to the agreement and offered sacrifices to his ancestors. With the incense sticks in his hand, he loudly swore a venomous oath. When the cave-dwelling realm woman arrived at the mountain peak, she happened to hear the oath from the ancestral master hall of Misty Mountain. In her eyes she saw the green-robed sword immortal with a jade hairpin on his head and a gourd on his waist. The mountain rain fell, blowing the young man's hair and sleeves endlessly. That person flew backwards and lightly stepped on the sword immortal that followed him like a shadow. A wisp of golden light drew a large circle in the sky above Misty Mountain and headed south. It was as if the ancient immortal had drawn a large circle in the mortal world with a brush. Not only this woman whose mind was swaying, but almost all the cultivators of Misty Mountain had similar thoughts in their minds. They were incessantly agitated. The bearing of a sword immortal was unparalleled. But in the distance, a person and a sword rapidly broke through the entire curtain of rain and the thick sea of clouds. Suddenly, the world was illuminated as the sun hung high in the sky. Qin Pingon changed from a standing posture to a strange sitting posture that was slightly suspended in the air. He was connected to the sword immortal's aura, so he was able to sit stably. However, it was definitely not the kind of telepathic connection that sword cultivators had with swords. It was the legendary realm where sword immortals seemed to be connected to the grotto heavens. It was a new fist stance in the mountain shaking manual. It was called Corpse Stance. This was because it was recorded in the fist manual that the ancient gods entrenched themselves in the heavenly courts like corpses. Qin Pingon was able to travel on his sword because he was standing on a sword immortal. He had to endure the pain of the astral winds. Apart from his abnormally tough physique, it was also thanks to this sitting stance that was as immovable as a mountain. Cui Qing once said that the fist stance was dead and was not considered brilliant. It depended on the state of mind of the person practicing the fist stance, whether they could produce boldness and aura. An ordinary rudimentary fist stance could also lead one to the end of the martial Tao. Under the illumination of the sun, the green-robed swordsman sat on the sword immortal. Man and sword, sword and heart clear and bright. For 70. At dawn at the city gate of Yanji County in Psai Kingdom, a group of wandering Jianghu heroes were waiting for the gate to open. Among them, a famous Jianghu figure of Shui Kingdom was sitting high on his horse. He was rubbing a piece of white jade handle in his palm. He had nothing to do, so he looked around and saw a travel-worn young wanderer coming from afar. He looked tired, but his eyes were not cloudy. The old man thought that the young man should be a martial artist, but judging from the depth of his steps, his skill should not be too high. The old man continued to look around. He saw some women and young girls, but unfortunately most of them were village women. Their skin was dry and their looks were average. He was a little disappointed. He hoped that after entering the city, the women of Yanji County would not all be like this. The young man in green looked at the crowd outside the city gate and walked to a breakfast stall. There were no more chairs to sit on, so he asked the stall owner for some white sugar cakes and a bowl of porridge. After receiving the pastries and porridge, the stall owner wanted to remind him to return the bowl and chopsticks. However, when he saw the long sword on the customer's back, he swallowed his words. People of Jianghu should be polite. After the young wanderer paid the bill, he squatted by the roadside and ate the pastries and porridge. He ate and drank very slowly. When the young man with the sword returned the bowl and chopsticks to the stall owner, the city gate had already opened. He stood by the roadside and waited. The old man put away the beautiful jade handle in his hand and could not help but glance at the young wanderer. He smiled knowingly. When he was his age, he was no longer in such dire straits. Qin Pingon ignored the old man's scrutinizing gaze and followed the crowd into the city after handing in the pass. It was not that Qin Pingon did not want to return to the house on his sword, but that he was really exhausted. After going back and forth from Yanji County to Hazy Mountain, if he continued, he would not be practicing the corpse boxing stance anymore. He would be a corpse falling from the sky. Although the stance could benefit the soul as long as he could sit still, the benefits to the soul would come at the expense of his body and vitality. Overdoing it would be as bad as not doing enough. However, it was indeed a good idea to travel on the sword in the future in a corpse boxing stance. Although it was possible to do so in the Aquarius continent, it might not work in the North continent where swordsmen were as common as clouds. After all, over there, anyone who disliked someone could come up with such a ridiculous reason and cause both parties to fight until their brains splattered everywhere. Qin Pingon did not go directly to the old fisherman's house. Instead, he went to the city god pavilion. However, after asking, he found out that the city god lord had changed. It was not the golden city god lord Qin Pingon sighed. This could not be considered as the imperial court of the colorful robes nation burning the bridge after crossing the river. Yanji County was an important place of the nation. After Qin Pingon's golden body died, a new city god was needed to inherit the deity position and be responsible for supervising the county's mountains and rivers. Qin Pingon did not enter. Instead, he followed a path that he had taken in the past and came to a secluded local temple. The temple was too small and there was no temple attendant. Even if he came here to burn incense and pray, he would bring his own incense. It was here that he bid farewell to Yanji County's golden city god, Shenwen. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and then stepped over the threshold. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he took out 3 incense sticks. The fragrance was fresh and clean. It was a genuine product from the mountains. Not only could it be used to drive away mosquitoes, it could also be used to ward off evil spirits in the marketplace. Back then, on the way to the lion's garden, the person who gave them the incense caught up with them and passed them a bamboo incense tube. After checking, he found that there were a total of 24 precious incense sticks. When he went down the mountain this time, he left most of the incense sticks in Luopa Mountain, but he only brought 3 incense sticks with him in case of emergency. He did not expect to use them now. Offering incense was a taboo among the gods. However, in places like the city god pavilion and Wenwu Temple, there was no harm in offering incense. Qin Pingon gently twisted the incense stick. It burned without a fire. Qin Pingon stood still. He raised the incense stick above his head and said in his heart. Finally, he inserted the 3 incense sticks into a bronze cauldron. He closed his eyes for a moment and turned to leave. When he returned to the house in the small alley, Qin Pingon knocked on the door again. This time it was not Zhou Xian who opened the door. It was Zhao Luan. When she saw Qin Pingon, the little girl's eyes were dim. Mr. Fisherman Wu Xuan and Zhao Xian stood by the projector wall in the courtyard. Qin Pingon had been with Pei Qian and the little girl in pink for a long time. He wanted to rub their heads and deal with it. However, he suddenly remembered that Luan was still a young girl. He could only smile and say, "It's okay. The cultivators from Misty Mountain are reasonable." Wan, from now on you can follow me and cultivate." Zhou Xian secretly clenched his fist to express his congratulations. As expected, Mr. Qin, who taught him fist techniques, was omnipotent. Although Wu Xuan had a lot of questions, he could not ask them in front of the two children. He only smiled and nodded at Qin Pingan. Then they walked back to the hall in the backyard. However, this time, Zhao Xuxia and Zhao Wan still drank tea to nourish their souls. On the other hand, Qin Pingan took out 2 pots of woody wine and gave one to the fisherman. Wu Xuan said regretfully, "It's a pity that Wan and Xuxia are still too young. They can't drink." Wu Xuan only took a sip and could not bear to drink more. He smiled and said, "I'll keep it for now. When the 2 children are older and drinking becomes normal, I'll take it out." Qin Pingan quickly took out another pot of woody wine. He stood up and placed it in front of Wu Xuan. He said helplessly, "Mr. Wu's ability to cheat wine is not small. Just drink, I have more." Wu Xuan did not hold back at all. He drank Qin Pingan's wine and did not show any mercy. "Child Qin, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Qin Pingan smiled and raised his wine pot. Wu Xuan did the same. They clinked their cups and drank. Qin Pingan did not plan to talk about the journey to Misty Mountain in detail. He looked at Mr. Fisherman, who was in a good mood, and said softly, "Mr. Wu, the matter of Misty Mountain has been completely resolved. If you are still worried, you can travel to other countries. It's not bad. After all, it's time for Xianxia and Wan to broaden their horizons and see more of the world. Even if it's to accumulate some Jianghu experience, it's still a good thing." Wu Xuan nodded and said, "Okay." Qin Pingan sipped his wine with a smile on his face. He chatted with Wu Xuan and asked about the situation of the Jianghu in Colorful Clothes Kingdom and Comb Kingdom. Occasionally, he would look at the young man who seemed to be envious of the pure wine and the young lady who stole glances at him from time to time. Qin Pingan's state of mind returned to peace. It was as if he had returned from 2 ends of a ruler to the middle. Actually, Zhao Xuxia was very familiar with the matter of drinking tea in the room for the first time. He was not reserved at all and was obviously used to drinking it. This was what Qin Pingan admired the most about Wu Xuan. Zhao Wan had the aptitude for cultivation. This was already a world of difference from Zhao Xuxia. Moreover, Zhao Wan was very talented in cultivation. This meant that according to common sense, the Zhao Wan who needed Zhao Xuxia's protection in the past would not even need a few years to make Zhao Xuxia, who only knew how to practice martial arts, disappear on the path of cultivation. Of course, Wu Xuan was aware of this point. However, this kind of immortal tea that cost immortal money was still drunk by Zhao Wan. Zhao Xuxia also drank it. There was no difference in status. He was not cultivating the siblings as disciples. He was clearly raising them as his own children. To put it bluntly, many parents in sects might not be so unbiased towards their own children. Qin Pingan felt that this old Confucian, who did not have a high cultivation, was a true gentleman. It was precisely because of this that he did not dare to give more wine. He had already thought of some things to do, but he had to think about it again and again. For example, should he give Zhao Wan immortal money on the path of cultivation? How should he give it? How much should he give? Would Mr. Wu accept it? How could he accept it? Even if he accepted it, how could he let Mr. Wu feel at ease? After going around in circles, Qin Pingan felt that it was indeed as Ma Duyi said. He was not straightforward in doing things. However, he could not change it in a short time. Qin Pingan suddenly said apologetically, "Mr. Wu, I have something to tell you. I may teach Xuxiao a few more stances today. At the latest, I will leave for Shu Shui country before the night ban. I will be in a hurry. Therefore, even if you plan to travel to Shu Shui country first, we will not be able to travel together." Wu Xuan nodded. On the path of cultivation, one should not be delayed by worldly affairs. This is not a derogatory statement. It is the truth. Qin Pingan stood up. As he rolled up his sleeves, he said to Zhao Xuxiao, "Let's go to the courtyard. I will teach you a qi cultivation formula, a stance and a stance. Just these 3 things. Don't think it's too little." Wu Xuan wanted to avoid suspicion. After all, regardless of whether it was the fist technique or the cultivation formula, even between fellow disciples, one should not casually listen to it. He wanted to pull Zhao Wan away, but the usually obedient and sensible girl was unwilling to leave. The old man was a little confused. Qin Pingan also noticed the situation in the room. He hesitated and smiled. It's okay. There is no harm in listening. However, allow me to say one more thing. Do not leak it out. Only the four of us are allowed to know. Wuxia sighed, shook his head and left alone. Zhou Xian rested her chin on her hands and sat on the side of the door. She said softly, Mr. Qin, just tell my brother the formula. I won't eavesdrop. I will just watch you guys practice. Qin Pingon was indeed worried that the formula for the 18 halting sword aura would clash with the secret method that Zhou Xian was currently practicing. Therefore he used the method of a martial artist and told Zhou Xian the formula. He repeated it 3 times until Zhou Xian nodded and said that he had memorized it. Only then did Qin Pingon begin to teach the youth a sword furnace stance, a new stance that was mixed with the big dragon of autumn school, a new stance that was mixed with the vermilion ape shape and the 6-step stance. These were the fundamentals of martial arts. No matter how hard he practiced, it would not be excessive. He believed that with Mr. Wu watching, Zhou Xian would not harm his body. Not only did Qin Pingon personally practice the stance and boxing stance, but he also explained to Zhou Xian patiently and meticulously. He took them apart step by step, explained clearly sentence by sentence and then put them together again. He explained clearly the purpose and outline of the boxing stance and boxing stance. Finally, he talked about the various mysteries and subtle meanings that extended out. If there was something that Zhou Xian did not understand, for example, he would repeatedly explain the current steps while rubbing his hands together. Zhou Xian was naturally not stupid. He was much better than Xingyi. Xingyi was a blockhead. Even someone who could make Qin Pingon so patient could not help but scratch his head. He wished that he could learn from the bamboo house elder's method of punching. Don't understand? 1 or 2 enlightenment points. Not enough. Then 2 punches. Zhou Xian rested her chin on her hands and looked at the 2 people in the courtyard. Her mouth was full of smiles. In fact, on the path of cultivation, whether it was her brother Zhou Xian or her master, they would all have a lot of troubles. For example, she would be afraid of being looked at by many people. He was actually very timid. For example, when her brother saw those cultivators of the same age as him, he would be envious and disappointed. He did not hide it well. Her master would often be alone in a daze. He would worry about his daily necessities and would frown because of family affairs. Zhou Xian felt that she was no longer a little girl who did not know anything. In the courtyard, Mr. Qin, who looked more like a scholar than before, was still teaching her brother fist techniques with his sleeves rolled up. In her mind, when he walked or struck a fist stance, it was no less impressive than when he was riding a sword on a long journey. However, after reuniting with Mr. Qin, he obviously still treated her like a child. She was very happy but also a little unhappy. Zhou Xian cooked for lunch. Qin Pingon also helped. Master told Mr. Qin that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. However, he ate a lot of food and drank a lot of wine. He drank until his face was red. In the afternoon, Mr. Qin still patiently practiced with her brother and demonstrated it over and over again. When it was close to dusk, Qin Pingon looked at the sky and smiled at Zhou Xian. Okay, that's it. Remember, you can't neglect the 6-step stance. Try to do it until you reach 500,000 punches. Follow the method I taught you. Before you punch, assume the stance. If you feel that it's not meaningful or even slightly wrong, don't punch the stance. Then, when you're tired from the stance, use the formula I taught you to practice the sword furnace stance. We're both stupid, so we'll just use the stupid method to practice. One day, at a certain moment, you'll have a flash of inspiration. Even if that day comes late, there's no need to rush. Qin Pingon gently smoothed down his sleeves and patted Zhou Xiao's shoulder. All right, that's all for now. Zhou Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhou Xian had already stood up. Qin Pingon said, I'm going to talk to Mr. Wu about something and then I'll leave. Qin Pingon found Wu Xian practicing calligraphy in the house. He sighed and decided to tell him the truth. At the end of the day, the script he had prepared was useless. Mr. Wu Luan is your disciple. Logically speaking, I shouldn't tell her what to do. However, Luan is now at a crucial point in her cultivation. It's a good thing for her to reach the cave-dwelling realm as soon as possible. So I've prepared a sum of money. Wu Xian smiled and said nothing. Qin Pingon had to bite the bullet and said, I also have a few talisman pieces as a parting gift. Of course, there's also a copy of the swordsmanship manual, and a magic sword I bought from a celestial shop. It's called Chu Huang. Of course, it's an imitation and it's not of high quality. I'll give it to Zhou Xian for self-defense. Regarding Zhao Xuxia's sword practice, I hope Mr. Wu can help me check it out. When Zhao Xuxia's fist practice reaches a certain level, I'll give him the swordsmanship manual and Chu Huang's imitation sword. To tell you the truth, if Mr. Wu agrees, I'd like to take Zhao Xuxia as my unofficial disciple. In the future, if we're fated and Zhao Xuxia is willing, Mr. Wu won't object, we'll officially become master and disciple. Wu Xuan gestured for Qin Pingon to sit down. When Qin Pingon sat down, he smiled and said, "Why? Are you worried that I'll be embarrassed? Then you've underestimated the importance of Zhao Xuxia and Luan Luan in my heart." Wu Xuan sighed and said, "Zhao Xuxia is fine. I don't have to do much. In fact, I can't do much. So, if you're willing to take him as your unofficial disciple and wait for a few years before deciding whether to take him as your official disciple, of course, it's Zhao Xuxia's great fortune. I don't have any objections. But to be honest, leading Luan Luan in cultivation, I'm really strapped for cash. How can a hero be without a penny? This is the truth. I'm not asking for credit or complaining to you. Over the years, in order not to delay Luan Luan's cultivation, I've borrowed money from my friends on the mountain more than a few times." The old man sighed and then laughed and said, "Now that you've exposed your family's dirty linen and said these things, can you rest assured and give us immortal money? There's no harm in giving more. My old bones don't have the ability to fight to the death with people, but it's not difficult to carry some immortal money." Qin Pingon took out the manuscript Swordsmanship Classics, a yellow sword and 3 golden talisman. Then he took out a handful of immortal money and gently placed it on the desk. At first, Wu Xuan stroked his beard and smiled. When he saw the immortal money, he was silent for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you running a bank on the mountain? The small summer money is fine, but why are there 3 grains of grain rain money?" Qin Pingon was stunned and said, "This is too little? Do you really want me to sell everything I have?" Wu Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Qin Pingon to be so shameless. The old man picked out the 3 grains of grain rain money and said firmly, "Take it back. There's no need for this. In the future, when Luan Luan reaches the cave realm, I won't stop you if you give her more. Not now." Qin Pingon didn't insist. Qin Pingon put away the 3 grains of grain rain money, which was originally his trump card, and said goodbye with a fist salute. "Mr. Wu, you don't have to send me off." Wu Xuan stood up and said, "Then just send me to the door. This is a courtesy." When they left the house and came to the courtyard, Zhao Luan had already taken Qin Pingon's bamboo hat. Zhao Xuxia smiled and said, "Luan Luan and I will send Mr. Qin to the city gate." Qin Pingon took the hat and shook his head. "No, I plan to hurry." Zhao Xuxia scratched his head. Zhao Luan said timidly, "Then send me to the door." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Wu Xuan walked back into the house and looked at the items and divine coins on the table. He smiled and shook his head, thinking that it was unbelievable. However, when the old man saw the 3 golden talisman papers, he understood. He was still the same person, but he had become a young man from a teenager. Wu Xuan stroked his beard and smiled. "Thanks to Luan Luan, I've finally seen more than 1 grain rain money in my life." Outside the house, Qin Pingon put on the bamboo hat and prepared to leave on his sword. He was going to the Jianshui mountain villa in Shushui Nation, where he still needed to eat hot pot. Zhao Xuxia was still okay. He didn't seem too sad about parting. He kept chatting with Qin Pingon. The little girl didn't say a word. Zhao Xuxia suddenly remembered something and said that he would go back first, and let Luan Luan say goodbye to Mr. Qin. Qin Pingon couldn't help but laugh. "Did you use your cleverness in the wrong place?" Zhao Luan lowered her head. It was as if there was no need to say goodbye if she didn't speak. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still patted the little girl's head gently and called her Luan Luan. Zhao Luan looked up, blushing slightly. Qin Pingon wasn't stupid. The way the little girl looked at him was different. Sometimes the word like was written in the eyes even if it wasn't said. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and said softly, "Luan Luan, let me tell you something. Just treat it as a small promise between us, okay?" Zhao Luan was a little flustered, but she was also looking forward to it. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You like me, right?" Zhao Luan's face turned red. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I like you too, but it's different because I already have a girl in my heart. But for now you can still like me. I don't think it's wrong." Just like the Qin pin gone in your heart, Mr. Qin. But I hope that in the future when you grow up a little, maybe in 3 years, 5 years, or even longer, 10 years, maybe you will meet a good boy or young man. At that time, don't be afraid. After thinking about it seriously, if you find that you really like him, don't miss him, okay? Zhao Wan blinked. Qin Pingon smiled and said, okay, I'll take it that you agree if you don't say anything. Qin Pingon adjusted his bamboo hat and said, let's go. The sword Immortal unsheathed and flew away on his sword. Zhao Wan looked up. A head quietly poked out from the door. But the boy didn't know that there was someone standing behind him. And it was obvious that this person was more experienced than him. The old monk had already turned around. Zhao Wan turned around and saw her master's back in Zhou Xia's head. Zhao Wan lowered her head and covered her face with her hands as she ran into the house. Zhou Xia ran after Zhao Wan and said, Wan, I didn't hear a single word. Or I'll take your surname. A voice came from the front. Master is the one who didn't see or hear anything. As a Confucian disciple, he should see and hear nothing indecent. But Xia, that's not necessarily the case. Master saw it with his own eyes. He stuck his butt out and listened for a long time. Zhao Xu stopped abruptly and started running towards the main entrance without hesitation. Wan would always fly into a rage out of humiliation, and he couldn't fight back. Above the sea of clouds, Qin Pingon wiped the sweat off his forehead. He felt more tired than running through Hazy Mountain twice. Zhou Xian was really asking for a beating. What was the point of wearing a bamboo hat? But after complaining, Qin Pingon sat on the sword Immortal and smiled knowingly. In the end, he still treated Luan as a little girl. Liking someone was like a gluttonous child who liked a stick of candied hawthorn or a piece of cake. Liking someone wasn't a true liking, but it wasn't a true love between a man and a woman. It was more about dependence, trust, and the joy and sorrow of that coincidence. What was wrong with being liked in such a clean and pure way? Even if she wasn't liked in the future, it was another kind of beauty for the little girl to have a man she truly liked. Qin Pingon said loudly, Go to higher places. The sword celestial beneath his feet quickly descended. On a small mountain road at the border between colorful clothes country and brushing water country, a man in a green robe walked slowly. He carried a big bamboo box on his back and held a rough mountain walking stick that he had casually chopped out. He had already walked for more than 100 miles on the mountain road. Finally, he walked into a dilapidated ancient temple in the night. It was full of cobwebs. The statues of the 4 heavenly kings of Buddhism were still the same as before. They fell to the ground and gusts of wind blew into the ancient temple from time to time. The young man made a bonfire, then closed his eyes and dozed off. He seemed to be worried that the spirits and ghosts in the book would appear. He wanted to sleep, but he didn't dare to. After about midnight, there was the sound of laughter and chatter of orioles and swallows. It came closer from afar. He was like a scholar in a green robe who was traveling with a book. He lowered his head and the corners of his mouth curled up. When he raised his head and looked outside, he was already at a loss and surprised. The ancient temple occupied a large area. Therefore, the bonfire was not close to the gate. There were 3 graceful women in colorful dresses. There was a young girl with almond-shaped eyes and a round face. There was a tall woman in her 20s with her hair in a high bun. There was also a plump woman with fluffy hair and a smooth bun. They were playing and playing. Among them, the beautiful woman was particularly trembling. They laughed together and floated into the ancient temple. Then they saw the young man with his eyes wide open. They were a little timid and shyly stopped. They gathered together and slowed down. They pushed each other toward the bonfire and the scholar. The beautiful woman seemed to be braver. She squatted down and reached out to warm herself by the fire. She looked straight at the young man. The tall woman stood at the side and looked down coldly. She seemed to be sure that the young man was not a dangerous playboy. The girl with almond-shaped eyes was the most shy. She stood sideways and crossed her fingers. She lowered her head and stared at the embroidered shoes that exposed the hem of her skirt. The woman was suddenly stunned. Because the young scholar suddenly laughed. It seemed that he could not hold back the fake seriousness from before. The plump woman who had been squatting down actually took out an embroidered handkerchief from her snow-white breasts. She gently fanned herself and said in a soft voice, "Young master, are you hot? I suddenly feel that the clothes on my body are a little thick." Qin Pingon had been reaching out to the bonfire. He smiled and said, If you feel hot, do you still need to warm yourself by the fire? The woman was speechless. Then she rolled her eyes charmingly and laughed. Young master really knows how to joke. I think you must be a man who understands women's feelings. Qin Pingon laughed and said, then you can laugh a little longer. As a result, the charming and enchanting woman laughed for a while. Soon she could not laugh anymore. However, she was not willing to admit defeat. She licked the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, young master's appearance is very handsome. Your words are also pleasant to the eye. I wonder if they are useful. Qin Pingon still smiled and said, Auntie, you also know how to joke. The woman's smiling face stiffened. Qin Pingon, who had deliberately used this appearance to revisit his old home, sized up the three people again. In the end, he looked at the most timid girl and said with a smile, okay, I know your background. We've dealt with each other before. Of the three women, the plump woman was at a loss. She covered her breasts with an embroidered handkerchief. The tall woman frowned. The young girl turned a deaf ear. She was still embarrassed and embarrassed. Qin Pingon added a dry branch to the bonfire. He still looked at the girl wearing embroidered shoes with a smile. He really did not know if she had a bad memory or if she really liked to be clean. Whether it was her embroidered shoes or her skirt, she still walked on the mountain path without a trace of dust. He said slowly, you don't remember? Then I'll help you remember. About 7 years ago there were 4 foreigners sitting here with me. A bearded hero, a young Daoist priest, a refined scholar and a shabby youth. Later on we met again at the Sword Water Manor. The almond-eyed girl no longer turned to face Qin Pingon. She covered her mouth and laughed. How can I not remember? That time I suffered a great loss at the hands of you and that bastard old song. Now when I think of this tragic matter my little heart still hurts. You stinky men, you don't know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex. You killed my 2 pitiful maids just like that. If I'm not wrong, young master, you're that young man who was the most ruthless in destroying flowers back then, right? Oh my, you're really getting more and more handsome as you grow up. I wonder what you're here for this time? She put her hands behind her back and walked half a circle around the bonfire. From beginning to end she kept a certain distance from Qin Pingon. What? Could it be that young master is not as young and ignorant as before? Could it be that you're beginning to understand the taste of women? After tasting the women of the mortal world, you're a little tired of them and want to come here to try something new? You want to try out the skills of us ghostly beauties in bed? Qin Pingon waved his hand. I don't dare. I know that madam likes to eat stir-fried hearts and livers. It's best if it's a cultivator because it doesn't have an earthy taste. Qin Pingon glanced at the entrance of the ancient temple. It seems that after old Senior Song sacrificed his sword he killed many of your ghostly otherworldly items in one breath. Now you're no longer as powerful as before. The almond-eyed girl curled her lips. She stretched out an embroidered shoe and gently fiddled with the bonfire. Tell me, what do you want to do by luring us to show up this time? Qin Pingon asked. After the battle at the Sword Water Villa, the original 4 devils of the Comb Water country suffered heavy casualties. Some died, some ran away and... Forget it, let's not talk about this. I already knew this. However, I heard that in the beautiful Clothes country, there were soon new 4 devils of the Comb Water country. Some of them took advantage of the situation and rose to power? She squatted down and sighed. 2 of them died. They didn't have the life to enjoy life. They were casually killed by a cultivator from Dali called Secretary Wu. Fortunately, he listened to my advice. He did prosper, but I regretted it so much. A few years ago, during the turmoil and chaos of war, that fellow's business suddenly flourished, and he gathered a large group of vicious ghosts. His army was strong and his horses were strong, and he never provoked the great Li's barbarians. His days were so happy, and he even received a title from the imperial court that made me jealous. Not only did he no longer mention the title of 4 evils of Comb Water country, even I was almost kidnapped by that beast to be his mistress. In this world it's hard for a human to live and it's hard for a ghost to live. What kind of trouble is this? Qin Pingon had been staring at her, but in fact he was also looking at the 2 female ghosts out of the corner of his eyes. She, who looked like a young girl, was a ghost with a high cultivation in the Comb Water country. However, this was not important for Qin Pingon at the moment. The important thing was that when the old sword sage Song Yutian of the Comb Water country faced her, he found the old almanac and said, "You should abstain from fasting and seek wealth." Then the female ghost took out a small coin and Senior Song actually let her go. At first Qin Pingon really thought that it was because of the old almanac. The female ghost, who was famous in the Comb Water country, was lucky that night. Later, when he went to the restaurant in the town with Senior Song to eat hot pot, he chatted with him. It turned out that among the 4 devils of the Comb Water country, this female ghost had the most complicated life experience and style. She was the kind of ghost that could be killed without injustice, but not killing her was not necessarily a bad thing. Qin Pingon sighed and said, "Tell me, how many men in the world of the living have you killed over the years?" She rolled her eyes and said, "What do you mean by cruel? It's really unpleasant to hear. You and I are willing. They get the pleasure of men and women, and my sisters get the Xianxia. They don't have to become ghosts and never be reincarnated. Everyone is happy. Of course, if I really meet those guys who you cultivators don't care about and the government can't control, I don't mind cooking a few dishes of fried hearts and livers." Qin Pingon didn't say a word. He seemed to have remembered some old things. She put her hands behind her back and said, "I really didn't recognize you. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have recognized you even if I was beaten to death. Back then you looked quite a tanned young man. It's said that a woman changes 18 times before she grows up. Are you men the same?" Qin Pingon said as if he was joking, "Since you can't recognize me even if I beat you to death, I can consider not killing you." She glanced at the green robe on this guy and suddenly became angry. She turned her head and glared at the tall woman. "Don't think that I don't know that you're still fooling around with that poor scholar. Are you thinking that one day he'll help you escape the sea of suffering? Do you believe that I won't deliver you to that bastard tonight? He's now an upright mountain deity. A mountain deity taking a concubine. Even if it's not as glorious as marrying a wife, it's still not bad." When she said these words, the almond-eyed girl's eyes were pitch black and a baleful aura lingered around her body. A scarlet color slowly flowed on her pair of embroidered shoes, as if blood was flowing on the shoes. The tall female ghost looked terrified. With a thump, she knelt on the ground and trembled all over. The plump woman on the side had a face full of ridicule. Perhaps there was also a bit of jealousy in her ridicule. Qin Pingon glanced at the temple door and waved to the 3 female ghosts. "You can leave." A moment later, the female ghost with the appearance of an almond-eyed girl frowned. She said to the 2 remaining maids beside her in a deep voice, "You can leave first. Go through the back door and directly return to the mansion." At this moment, a dense black wind mixed with specks of golden light rolled into the temple. A burly man with a bare upper body and 2 fangs exposed from the side of his mouth appeared. After he appeared, he took large strides forward and laughed loudly. "I don't think anyone can leave. I've been waiting for this day for many days. I'll catch you all in one fell swoop. You little girl, you're really hard to catch. I've sent people as bait several times, but you didn't take the bait. How come you can't bear it anymore and have the courage to run out of your nest? Do you really think that by picking a concubine with long legs, you can fill my stomach? Don't you know that I like women like you the most?" When the burly man with a height of 10 feet appeared, the ancient temple was suddenly filled with a pungent stench. The surroundings of the ancient temple were noisy. It was obvious that this mountain deity spirit was waiting for an opportunity to move and came prepared. Qin Pingon helplessly said, "This must be the mountain deity. Don't be in a hurry to deal with me. In any case, I can't run away. You can catch up with each other first. Betrothal gifts should be given and concubines should be given." The burly mountain monster, who was one of the 4 evil spirits of Comb Country in the past, now spent a lot of money and finally got the title of mountain deity, habitually drooled from the corner of his mouth. He really ignored this young man who looked like a cat warrior or a mediocre little cultivator. He turned his head to look at the short and slender girl with almond-shaped eyes and then waved his hand. The plump, beautiful woman immediately rushed to him and was hugged by him. The woman nestled in the forest of the mountain deity's chest and giggled. She didn't dare to look at her master's girl but stared fiercely at the tall female ghost whose face was full of astonishment. "Bitch who doesn't know her own fortune, why can you be taken as a concubine and dare to refuse such a good thing?" The mountain monster's laughter shook the sky. "After tonight you're all family. You're all sisters in bed. Don't hurt your feelings because of a few words. You and her each have your own advantages. Master will cherish you." He wiped his mouth and then casually wiped the woman's chest in his arms. Master will never treat the three of you like he treats the weak women at the foot of the mountain in the future. Besides, they really can't stand the torture. It's so hateful that they can't become ghosts even if they die. They are not as lucky as you. Otherwise you can have more sisters. Master's mountain deity temple will be very lively. In the end, he put away the embroidered handkerchief that he had given to the ghost woman. It was because of this that he was able to chase after the wind and block the cunning woman who had been coveting for a long time here. Otherwise, even if he managed to break into her mansion with great difficulty, the gains would not make up for the losses, and he might even lose both. It should be known that he was very ambitious now. He was aiming for the 5 mountain deities of the Combe country. Even if the country became a vassal state of the Song family of the Great Li, and the status of the 5 mountain deities would not be as high as before, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In the Combe country, let alone a rural woman and a few beautiful ghosts, even Granny He and the higher-ranked female water deity were nothing to him. It was just a matter of hooking a finger. Qin Pingon added a handful of firewood to the fire. Even if his movements were gentle, there was still some noise. The mountain deity was obviously not as rough and reckless as he looked. He stared at the strange traveling scholar at the first moment. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Sorry, you can continue." The new mountain deity of Combe country, who was born as a mountain monster, temporarily suppressed the strangeness and suspicion in his heart. He smiled at the almond-eyed girl and said, "Wei Wei, will you accept me? How about it? I won't treat you badly. You have the status. I guarantee that it will be the standard of a mountain deity's marriage. I'll marry you back to the mountain with 8 palanquins. As long as you ask, I'll even let the county city god clear the way and the land carry the palanquin for you." The female ghost named Wei Wei raised one of her legs high and shook her embroidered shoes. "Do you see how clean it is? Why don't you pee and look at yourself?" The mountain monster pushed the beautiful woman in his arms away and touched his crotch. He chuckled and said, "I like this temper of yours. I have no choice but to use the mountain deity's supernatural powers to snatch the bride and do the proper business first. In the future we'll make up for the marriage ceremony. Don't blame me, you're the one who asked for it. With this temper of yours, if I don't torture you properly in bed, how are we going to live in the future?" Wei Wei patted her chest. "Oh, you scared me." The tall female ghost standing beside her was in a dilemma. She took a step forward. "I'm willing to be your concubine. Can you let my master go?" Wei Wei's expression was displeased. With a wave of her sleeve, the female ghost was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Looking at the strength and posture, it seemed that she would break through the wall and escape. The burly mountain monster's mouth twitched. With a stomp of his foot, the mountains and rivers flowed rapidly. The tall female ghost crashed into the ground as though she had crashed into an iron wall. The colorful dress on her body fluttered along with the dust. Some of the ashes scattered. She curled up at the corner of the wall and stretched out her hand to cover a portion of her body. The mountain monster sneered, "Wei Wei, times are different now. Are you still unwilling to accept your fate? Do you really think that I'm still that big idiot that you can tease? Did you know that every time you teased me back then, I would give you a whip in my heart, you little b******? I will let you know what is called beating is affection and scolding is love." He stretched out his hand and a thick mercury-like nimble whip appeared in his hand. Among the whip, there was a golden thread that was as fine as a hair. However, it showed that he was now the orthodox mountain deity. Wei Wei did not turn her head. She only pointed at the green-robed scholar behind her. "You filthy beast that hasn't even shed all your hair. Do you see him? He is the lover that I was planning to take in. Today I'm a ghost. I'm going to die with a scholar in an ancient temple. It's not a loss." Qin Pingon laughed. "Don't drag me down with you when you're about to die. Being a ghost is so unkind. No wonder there is such a calamity tonight." Wei Wei sneered. She no longer paid attention to the pitiful fellow behind her who was bound to die. On this mountain, the meaning of a mountain deity was self-evident. The slap that she gave earlier was already very good for the long-legged but brainless maidservant. For a maidservant, it was impossible that she, Wei Wei, would say something stupid like "I, Wei Wei, am willing to go with that beast," and only ask for the maidservant to be spared. She, Wei Wei, did not have the heart of a bodhisattva. As for the young man behind her who came to her door and caused her to be reduced to this state, she would not care about him. He deserved to die here tonight. Die for love. Die for love, my ass. Hundreds of years of glory were gone just like that. If that beast did not kill him, she would have slapped him to death herself. She did not want to be skinned and tossed into the frying pan by those mountain monsters. He even had to thank her for giving him a quick death. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, Master Mountain Deity, you were able to be conferred the title of Mountain Deity. Did you follow the path of a civil official of Dali's Iron Horse Cavalry, or did the officials of Zhishui country accept money and help you? The mountain monster laughed sinisterly and said, When you die, if you can still become a ghost servant, I will tell you. Wei Wei laughed heartily and said, He dares to find the barbarians of Dali? I reckon that when he hears the word Dali, his 3 legs will go soft. Qin Pingon nodded and said, So that's how it is. The mountain monster said sternly, Wei Wei. Just you wait. In less than 10 days I will make you give up on that pitiful hobby of grinding mirrors. The tall female ghost in the corner, as well as the beautiful female ghost, had a strange expression on their faces. Wei Wei did not care at all. She began to think about how to strike a stone with an egg. She tried her best to destroy both jade and stone. Qin Pingon slowly stood up and patted his clothes. It was about time. His luck was not bad. There was one of the Zhishui country's 4 demons who came to find him. However, looking at the aura of the black smoke and the golden thread of the whip, it should be because the golden body was not stable and there was not enough incense. Qin Pingon bent down to rummage through the book box. The mountain monster frowned. Wei Wei could not help but take a few steps back. Only then did she turn her head to look. She did not know what the fellow who carried a bamboo box up the mountain wanted to do. She saw that person trying to carry the long sword that was originally placed in the book box on his back. After seeing Wei Wei's inquisitive gaze, Qin Pingon laughed and said, A half-immortal weapon. Have you never seen it before? How can you travel over land and water without any treasures? Wei Wei laughed at this fellow's shameless boasting. She smiled and nodded, I've seen it before. I've seen dozens or even hundreds of half-immortal weapons. The mountain troll immediately relaxed. A true cultivator wouldn't need to act mysterious and bluff his way out of this predicament. Qin Pingon looked around. This is a Buddhist land of tranquility. The monks and scriptures are no longer here. However, perhaps the Dharma is still here. That's why back then, because of her kindness, that fox demon obtained quite a bit of good karma and followed that Lu Chiching everywhere. Then what about you guys? Looking at the young man's mocking smile, Wei Wei was somewhat flustered for no reason. Qin Pingon shook his wrist. The bamboo box disappeared into thin air and was kept in the Fengxun object. With a twist of his wrist, a bamboo hat appeared in his hand. He put it on his head and adjusted it. For some reason, the godly mountain monster that had already been included in the country's mountains and rivers record could not help but feel its knees ache. Its original magical ability seemed to be suppressed by a supreme immortal technique and was completely ineffective. However, compared to that time in the mountains south of the Bookslip Lake. After practicing his fist in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingon began to restrain his divine intent. Although he could not completely control it, it would not casually leak out like before without him noticing. Otherwise, Qin Pingon would not have been able to see Wei Wei and the 2 maidservants on this trip to the ancient temple. The next moment, the female ghost Wei Wei widened her beautiful almond eyes. Unknowingly, the young man in the green robe was already standing at the place where the tall and sturdy mountain monster's sword was. It was just the distance of the sword. Because that person had already unsheathed his sword. The tip of the sword rose and pierced the mountain monster's jaw, directly lifting it off the ground. The golden body of a mountain god began to shatter into countless cracks on the spot. Qin Pingon raised his head slightly. Back then, when I killed a river monster of the Eel River, I was entangled with karma. Then when I killed a righteous god of mountains and rivers, it should be more, not less. For the first time, Wei Wei was somewhat at a loss. She only felt that the world was silent. Only the voice of the Green Mountain swordsman could be heard. It doesn't matter. I'll take this karma. The female ghost, Wei Wei, did not even know when that person left. After a long time she came back to her senses and was able to use her brain. However, she began to be in a daze again. She did not know why he did not kill her. Of course, in the end she did not know whether that sword was really a half-immortal weapon. In the ancient temple, it was the plump female ghost who began to kowtow and beg for mercy. The tall female ghost came to Wei Wei's side, trembling. She said in a trembling voice, "Master, you've been lost in your thoughts. That immortal master called you but you didn't respond. He asked me to tell you that we shouldn't come to this ancient temple in the future. It's not a bad thing if we can accumulate more karma. Maybe the bodhisattvas of this ancient temple are watching." Wei Wei also realized her strange situation. She forcefully operated her magic as if she was forcefully pulling her feet out of the mud. Only then did she regain her senses. She gasped for breath. Even though she was a female ghost, she was sweating all over. Her dress and embroidered shoes were different from those of the maidservants around her. They did not use those kinds of coarse camouflage. Wei Wei glanced at the empty ground where the body of the mountain monster should have been lying. There was not even a trace of blood. She frowned and asked, "Where's that person?" The tall female ghost shook her head and said, "He left after he finished speaking." Wei Wei was just about to kick that lowly servant girl into ashes when she suddenly withdrew her embroidered shoes. She said angrily, "I'll spare your life. Go back and receive your punishment." She waved her hand and said, Go quickly." However, before she left the dilapidated ancient temple, she stopped at the doorstep and turned around. She put her palms together. This evil female ghost who never believed in Buddhism actually lowered her head and murmured, "Bodhisattva bless, Bodhisattva bless." Finally, Wei Wei glanced at the bonfire that had not yet been extinguished. It was a ball of light. They rushed away and returned to the temple. After Wei Wei and the three female ghosts left. Not long after, he returned to the ancient temple. He took off his bamboo hat and continued to face the bonfire. Occasionally he would add dried branches as if he was keeping watch at night. During this time he stood up once and then stood in a corner of the temple. He closed his eyes and gently waved his sword forward. The sky was slightly bright. He walked out of the temple's gate and came to the edge of the cliff. After he finished punching, he stood still and turned his head with a smile. Qin Pingon withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance. The sky was wide and the scenery was picturesque. He believed that next spring there would be red peach blossoms, white plums and yellow cauliflower. For 71. On the banks of the Tiefu River, several laurel-robed old masters led the way. Behind them were young men and women dressed in Confucian robes. Obviously they were all Confucian students. The team was like a long green snake. Everyone was reciting the persuasion to study loudly. The river water gurgled and the sound of reading was loud. In the team there was a young woman dressed in red. She had a small silver gourd filled with clear water on her waist. She carried a small green bamboo box on her back. After passing Red Candle Town and Chiduan Mountain, she had told the Maoshan master in private that if she wanted to return to Longquan County alone, she could decide where to go faster and where to go slower. However, the old master did not agree. He said that trekking through mountains and rivers was not the way to study. Along the way they passed by the Tiefu River deity temple. Yang Hua, the highest-ranking river deity of the Great Li, a deity who almost never showed herself, appeared in front of the disciples of the academy for the first time. She held a golden tasseled sword in her arms and watched the students who came from both the Great Sui and the Great Li. Logically speaking, now that Cliff Academy had been stripped of its title as one of the 72 academies, Yang Hua, as one of the top river gods in Dali, did not need to be so courteous. However, Cliff Academy, which had moved to Donghua Mountain in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, was once the holy land in the hearts of all students in Dali. The Maoshan master Mao Xiaodong was still in Dali. He was especially well respected in the departments of rights and military affairs. When Yang Hua was still the sword-bearing maid of the empress in the palace, she had admired the Cliff Academy that was still in the capital of the Li dynasty for a long time. She had even followed the empress to the academy and had long seen the tall master Mao. That was why she had appeared today. At the waterfall at the junction of the Tiefu River and the Longxi River, there were already people waiting for a long time. The Maoshan masters of Mount Deer Academy, Longquan County Governor Wu Yuan, County Magistrate Yuan, and Supervisor Chao were all there. There was also an old man from the Li family. He was the head of the Li family on Fulu Street, the grandfather of the three siblings Li Baoping, Li Shixing, Li Baozhen and Li Baoping. The old man with nascent soul cultivation was now Dali's top consecrator. It was just that he hadn't announced it to the public. In the past, the Song clan of the Great Li had bestowed upon the 4 families and 10 great clans who controlled most of the dragon kills. They had signed a secret agreement with the sages, whereby the Song clan allowed each family to retain the natal porcelain of 1 to 3 talented cultivators. Under the watchful eyes of the sages, they were allowed to make an exception and cultivate. Furthermore, they were allowed to disregard the heavenly ways suppression and secret methods prohibition in the Dragon Pearl Cave. However, after cultivating, it was tantamount to drawing a circle around the cave, and they were not allowed to leave the cave without permission. However, the Song clan of the Great Li had a fixed quota of 3 people every 100 years. They were allowed to secretly bring people out of the cave. As for why the family head of the Li family had not been taken away by the Song clan of the Great Li even though he had ascended to Earth Immortal of Gold Core, this secret must have involved a lot of people. After all, the old man from the Li family was an Earth Immortal of Yuanying realm. When he saw his beloved granddaughter from afar, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. However, for some reason he felt that his granddaughter was still as unsociable and solitary as before. Yet there seemed to be something different about her. The old man suddenly felt both gratified and disappointed. Little Baoping had grown up after all. She had grown up so secretly. She didn't even dare to greet her grandfather who doted on her so much. She had grown up so quietly. The generation-skipping relationship was the most obvious in the Li family. In particular, the old man treated his youngest granddaughter Li Baoping more than his 2 grandsons combined. The key was his eldest grandson Li Shixing and his second grandson Li Baozhen. Even though their mother's favoritism was too obvious and the relationship between the two seemed to be a little subtle in the eyes of the servants, they had never held back their love for their younger sister. Carrying the old and small bamboo box, Li Baoping walked alone on the bank of the Dragon Whisker River, which was shallow but louder than the river. In fact, not far from the group, Li Huai, who was walking with 2 good friends, and Lin Shui, who was conversing with a teacher from the academy, were also carrying bamboo boxes of similar style. The 3 bamboo boxes were all made by the same person. It would be strange if they didn't resemble each other. However, Li Baoping's box was made the earliest and was made of the most common green bamboo. Lin Shui and Li Huai's boxes were made by Qin Pingon after crossing the Chiduan mountain using Wei Pai's valiant bamboo. However, after so many years the boxes were still green and glistening. As for Yu Lu and Xianxia, who met Qin Pingon for the first time at the Dali Pass, they did not receive such treatment. Dali's northern peak god Wei Pai did not appear. Saint Wan Tong did not appear either. A deputy headmaster of Cliff Academy, who had once slammed the table with Mao Xiaodong and had a heart-to-heart talk with Cui Dongshan, frowned. Dali's actions were reasonable but not reasonable. The 2 most important people had ignored Cliff Academy. The key was that neither Linlu Academy nor the prefectural governor, Wu Yuan, seemed to have any intention of explaining. This deputy headmaster, who was born in the Great Sui Kingdom, could not help but sigh in his heart. In the end, it was because of the difference in strength between the 2 countries. Back in the days, the Great Sui Kingdom and the Lu dynasty had many Dali scholars who came to the Great Sui Kingdom because of their reputation. They were complacent because they had sung poems with famous scholars from the 2 countries. The group stopped, and the old teachers of the academy and Dali's group exchanged pleasantries. When Li Baoping saw her grandfather, she finally acted like a child. She gently shook the bamboo box and the silver gourd at her waist and ran over. The old man laughed and shouted, "Little treasure bottle, run slower." Li Baoping stopped in front of the old man and laughed. She called him grandpa loudly with a bright smile. The old man grumbled insincerely, "You're a big girl. You're outrageous." Not far away, Malian, who was born in the Great Sui Kingdom, finally saw the girl smile. He breathed a sigh of relief and his mood improved. Seeing this, Lu Guan shook his head. Malian, this dumb goose, was incurable. He was like this in the academy. If he did not see her for a few days, he would lose his soul. Occasionally he would meet her on the road, but he would never dare to greet her. Lu Guan could not understand. Malian, who was born in the top family of the Great Sui Kingdom, who had been in charge for generations, did not even dare to like a girl in the end. Li Huai knew the inside story. Previously, the academy had received a letter from Qin Pingon from Longquan County. Li Baoping planned to ask for leave and return home, but the headmaster of the academy did not agree. Just as Li Baoping was about to jump over the wall and escape, There was a sudden news that the Maoshan master would personally lead a group of academy disciples to Dali's Pailuan mountain. They would travel along the way and exchange knowledge with Linlu Academy. In addition, they would be able to watch thousands of gods walking together at night to visit the mountains. It was Li Baoping's fault. She said that she wanted to give her youngest uncle a surprise and did not tell the people at Luopa Mountain that they could return home. However, halfway through the journey, Li Baoping received the news from somewhere. Perhaps she had received a letter from home or something else. Then she began to lose her energy and became more and more silent. She returned to the way she was when she was studying in the academy a few years ago. Now in the Cliff Academy, as Li Baoping read more and read faster and faster, the number of times she consulted others and the questions she threw out became fewer and fewer. At first, almost everyone in the academy was stumped by her questions, but now, everyone felt lonely. Without those difficulties, they were not used to it. They missed the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who asked them strange questions with a straight face. The students of Cliff Academy had to go to Linlu Academy in Pailuan Mountain first. Then they would have 2 days of free movement. Then they would gather at Linlu Academy again to watch the night tour of mountains and rivers held by Dali's Beiyue. A group of people passed through the small town in a mighty manner. The old man from the Li family did not go to his ancestral home on Fulu Street. Instead, he planned to go to the mountain with little Baoping. Of course, as a nascent soul cultivator and a first-class consecrator of Dali, he was well learned in Confucianism. If he did not accompany Li Baoping, it would only cause his granddaughter to be further away from her classmates in the Great Sui Kingdom. When the students of the Great Sui Kingdom Academy just left the small town and passed by Jinju Mountain, a charcoal girl with a walking stick in her hand and a sword at her waist ran with a vigorous yellow dog beside her. She was short and could not see the red dress in the team. She ran to the top of her master's mountain and saw the familiar figure. She waved her hand vigorously and shouted loudly, "Sister Baoping, I'm here." Li Baoping suddenly turned her head and saw Pei Qian's bouncing figure. She quickly left the team and ran to the small mountain. Li Huai was happy. He stopped and stayed at the back of the team. Then he shouted loudly, "Pei Qian, what about me? What about me?" Pei Qian rolled her eyes and ignored him. Lu Guan and Ma Lian rejoiced in his misfortune and laughed loudly. These years, Pei Qian wrote letters to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom from time to time. In the letters, she would occasionally mention Ma Lian and Lu Guan, who were her lackeys. After all, they had promised to travel Jianghu with Li Huai in the future. They would search for treasures and get half of the profits. However, if there were not a few followers around her, she would not be able to show her identity. Ma Lian was stupid but loyal. Lu Guan was cunning and could be an advisor. Li Baoping ran to Jinju Mountain and Pei Qian ran down the mountain. They met at the foot of the mountain. Li Baoping reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. She gestured and asked, "Pei Qian, why don't you grow taller?" Pei Qian was unhappy as if she was struck by lightning. Sister Baoping was too bad with words. Alas, how could she poke at someone's heart? Li Baoping suddenly said, "It's okay. Ambition is not about height." Pei Qian was in a good mood. Yes. My ambition is high. Everyone in Luopa Mountain knows that. Even my master recognizes me. Speaking of this, Pei Qian turned her head and glanced at the dog lying not far away. The dog lowered its head and did not dare to look at the guy with the mountain walking stick. Speaking of his master, Pei Qian comforted her. "Sister Baoping, don't be sad. My master did not know that you were coming, so he went to Jianghu. Don't be sad. When I see him later, I will scold him for you." Well, scold him, just a few words. Li Baoping, who was almost a head taller than Pei Qian, asked with a smile, "Why are you in the small town instead of practicing your crazy swordsmanship in Luopa Mountain?" Pei Qian stuck out her chest and stood on tiptoe. "Sister Baoping, you don't know that I am now in the small town looking after the business of 2 shops for my master. 2 very, very big shops." Li Baoping was surprised. "You are already so powerful?" Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "If Sister Baoping doesn't believe me, I can bring you to the Riding Dragon Alley now. The Spring Festival couplets, door gods and the words Fu and Chun were all put up by me personally." Li Baoping nodded and praised. "Not bad. You are not tall, but you can already share the burden of junior martial uncle." Pei Qian smiled from ear to ear. Sister Baoping did not praise people easily. Li Baoping looked back at the team and said to Pei Qian, "I will go to Mount Cloud Forest and Deer Academy first. After I settle down, I will go down the mountain to play with you. Pei Qian looked at the tall and skinny sister Baoping and seemed to have thought of something. The little girl who was full of joy just now suddenly burst into tears. She lowered her head and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She sobbed, "Sister Baoping, master has lost so much weight when he returned home this time. He is even thinner than you, so thin that I almost couldn't recognize him. My master did not say anything, but I know that he did not have a good time in the 5 years at the Book Lake. Sister Baoping, you've read a lot, you're capable and you're brave. Master likes you so much. Why don't you visit master all these years? Master will be happier to see you than to see me. Maybe he won't feel so tired." Li Baoping smiled and turned her head to look towards the south. She narrowed her eyes and her face was no longer as round as it used to be. Her face was now a little pointy like an goose egg. She bent down and wiped Pei Qian's tears. She said softly, all right. Blame me. After Pei Qian was done crying, she felt guilty. "I am sorry, Sister Baoping. I was talking nonsense." Li Baoping patted Pei Qian's shoulder and smiled. "See you later." Pei Qian nodded and watched as Li Baoping turned and left. Sister Baoping was carrying the small bamboo box and wearing the familiar red clothes. However, Pei Qian looked at the back of the figure that was gradually disappearing. She did not know why, but she was worried that she would be taller and different when she saw her the next day or the day after. She wondered if her master had the same feeling when he walked into the Cliff Academy. Back then he must have dragged them to do those things that Pei Qian thought were fun on the Academy Lake. Was it because her master had thought of this day? Because it seemed fun, but growing up was actually not fun at all. Pei Qian scratched her head and stomped her feet. She was annoyed. She was now the third shopkeeper of 2 shops. How could she not remember? She took out 2 sticks of candied haws that were wrapped in oil paper from her sleeve. She forgot to give them to Sister Baoping. She sighed and put 1 stick of candied haws back into her sleeve. He kept the other stick and started eating. Tasted good. As for the money for the candied haws, it was paid by Shiro. Shiro was really too much. Pei Qian was just talking about the candied haws in the shop. She asked Shiro if she heard the sound of hawkers hawking candied haws. After a while, Shiro took the initiative to give her a handful of copper coins, saying that it was a treat and that she did not need to pay back the money. Pei Qian was not a greedy child. She stared at the copper coins in Shiro's hand and shook her head, saying that it was not necessary. However, she accepted it in the end. It was hard to refuse such kindness. After eating the candied haws, she kept the stick in her sleeve. After all, the money was paid by Shiro. She would give it to her when she returned. As for Sister Baoping's share, she would pay for it herself tomorrow. The people of Jianghu were so forthright. Pei Qian waved her walking stick and saw the dog hiding in the distance. She glared at it and the dog immediately ran to her side with its tail between its legs. Pei Qian squatted down and grabbed its mouth. She said angrily, "Little brother, what's wrong with you? You're so short. Are you a short winter melon? Don't you feel embarrassed? Speak." It had inexplicably obtained a great fortune. In fact, it had already become a spirit. The dog that was supposed to run around the mountains in the west of Longquan County was motionless. Its eyes were filled with grievance and resentment. It was now enlightened and had the backing of the Longquan sword sect. In the mountains in the west, it could be considered a mountain spirit that no one dared to provoke. However, it was still lacking in cultivation to speak human language and transform into human form. Pei Qian held the dog's mouth tightly and did not let go. She widened her eyes. "Not speaking means you're not convinced? Who gave you the guts?" It did not dare to move at all. Pei Qian twisted her wrist and the dog's head turned. The dog immediately whimpered. Pei Qian said angrily, "Speak, did you go behind my back to bully the big white geese in the town again? Otherwise, why would they run away every time I bring you along? Do you know what it means to not use your fist? I'm so angry. You followed me in Jianghu for so long, but you haven't learned anything good. That stray dog probably wanted to die. Back then, who was it that rode a big white goose and ran around in the alley?" Pei Qian finally let go of the dog. She let go of her hand and stood up. She clapped her hands. Suddenly, she blinked her eyes and rubbed them. The last time she ate the pearl that her master gave her in the dragon riding alley, she often did this. Her eyes were sore, but it did not hurt. It was just a little annoying. There were several times when she was copying books. In the blink of an eye, the strokes were crooked. If she did not write neatly, she had to write again. This was one of the few rules of her master. She had always followed it even if no one cared about her copying books now. Moreover, she occasionally looked at the paper full of words. She always felt that some of the words would move. However, when she looked closely it was very normal. One by one the words were lying on the paper. Pei Qian intended to take the opportunity of bringing Sister Bao Ping to Luopa Mountain in the future to ask old Chef Zhu, who was always idling on the mountain. Anyway, old Chef Zhu knew everything. If he really couldn't do it, he would ask mountain god Wei Ba. If he still couldn't do it, alas, he could only go to the tiger's den on the second floor of the bamboo building to ask the old man who wanted to teach her fist techniques. The old man was just relying on his age and strength to be stronger than her master. How could he know any fist techniques? Could he know more than her master? What the hell did the old man know? Pei Qian began to swagger towards the town. She raised her head and did not look at the road. She puffed out her chest and said loudly, "Walking arrogantly makes the enemy panic. If it's a friend, kill the dog. I'll eat the meat and you can drink the soup." The dog tucked its tail and obediently followed the heroine Pei. The town became more and more lively because there were many students of the Great Sui Kingdom Academy who spoke the elegant language of the continent. Li Huai took Lu Guan and Ma Lian to his own house, which was extremely dilapidated. Lu Guan was still all right. He was born in a poor family, but Ma Lian was dumbstruck. He had seen poor people before, but he had never seen such a destitute house. Li Huai did not mind at all. He took out the key to open the door and then took them to fetch water and clean the house. Naturally, there was more than one well in the small town Tai Sua Well. There were other wells nearby, but none of them were as sweet as the water from Tai Sua Well. When Li Huai's mother encountered a good thing at home, or when she heard that someone's family was in trouble, she would take the long way to fetch water from the well, and exchange pointers with Granny Ma from Apricot Blossom Lane, Widow Gu from Mud Bottle Lane, and a large group of women. Since Lu Guan was a lazy person, he was unwilling to move. He said that he would light the fire and be in charge of cooking. Li Huai then brought Ma Lian to fetch water. In the end, Ma Lian's delicate and tender shoulders suffered unspeakably. The women by the well laughed endlessly. Ma Lian's delicate and pretty face flushed red. Li Baoping arrived at the town and went home first. Her mother's tears did not stop. Li Baoping could not hold back either. Li Baoping left Fulu Street and went to the dragon riding lane. He was very familiar with it. The two shops that were now owned by her youngest uncle were the ancestral properties of the man with the ponytail. Li Baoping often went there when she was young. Moreover, Li Baoping was very familiar with the town. She could walk through the streets with her eyes closed. However, she walked slowly this time and was no longer in a hurry. As expected, she saw Pei Qian sitting on a bench and waiting for her at the shop. Li Baoping quickened her pace. After staying at the shop for a while, she went to the Mud Bottle Lane with Pei Qian. She found that her youngest uncle's ancestral house was very clean and did not even need to be cleaned. Li Baoping brought Pei Qian back to Fulu Street. Pei Qian squatted beside the small pond and stared at the stones with her eyes wide open. She looked at the golden carp that was said to have been raised in the pond for many years. It was given to her by her youngest uncle. She also looked at the golden crab that was caught by Sister Baoping herself. Actually, the truth of the matter was that the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket had pinched the crab's finger. She ran home with tears all the way and opened the crab's pincers for her brother, Li Shixing. Pei Qian looked at the two little guys for a long time. They did not give her face and hid away. The small pond was built by Li Baoping when she was very young. She personally picked up the stones from the stream. She only picked up the colorful ones. She spent a lot of effort to move the stones. First, she piled them up at the corner of the wall and made a small hill. Then the pond was built. Now, most of the stones that were used as founding achievements had faded. However, there were still many stones of different sizes that were still crystal clear. Under the sunlight, they shone brightly and were full of spiritual qi. Lin Shi went to the Yandian Bureau. The kiln supervisor's office was an old haunt. When he was young, he often played here. The Lin family was a big family in the small town, but it was not one of the 4 families or 10 families. Moreover, the Lin family was not famous and did not like to interact with their neighbors. For example, Lin Shi's father was just a low-ranking official in the Yandian Bureau. When he was working in the only government office in the small town before moving away from Lizhu Cave, he had assisted 3 Yandian officials. However, it seemed that no one wanted to promote him. The Lin family moved to the capital of Dali, but the old house was still there. It was not sold, but there were only a few old servants left. Lin Shui did not have any big thoughts about the family since he was young. The family seemed to treat him the same. They hated each other. Even though Lin Shui's deeds in the academy had been spread to Dali one after another, the family seemed to be indifferent. Lin Shui did not find it strange. His father had always been like this. As long as his father believed in something, other people's words and deeds were wrong as long as they did not conform to his wishes. Between father and son, the mother would always stand on her husband's side. The way she looked at her son was always cold and cheerless. It was as if she was looking at someone who was only helping her to stay in the Lin family. He was not an outsider, nor was he a relative. Anyway, it was not like how a mother treated her own flesh and blood. She was polite and estranged. Lin Shui recognized his father's colleagues in the government office and took the initiative to visit them. They did not talk much because there was really nothing to talk about. Besides, chatting with people was never Lin Shui's strength. It was said that the Yandian supervisor went out for a stroll today. According to the official of the government office, there was no doubt that Lord Chao went out for a drink. Lin Shui could not help but feel a little strange. It seemed that no matter whether it was the official or the official when talking about the Yandian supervisor, they were all smiling and talking casually. Coincidentally, Yu Lu and Xianxia went to the ancestral house of the Chao family. Back then, after Yu Lu and Xianxia's identities were exposed, they were brought here. Together with the handsome young man named Cui Ci, they became servants of the young imperial tutor Cui Dong. The legitimate grandson of the Chao family of the Upper Pillar State of Dali, who was the current supervisor Chao of Longquan Commandery, now lived here. Today Lord Chao drank to his head, so he did not go to the government office. He was the highest official there, so there was no need for him to make any orders. Carrying an empty wine pot, he staggered back to the ancestral house, intending to take a nap. On the way, he greeted the people he met and addressed them properly. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, he was very familiar with them. When he saw a little kid wearing open-crotch pants, he even kicked him lightly. The kid was not afraid of him, a high-ranking official, and chased after him while spitting saliva. Lord Chao ran and hid. The women on the street were not surprised. They all looked at the young official with smiles. This Lord Chao finally got rid of the little bastard's entanglement with great difficulty and happened to meet Yu Lu and Xianxia on the way. It was unknown whether he recognized them or guessed their identities. The romantic and leisurely drunk Lord Chao asked Yu Lu if he wanted to drink. Yu Lu said he could drink a little. Lord Chao shook the empty wine pot, threw the key to Yu Lu and turned to run to the wine shop. Yu Lu was helpless. Xianxia asked, "Can this kind of person really be the future master of the Chao family?" Yu Lu smiled and said, "That's how it should be." Xianxia snorted coldly. Compared to County Magistrate Yuan, who was cultured and diligent in government affairs, Supervisor Chao was famous for being a playboy. He had only taken a cursory tour of the major dragon kills and had never been there again. Instead, he often traveled between the small town and the county. He liked to buy wine, invite people to drink, and chat with people. Almost every time he showed up, he was carrying a wine pot in his hand. The only difference was that there was no wine in the pot. The men in the small town all liked to drink and chat with the officials from the capital. Every time Lord Chao appeared, he would immediately gather a large group of idle men who loved to drink and listen to Lord Chao talk about the interesting things that happened in the capital. Who cared whether it was true or not? It was just for fun. Moreover, when they drank too much, Lord Chao would often say, "I'll pay for the drinks today." The women and young girls all liked this young official with a charming smile. In the hearts of the women in the small town, his popularity was not inferior to that of the young Daoist priest who set up the fortune-telling stall. On Mount Padding Cloud, Mao Xiaodong opened his mouth and greeted Linlu Academy. Only then did the teachers from the Great Sui Kingdom meet Prince Zhou Xian, who was studying here. Otherwise, no one would dare to open their mouth. It was not that they were afraid of getting into trouble. Who among the teachers of Cliff Academy did not have this bit of responsibility and the spirit of a scholar? They were worried that they would implicate Zhou Xian, who was in a foreign country, the son of the Great Sui Kingdom's Guiyang, who had asked to replace his elder brother as a hostage here. Mao Xiaodong only left after the two sides met. The patriarch of the Gao family of Guiyang, who was at the 11th level, did not appear. Zhou Xian looked at the most knowledgeable old scholars of the Great Sui Kingdom who bowed to him with tears in their eyes. The young man who did not feel wronged by coming here also had tears in his eyes. Zhou Xian bowed respectfully towards those white-haired great Sui scholars, using his identity as a Confucian scholar of the younger generation, returning the greeting to his seniors. The old teachers straightened their clothes and stood solemnly accepting this bow. In the scenic spot of Linlu Academy named Hao Ran Pavilion, the patriarch of the Gao family of Guiyang who had accompanied Zhou Xian to Dali, was standing beside Mao Xiaodong and old dragon Qing Shuidong. The patriarch of the Gao family chatted for a while and left. He was not the deputy headmaster of Linlu Academy. Instead, he concealed his identity and was just an ordinary teacher. The students of the academy liked his lectures because the old man would talk about things outside of books and knowledge which were unheard of. For example, the strange and variegated paper white blessed land. However, the native Dali teachers of Linlu Academy did not like this old man who did not do his job properly. They felt that teaching the students was not strict enough and was too frivolous. However, the deputy headmasters of the academy did not say anything about it. The Dali teacher of Linlu Academy could only let it go. There were only 2 deputy headmasters of different academies left in the Hao Ran Pavilion. Qing Shuidong seemed to be old friends with Mao Xiaodong and spoke freely. Old Dragon and Mao Xiaodong talked about a lot of things in the academy. They also talked about Luopa Mountain Chinpingan. They talked about a small matter about the request to let a foreign man and woman stay in Linlu Academy. They did not let Wei Pai pass the message to the academy, but personally came to ask for the deputy headmaster's help. Mao Xiaodong said with a straight face, "At least you know a little about the ways of the world." Old Dragon laughed. At the peak of Cloud Peak, a man and a woman looked into the distance and admired the mountain scenery. They were Lu Qingshan of the Lion Garden and Lu Boqi of the Saber Division. Lu Qingshan said, "After going to the capital of Dali and the northernmost coast of the Aquarius continent, shall we go back? Let's go back to see my father and my brother." Lu Boqi nodded slightly, blushing. According to the earliest agreement, the day they returned home was the day they got married. In her eyes, the scholar Lu Qingshan was a green mountain that was green all year round. The mountains were green and the water rippled in the spring. He was well-read, worried about the country and the people. He treated people with sincerity. He was a famous scholar. He had no shortcomings. But she was a cultivator. She was average-looking and only knew how to fight and kill. She did not speak elegantly and drank tea like wine. She did not know how to play the zither, chess, calligraphy or painting. He was not gentle at all. It was as if she only had shortcomings. In fact, she had been worried about whether Lu Qingfeng, as an ordinary teacher, would die of old age in the future when they were traveling together. Would Lu Qingfeng suddenly be tired of her and feel that she was not worth his love until his hair turned white? Lu Boqi was worried. It wasn't until they went to Luopa Mountain that Elder Zhu's words broke the knot in her heart. "I think the Green Mountain is charming. I think the Green Mountain will see me the same way. How I, Lu Boqi, see Lu Qingshan and how much I like Lu Qingshan, will be how Lu Qingshan sees me and how much he likes me." Lu Boqi wanted to confirm it herself and mustered her courage. But when it came to it, she was still very nervous. She could not help but grip the hilt of the saber at her waist tightly. She turned her head and said, "Qingshan, I want to ask you something. Don't think I'm stupid and don't laugh at me." However, before Lu Boqi could continue speaking, Lu Qingshan gently held her hand that was holding the knife. He held it with both hands and said with a smile, "Do you know how beautiful you are in my eyes? It's a beauty that you can't even imagine." Lu Boqi lowered her head slightly, her eyelashes trembling. Lu Qingshan said softly, "It's my fault. I should have told you. If not for Elder Zhu's reminder, I might have to wait until we return to the lion's den to tell you what's on my mind." Lu Boqi raised her head. Now that the knot in her heart had been untied, there was no longer any shyness in her eyes. Only the faint blush on her face revealed the ripples in her heart lake. Lu Boqi said softly, "Elder Zhu has actually been reduced to watching over Qin Pingan's house. It's really a pity." Lu Qingshan laughed involuntarily. He wanted to help Qin Pingan say a few words. But for some reason he remembered Elder Zhu's teachings. It's enough to not give in on major matters. Why argue with the woman you love over minor matters? Have you married a wife or have you taken in a disciple as a teacher? Lu Qingshan immediately felt that Elder Zhu was really a towering mountain. His words were priceless. This time, before leaving Longquan County, he had to ask Elder Zhu for advice again. At the Yang family shop, the young man who was both a shop assistant and old Yang's disciple felt that he could not continue living like this. The shop's feng shui was not good and it had a grudge against money. It was not a good thing for business to always be so cold. The young man called Xianxia had to at least acknowledge his master and do some filial things. So he acted on his own initiative and ran to his uncle who worked at the construction supervision office to ask if he could help draw in some customers. In the end, he was scolded by his uncle. He said that the shop and the Yang family's reputation was now so bad that no one dared to run there. The young man returned to the shop dejectedly. In the end, he saw his senior brother Zheng Dafeng sitting at the entrance chewing on a stick of candied hawthorn. His actions were especially disgusting. Normally, Xianxia would act as if he did not see anything. But his senior sister was still chatting with Zheng Dafeng. He immediately flew into a rage and sat down on the steps between two small stools. Zheng Dafeng said with a smile, "Lingshan, did you step on dog shit at Peach Leaf Alley? Senior brother, you don't look too good." Lingshan said unhappily, "It's none of your business. Go back to Luopa Mountain and watch your gait." Zheng Dafeng put on the air of a senior brother with a kind face. He rubbed the young man's head and shook it. The young man slapped it away. Zheng Dafeng chewed on a stick of candied hawthorn and said vaguely, "Senior brother is now rich. You have a house at Luopa Mountain. It's much bigger than the yellow mud house at the East Gate. When are you going to be a guest?" Lingshan said, "Why should I go? Do you still want to keep the shop business?" Zheng Dafeng said regretfully, "It's a pity. The new house has 2 rooms and the beds are especially big and sturdy. No matter how you roll around, there's no sound. I originally wanted to invite you and Sue Girl to spend the night together. It's a new house after all, so I need to find someone to add some liveliness. Sai, it's fine if you think it's too far." But Sue Girl agreed. "Well, 2 people in 2 rooms, so there's no need to squeeze on the beds." Lingshan opened his mouth wide in regret. The girl called Sue Girl by Zheng Dafeng didn't say a word. Even if Zheng Dafeng didn't say anything to her before, she didn't refute. Just now, she asked senior brother Zheng about martial arts. Although senior brother Zheng's martial arts was crippled, his knowledge was still there. She didn't underestimate him at all. Compared with the young man in Peach Leaf Alley who had not really cultivated yet, she had been exposed to a lot of inside stories and secrets much earlier. Her horizons had been broadened. Even if the world had changed, it was only natural that she would not care about the shameless business of a pharmacy at all. However, just as she was about to ask senior martial brother Zheng about the strange thing that gave her a subtle feeling, she was interrupted by the rock spirit mountain. Zheng Dafeng said, "Lingshan, what are you waiting for? Go and get some food for your senior brother." Lingshan sat between his senior brother and senior sister, not lifting his butt. The girl went to the shop to get some food. Zheng Dafeng slapped him. "What an idiot. You'll be a bachelor for a long time." Lingshan stood up and said angrily, "Be careful or I'll get angry with you." Zheng Dafeng rubbed his chin. "Last Sue is so beautiful. In the future there will definitely be many men fighting to marry her. Sai, I don't know which bastard will have the good fortune to spar with Last Sue in the middle of the night. As her senior brother, when I think of this day that will come sooner or later, I feel a little tired. Luckily she has always listened to me. In the future, when she's blind, I'll still be the one to check and help her make the final decision." Lingshan was immediately in a mess. It was as if his senior brother had smeared his face with yellow mud. Lingshan turned his head and looked inside the shop. Senior sister was at the counter, tiptoeing to the medicine cabinet to get something. There were some herbs in the shop that could be eaten directly. Senior sister stood on her tiptoes and stretched her waist. Her figure became even slimmer. Lingshan quickly turned his head and sat back down on the steps. Senior sister's real name was Su Dian, and her nickname was Rouge. It was said that senior sister's biggest dream in her early years was to open a small shop selling rouge and face powder. The name was also given by her uncle and her nickname was also given by her uncle. At this moment, a young man carrying a bag ran over from the small town. Zheng Dafeng wiped his face. It was over. He met this heartless brat again. Back then he had caused him to suffer so much injustice from his sister-in-law. Li Huai ran to the entrance of the shop and smiled. "Hey, isn't this Dafeng? You're sunbathing. Where's your wife? Tell the aunties to stop hiding and come out to see me. I heard that you've married 7 or 8 wives. You've become successful." He touched the pot that didn't boil. Zheng Dafeng said in annoyance, "Get lost." Li Huai laughed and ran into the shop. He went straight to the backyard and shouted, Old Yang, guess what I brought you?" Old Yang, who was sitting in the backyard, raised his head and looked at Li Huai. Li Huai took off the bag and ran directly into the main room that Zheng Dafeng, Su Dian and Shi Lingshan regarded as a forbidden area. He threw the bag on Old Yang's bed and left the room. He ran to Old Yang and took out a jar from his sleeve. "This is the best tobacco bought in the Great Sui Kingdom's capital for 100 years. A full 8 maces of silver for 1 tael. Are you convinced? I'm just asking you if you're scared. In the future when you smoke you have to remember my kindness. You can't forget my father, mother and sister either." The young man handed over the jar of tobacco. He raised his hands and waved his 8 fingers. Zheng Dafeng moved a stool to the backyard and sat down to watch the show. Shi Lingshan also followed. He was curious where this guy came from. It was fine if he was casual with Zheng Dafeng, but he didn't even respect his own master. Su Dian hesitated for a moment and also stood by the bamboo curtain. Old Yang's wrinkled face squeezed out a smile for the first time. He still didn't say anything nice. "Leave the tobacco and go to the side. Little bastard, you're so young but you don't wear diapers? Don't you think it's troublesome to take a dump and pee?" Li Huai eagerly circled behind the old man and slapped the back of Old Man Yang's head. "A filthy mouth can't spit out ivory. If you have the ability to say such shameful words in front of my mother, you'll be struck by lightning. Are you looking for a beating?" Old Man Yang didn't get angry. He skillfully packed the tobacco and began to smoke. Then with a gloomy face he spat out a mouthful of smoke and cursed, "Go and smash that shop's signboard. What kind of trash is that? It's not worth that price." Li Huai laughed out loud and said, "I don't dare to. I can't afford a treasure that costs 8 maces of silver per tael. It's still on display in other people's shops. I want to buy it but they won't sell it. I know what I can do and bought some cheaper ones for you. It's the thought that counts. How far have I come with all these tobacco? Old Yang, you're a guy who likes to lie still. How would you know how far the mountains and rivers are?" "Old Yang, it's not that I want to nag at you but while you still have some strength you should go out more. Don't stay here all day. If you go out and see an old woman you like it'll be terrible. Dry wood and fire, won't I have to drink your wedding wine?" Old Yang glanced at Li Huai and was about to scold him. Li Huai covered his ears with both hands and shook his head. "Old bastard Yang loves to chant. Uncle Li Huai won't listen." This scene caused Zheng Dafeng's eyelids and mouth to tremble. It had been too many years since he had experienced his sister-in-law's scolding and Li Huai's piss all over the floor. Su Dian and Shi Lingshan's hearts trembled. The youth even swallowed his saliva. They didn't know where this tiger-looking scholarly youth came from. After all, Shi Lingshan only knew of Zheng Dafeng, this sloppy senior brother in this small town. As for Li Er, he had never even heard of his name. But this scholarly youth of unknown origin really dared to speak. Shi Lingshan felt that he would never have such courage in his life. This was also because Shi Lingshan was young and hadn't seen how the pharmacy used to be. Otherwise he would find it even more unbelievable. In the past, when Li Huai was still a clerk in the pharmacy, he liked to go behind his mother's back and come here alone to play. Whenever he bumped into something he would roll around and be covered in mud. If his mother saw him when he went back she would be heartbroken. Not only would she be heartbroken for his clothes, but she would also be heartbroken for her dirty son. She would bring her son here to curse. There was nothing she couldn't curse. This was nothing. When Li Huai was still wearing open crotch pants he couldn't hold back his pee all day long. Therefore he would sprinkle his pee everywhere in the backyard of the medicine shop where Old Man Yang was. Even Li Er, this taciturn person, felt that he had let his master down and apologized to him several times. However, Old Yang never cared about it, so Li Er just went along with it. At most, Old Yang would use his pipe to hit that little bastard's little chick. Li Huai found it strange. Whenever he fell down he would cry his heart out and get scolded by Old Man Yang or hit him with his tobacco pipe. However, Old Man Yang didn't hold a grudge against him and even hit him with his tobacco pipe. Of course he would only calm down after he was tired. Then he would move a small stool and sit at the side. He would hold his cheeks and watch Old Man Yang smoking for a long time. Li Huai squatted beside Old Yang and whispered in his ear, "Old Yang, do you have any valuable family heirlooms that you can give me a few? Anyway, you don't seem to be planning to get married and have children. Aren't you leaving them for me? Isn't it the same whether you give them to me sooner or later? Old Yang shook his head. I do have a few things for you, but we'll talk about it later. Li Huai sighed and said, don't be too late. God knows when my sister will get married. Our family is poor, so we might have to give it to my sister. If her in-laws look down on her, I'll have to rely on you to support me. Old Yang's mouth twitched. Li Huai suddenly turned his head. Old Yang, smoke less in the future. You're already so old, but you don't know how to take care of your body. Eat more bland food and go out more often. You're cooped up here all day waiting to die. I think your body is quite strong. Climbing a mountain to pick herbs shouldn't be a problem. Alright, chatting with you is the most boring. Sco. There are new clothes and cloth shoes in the bag. Remember to change into them. Li Huai left as soon as he said he would. Of course, he didn't forget to scold Jing Dafeng. Then he bid farewell to Shi Lingshan and Su Dian with a smile. It was obvious that they were close and distant. It was the opposite. The ancient temple was about 700 miles away from the Sword Water Mountain Villa in Shu Shui Nation. Back then they traveled on foot, so naturally it was slow. However, when Qin Pingon traveled on his sword, it was very fast. He didn't go straight to the villa or even outside the bustling town. When he was still 100 miles away, Qin Pingon rode on his sword and landed on a tall mountain. Previously, when he overlooked the mountains and rivers, he could vaguely see some clues. Not only were the mountains and rivers beautiful, but there were also clouds and mist that shrouded one of the mountain peaks like a veil. When Qin Pingon landed on the mountain peak and sheathed his sword, a god who should be from a land appeared. He bowed to Qin Pingon and called him Immortal Master. Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and quickly returned the greeting. He smiled and said, I'm just passing by. The lord of the land doesn't need to be so polite. In the customs of his hometown in Longquan County, after one's loved ones died, they had to choose a grave to open the mountain. They had to first use stones to press paper money and place it at a specific location on the mountain. It was equivalent to renting the mountain with the local god. When the coffin was buried, paper money would be thrown out along the way. According to the old man back then, this was to buy money for the loved ones through the local god so that they could smoothly pass through the gates of hell and the road to the underworld. Qin Pingon had a deep impression of this matter. However, when he left the town for the first time, he met the local god who was still detained in Chiduan Mountain Wei Pai. At that time, Qin Pingon was actually very disappointed for a long time. At that moment, the middle-aged local god didn't dare to stay any longer. He had a respectful expression. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the local god in charge of a mountain range was about to leave. It was because the other party was clearly a sword immortal. A small local god couldn't afford to be associated with him. If it was only a cultivator of the middle 5 realms, he naturally wouldn't want to miss it. Qin Pingon took out a pot of woody wine and handed it to the somewhat reserved local god. This pot of wine is my gift for taking the liberty of visiting the mountain. The low-level god, who didn't even have the qualifications to have his name recorded in the register of mountains and rivers of the Combe country, immediately panicked. He hurriedly went forward and bent his waist to receive the pot of wine. Just by weighing the wine bottle, he knew that it wasn't something of the secular world. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank the wine made by the old granny in the old house. He asked, Lord of the land, I'm going to visit a friend at the Sword Water Manor. I wonder how the manor has been in the past 10 years. The local god carefully pondered. He didn't ask for merit, but he didn't ask for fault. He slowly said, reporting to the Immortal Master, the Sword Water Manor is no longer the #1 sect of the Combe country. Instead, it has been replaced by the Sword Grandmaster Wang Yiran's Hengdao Manor. Although this person is the younger generation of Sword Saint Song, he has vaguely become the martial arts alliance leader of the Combe country. According to the words of the Jianghu, only Wang Yiran and Sword Saint Song are left to fight. Firstly, Wang Yiran has successfully broken through and become a first-rate grandmaster. His sword skills have already reached perfection. Secondly, Wang Yiran's daughter has married the son of a tycoon of the Combe country. Thirdly, the Hengdao Manor was the first to join the Dali cavalry when they went south. On the other hand, our Sword Water Manor has the spirit of the Jianghu. We aren't willing to rely on anyone. In terms of reputation, we gradually fell into a disadvantage. At this point, the local god hesitated for a moment, as if there was something he couldn't say. Qin Pingon said, Lord of the land, please speak. The man lowered his voice and said, The imperial court is planning to let the Sword Water Manor move. They want to build the highest standard mountain god temple below the 5 peaks. I heard that great General Chu Hao wants to facilitate this. Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "Is it that great General Chu Hao who acknowledged his ancestors with the Dali vassal lord in the art of war?" Whether it was Wang Yiran or Chu Hao, they were all acquaintances. Wang Yiran wasn't bad. Although his daughter, Wang Shanhu, was far inferior to him, Wang Yiran's words and actions during that storm were worthy of the title of a hero. As for Chu Hao, who fought side by side with Senior Song in the past and fought with him on the battlefield, Qin Pingon didn't want to seek revenge. The battlefield and the Jianghu were 2 different places. However, now that the topic was mentioned, Qin Pingon naturally wouldn't be polite. The local god chuckled. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. It was fine as long as his intentions were clear. After all, he was still a small local god of the Combe country, while Chu Hao was in existence above everyone in the Combe country's imperial court. Of course, he had to exclude that group of civil officials who were stationed in Great Li as the retired emperor of the Combe country. Qin Pingon wore his bamboo hat and fastened the blade-strengthening gourd. He cupped his fists and thanked the local god. The local god hurriedly held the pot of wine and bowed. "Immortal master is too courteous." Qin Pingon rode his sword and left the mountain. The local god suppressed the fear in his heart and asked doubtfully, "Song Yu is only a martial artist. How did he get to know such a sword immortal?" On a secluded mountain outside the small town adjacent to the Sword Water Manor, Qin Pingon sheathed his sword and went down the mountain. He walked slowly on the official road. After passing through the small town, he arrived at the gate of the Sword Water Manor. Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and smiled at an old gatekeeper of the villa. "Please tell Old Sword Saint Song that Qin Pingon has invited him to eat hot pot." The old gatekeeper hesitated and looked at the young man. He had a sword on his back and a wine pot on his back. He should also be someone from the Jianghu. However, his face and name were unfamiliar. He shouldn't be an old friend of the manor. Moreover, it was unfortunate and inappropriate for him to visit the manor at this time. Therefore, the old gatekeeper said apologetically, "Young master, our manor isn't receiving guests recently. Please go back." Qin Pingon could only explain that he and Senior Song were really friends. Back then, they had stayed in the manor for a period of time and practiced at the waterfall of the Mountain Water Pavilion. The rules of the Sword Water Manor were strict. The old gatekeeper guarded his own land and didn't like to ask about other things. Furthermore, when Qin Pingon practiced at the waterfall, Song Yu had listed the Mountain Water Pavilion as a forbidden area. Therefore, the old gatekeeper had never heard of Qin Pingon. Most importantly, although the old gatekeeper was old, his eyesight was good and his memory wasn't bad. If he saw a Jianghu friend, he would remember it. The old gatekeeper really couldn't recognize the young man in front of him. He had never seen him before. Therefore, the old gatekeeper quietly moved and blocked the side door. He didn't want this Jianghu Jr. to barge in. Currently, the manor wasn't peaceful and there were many external threats. However, the old gatekeeper believed that this time, it would be similar to the previous time when the imperial court's army pressed on the border. As long as the old manor lord was there, they would be able to turn misfortune into blessings. However, deep in his heart, the old man was still very worried. After all, Chu Hao, who liked to compete with the manor, had not only been promoted, but was also an ordinary general from the border. Now he held great power in the court. Then there was the rapidly rising Horizontal Blade Manor. They should have been friends with the Sword Water Manor, but the Jianghu was so helpless. Everyone liked to compete for first place. That green bamboo sword Immortal Su Lang from Pine Stream Country had killed the ancient Yu Kingdom's sword grandmaster Lin Gushin in one fell swoop. The divine weapon Green Pearl, that Su Lang hung at his waist, was proof. Now, Su Lang believed that his swordsmanship had reached great heights and wanted to compete with the old manor lord for first place in swordsmanship. As for Wang Yiran, he wanted to compete with the old manor lord for first place in swordsmanship. As for the 2 manors, it was the same for 2 sections. However, even in his own manor, no one could say that the green bamboo sword Immortal Su Lang and the horizontal blade manors Wang Yiran were bad people. Since they were already at the main entrance of the Sword Water Manor, Qin Pingon was no longer in a hurry. He patiently chatted with the old gatekeeper. After a while, the old gatekeeper probably confirmed that this Jianghu Jr. wasn't a bad person other than speaking nonsense to fool people. He blocked the door and chatted with him. After all, he had nothing better to do. However, the old man cursed in his heart. This young man wasn't very clever. After chatting with him for so long, he drank many mouthfuls of wine from the wine pot. He didn't even ask if he wanted to drink. He didn't even ask him out of politeness. It wasn't like he would really drink a mouthful of wine. Now that he was still guarding the door, he naturally couldn't drink. Moreover, the wine brewed in his manner was very good. Why would he be greedy for the wine in his broken wine pot? It didn't smell good. But drinking or not drinking was one thing, and whether a young man like you asked or not was another. Of course, Qin Pingon had his own difficulties. The blade strengthening gourd was only a smoke screen. Once the old man took it, he would be exposed. Qin Pingon couldn't possibly conjure a pot of woody wine out of thin air. Moreover, he really couldn't bear to part with it. Both sides were unrelated. How could he give away immortal wine whenever he met someone? Qin Pingon's stinginess was somewhat famous in the Jianghu. Since the old gatekeeper had nothing to do, he complained about the young man's lack of understanding. At the same time, he followed the young man's words and told him some things that the entire Combe nation knew. In the imperial court, Chu Hao had already announced that if the Sword Water Manor didn't move out of this place within a month, they would have to bear the consequences. As for Wang Yiren, he was still kind. He didn't come to the manor to cause trouble. He only invited heroes from all over to the Horizontal Blade Manor as guests to participate in the grand event. As for that green bamboo sword deity Su Lang, he would soon come here to ask for a sword. He didn't come with good intentions. If he didn't have some confidence, he wouldn't dare to play around with this kind of thing. The old gatekeeper also said that he had clearly rejected Su Lang's challenge. However, that green bamboo sword deity was still young and hot-blooded. He said that he would definitely visit the Sword Water Manor. After Qin Pingon heard this, he remained silent. He had fought with that Su Lang twice. However, Su Lang changed sides at the last moment for some unknown reason. He turned around and cut off the head of Lin Gushan, who was supposed to be his ally. The old gatekeeper lamented, "You outsider, now you know why I didn't let you in. If it were any other time, I would have let you in. Our Sword Water Manor doesn't lack a few pots of good wine. However, this isn't the peaceful days of the past. Who knows if there are spies from the imperial court watching over the small town. Once you walk in and out, it won't be clear. Young man, think carefully. Is it worth it to get into trouble for a bit of reputation in the Jianghu? Why bother? Let's go." Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head to look inside the door. The old gatekeeper also turned his head, thinking that someone from the manor had come to the door. In the end, there was no one. By the time the old gatekeeper withdrew his gaze, the young man had already handed him a pot of wine. He smiled and said, "Old Mister is experienced in the Jianghu. Just based on these kind words, you should accept this pot of wine." The old man was puzzled as to why the young man would look at him like that, so he didn't think much of it. He thought that this young man still had some aptitude for the Jianghu. Otherwise, he wouldn't necessarily be able to make a name for himself. The old man still shook his head and said, "If I took your wine and blocked you from entering for most of the day, wouldn't I feel guilty? Forget it. You don't seem to have much money on hand. Keep it for yourself. Besides, I'm just a gatekeeper. I can't drink right now." Qin Pingon opened the mud seal and shook it. "You really don't want to drink?" The old gatekeeper smelled it and was tempted. However, he didn't take it. No matter how good the wine was, it didn't conform to the rules. Besides, people's hearts were unpredictable. He didn't dare to take it. However, the young man suddenly put on his bamboo hat and stuffed the pot of wine into his hands. He turned around and walked down the stairs. He smiled and said, "It seems that someone is coming. Most likely it's someone like me. I'll go greet him on behalf of old Mister. He doesn't need to come to the manor to fish for fame." The old gatekeeper held the pot of wine and looked up. As far as his eyes could see, there was no one on the road. The young man continued to walk away slowly. The old gatekeeper didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he was still a young man. He was thin-skinned. After being rejected at the door, he found such a lame excuse to give himself a way out. The old man sighed. He couldn't bear it. However, people in the Jianghu were like this. He originally wanted to tell the young man who pretended to be a swordsman that when the manor calmed down, he wouldn't stop him if he came again. However, after some hesitation, the old gatekeeper swallowed those words back into his stomach. It wasn't a bad thing for a young man to run into a wall when he went out in the Jianghu. In the bustling town near Swordwater Manor, in a private room of an inn, there was a young man whose true age was already past 40. However, his face was becoming more and more handsome. 10 years ago he seemed to be in his 30s. Now he looked like a young master in his 20s. He sat cross-legged on a praying mat. He was polishing an unsheathed sword with extremely meticulous movements. The scabbard was placed across his knees. The two words Green Pearl were written in seal script. It was once the beloved sword of the #1 swordsman of the ancient Yu kingdom, Lin Gushan. After Lin Gushan's head was chopped off, this divine weapon that could cut through metal like mud became his sword. There was a piece of green bamboo hanging from this person's waist. It was 2 feet and 6 inches long, the same length as the sword. An azure-clothed swordsman wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a sword on his back left the town. The beautiful woman who had accompanied this person polishing his sword with his head lowered all the way from Xianxia kingdom to this small town came to the door with light footsteps. She knocked on the door. She was both a sword attendant and a disciple. She said softly, "Master, someone has finally come to visit Swordwater Manor." The two of them were master and disciple as well as master and servant. They had already been here for nearly 10 years. The man told her that when someone went to the deserted Swordwater Manor, it would be the time for her to draw her sword. She had been waiting at the highest point of the town for the past few days, waiting for that person to appear. She was getting a little annoyed from waiting. She believed that after this battle her master's name would definitely spread throughout Chushui, Xianxia, Sai and other kingdoms. However, after waiting bitterly for almost 10 years, not a single person of Jianghu had gone to Swordwater Manor. The man in the room smiled and said, "Very good." The female sword attendant retreated. She leaped onto a roof ridge. She was excited as she waited for her master's sword to be drawn. That sword would definitely be a peerless style that would reign supreme in Jianghu. Because the man in the room was the green bamboo sword Immortal, Su Lang. Su Lang was not in a hurry to get up in the room. He still lowered his head and wiped the green pearl sword. Wiping the sword edge was to nurture the sword intent and constantly accumulate sword intent. The female sword attendant only felt that a day was like a year. She looked at Swordwater Manor, afraid that Song Yufan would suddenly run away. Then she looked at the inn, hoping that her master's figure would appear quickly. Finally, green bamboo sword Immortal, Su Lang, who had changed into a green robe, walked out of the inn's door and stood in the middle of the bustling street that led directly to Swordwater Manor. A piece of green bamboo, which showed his extraordinary identity, hung on his waist. Su Lang held the green pearl in his hand. On the street, the sword aura was abundant like a surging tide. The pedestrians on the street were so scared that they scattered like birds and beasts. Then someone took the lead to shout out the name of green bamboo sword Immortal. What followed was shocking words, one after another. Then there were countless busybodies. They either went up the stairs or climbed up the roof to watch the battle like Su Lang's sword attendant. Among them, there were some serious-looking men and women in different positions in the town. Compared with the noisy and red-faced spectators, they were more silent. They were the spies and men of sacrifice planted here by the Combe country. The woman stood on the raised eaves of the roof with the widest view and sneered. Su Lang began to take the first step forward. The sword aura swept in all directions. The second step, one step took him 10 feet. Some passers-by on both sides of the street who didn't know whether they were dead or alive, began to feel suffocated and hid in the shops. Only then could they breathe a little. When the famous Jianghu sword Immortal took the third step, one step was several feet away. Those spies and men of sacrifice planted in the town by General Chu, even if they were watching from afar, were shocked. There was such a fierce sword aura in the world. Su Lang's fourth step happened to leave the town's memorial archway. His sword intent and momentum had climbed to the peak of his lifetime of martial arts. But at this moment Su Lang stopped. A green mountain swordsman wearing a bamboo hat came from afar. The reason why Su Lang stopped was that he didn't take the opportunity to go to the Swordwater Villa and ask for the sword, Song Yu. It was because of the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest in front of him. Because this person appeared for a moment, just at the moment when Su Lang was about to pull out the green bead in his hand, it made Su Lang's flawless state of mind and perfect momentum seem to have a trace of dust and stagnation. So Su Lang chose to stop. But he let the person come to him with one step. Su Lang had never been afraid of close combat with people, especially if the other party was a cultivator on the mountain. It would be better. The man in the bamboo hat looked very young. I heard that you want to ask for the sword? The man asked. But didn't Senior Song clearly refuse your competition? For a senior in Jianghu like Senior Song, it's already very meaningful. Do you still want to take an inch and want a mile? Su Lang felt that these childish questions were more ridiculous than the other. It shouldn't be asked by a person who could temporarily stop him from moving forward. The man hesitated for a moment. As long as there is a reason, no matter whether it's right or not, you can do whatever you want, right? Su Lang smiled and said, then you also want to find one? The man actually thought about it. Then he adjusted his bamboo hat and said with a smile, I've thought about it. You're delaying me from inviting Senior Song to eat hot pot. Su Lang had already returned to the perfect and flawless state of the sword heart. He slowly said, then try and see if you can block my sword. After one punch. It didn't even make Qin Pingon use a shrinking talisman. The famous green bamboo sword Immortal returned to where he came from in a straight line, falling on the side of the small towns in that he had previously walked out of. Qin Pingon didn't even look over there. He turned around and walked back to the Sword Water Manor. He said to himself, he should have just reached the 7th realm? No wonder he's like paper. He returned to the Sword Water Manor. The old gatekeeper was confused. Because not only did the old manor lord appear, the young manor lord and his wife also came. Everyone's expression was grave. Could it be that green bamboo sword Immortal had appeared? But the old gatekeeper only saw the green-robed swordsman who had left and returned. The old man was amused. Though this kid's skin is quite thick. Forget it, for the sake of that pot of good wine, I won't bicker with this junior. Moreover, in Jianghu sometimes being thick-skinned also had its benefits. In the old gatekeeper's vision, the young man who was constantly approaching the gate was already waving his hand from afar. Senior Song, do you want to eat hot pot? The old gatekeeper wiped his face. Young man, isn't this a bit too shameless? End of this chapter. For 72, Qin Pingon came to the gate and took off his bamboo hat. Senior Song was still wearing a long black robe, but he no longer carried a sword and looked much older. The sword saint of Combe Nation had a look of disbelief on his face as he asked with a heavy accent, Melon? Qin Pingon didn't know whether to nod or shake his head, but he nodded in the end. Song Yuran laughed heartily and slapped Qin Pingon on the shoulder. Good boy, you've grown so fast that I can't recognize you. Why don't you wear straw sandals and carry a bamboo box? Maybe I'll recognize you at a glance. Qin Pingon asked with a smile, shall we go to eat hot pot? Song Yuran didn't answer the question but asked, what happened in the town? Su Lang's sword chi suddenly stopped. Is it related to you? Qin Pingon nodded and said, I stopped him and sent him back to the town. He shouldn't come to trouble you again. He didn't make up a random reason. After all, Senior Song was an experienced man he admired very much. It was hard to fool him. However, the truth was often false and the lies were true. The old gatekeeper didn't believe it. Song Yuran's grandson Song Fengshan and his wife Lu Qian didn't believe it either. Song Yuhua was the only one who believed Qin Pingon. He took Qin Pingon's arm and said, since it's over, let's go inside and have a seat. What's so urgent about the hot pot? After the hot pot you'll pay the bill and leave. How can I stop you? Besides, I can't stop you. Song Fengshan and Lu Qian looked at each other. The old gatekeeper secretly swallowed his saliva. When Qin Pingon was about to pass by the old gatekeeper, he stopped and took a step back. He said with a smile, see, I'm very familiar with your village. Don't stop me next time or I'll directly climb over the wall. The old gatekeeper didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cupped his hands and apologized. Child Qin, I was blind and offended you. Qin Pingon made a gesture of drinking with his head up. The old gatekeeper understood and gave Qin Pingon a thumbs up. Song Yushan pulled Qin Pingon away. Song Fengshan didn't follow him immediately. He asked softly, Old Qi, what happened? The old gatekeeper then recounted the joke that had happened earlier, and was very amused by his own embarrassing story. Song Fengshan stretched out a finger and rubbed his forehead. Lu Qian smiled and said, isn't that good? If word gets out, it'll be a great story in Jianghu. The old concierge laughed openly. They all took their seats in the hall of the villa and Lu Qian personally poured tea for them. Qin Pingon took a sip of tea and asked curiously, Chu Hao didn't die back then? Song Fengshan shook his head and said, he's dead as can be. It's just that Han Yuanshan has taken over his identity. Han Yuanshan has always been good at disguising himself. Qin Pingon suddenly understood. The earliest 4 evil spirits of the Brushui kingdom, the female ghost of the ancient temple Wei Wei Han Yuanshan, the devil cult figure who was killed by the sage of the academy Zhou Xian in the Swordwater Villa. The last one was Song Fengshan's wife Lu Qian. Lu Qian did it for her husband Song Fengshan, and to promote the reputation of the Swordwater Villa in Jianghu. As for the young master of the Han family of the small mountain, Han Yuanshan was ambitious and shrewd, and his methods were not bad. He wanted to use the power of the Jianghu to rise to the center of the imperial court. No one could imagine what Han Yuanshan wanted to do in the future. Qin Pingon did not find it strange that Han Yuanshan could do such a big thing. With Chu Hao's appearance and status, he could do whatever he wanted in the Swordwater manner. However, Song Fengshan and Lu Qian had such a big handle on Han Yuanshan. Han Yuanshan was not the real Chu Hao. Why couldn't the Swordwater manor fight back when he was so aggressive against them? Wasn't Han Yuanshan afraid that the villa would completely fall out with him and expose his identity? Song Fengshan seemed to have seen through Qin Pingon's doubts and explained with a smile, it's just acting for people to see. It's a business deal. Chu Hao wants to use this to pave the way for the horizontal blade villa that joined him and unify the Jianghu. Han Yuanshan knows that our Swordwater Villa won't be the imperial court's lackey, so he started to support Wang Yiran of the horizontal blade villa. We don't have any objections to this. Wang Yiran cares about the title of the #1 sect in the Jianghu, but we don't. We want to use this opportunity to find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, far away from the troubles of the secular world. In exchange, Han Yuanshan will use the name of the imperial court of the Combe Water country to carve out a piece of land on the mountain for us to build a new villa. That's a place with good feng shui that grandfather has long taken a fancy to. Han Yuanshan will strive to obtain the title of a river god for my wife. I'll reject all social engagements and all human relations in the Jianghu. I'll practice the sword in peace. Lu Qian wasn't an ordinary woman. Her status and intelligence were both. Where there's life, there's hope. Qin Pingon nodded and said, take a step back. Brother Song can concentrate on swordsmanship, and sister-in-law can also seek a long future. Moreover, the ancestral land has been chosen as the mountain god temple. It's also considered a great merit. There will be ancestral merit to protect the descendants. But the only thing you need to pay attention to is the old senior and brother Song. You need to come here from time to time to take a look. If the incense of the new mountain god isn't pure, it will be cut off early. Of course, that's the worst result. Song Yushan and Song Yushan looked at each other and smiled. Qin Pingon understood that he must have said too much. Indeed, whether it was the old senior or Song Fengshan, they were actually familiar with the things on the mountain. The old senior especially liked to wander around with a sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to buy a sword for Song Fengshan from the Immortal Fairy on the Earth Dragon Mountain. Qin Pingon silently told himself that he wasn't in a hurry. He still had to stay in the villa for a few more days. After all, it was the Song family's own family affairs. Qin Pingon was actually new here, so it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much. In Qin Pingon's mind, no matter how others traveled in the martial world, his martial world wouldn't be like how he defeated Su Lang with a punch today, ate hot pot with Song Yushan tomorrow, and rode his sword north the day after tomorrow. During this period, he didn't have to think about anything. It seemed that from the beginning to the end he only had the fastest punches and the fastest sword riding. He drank happily, ate hot pot happily, learned fist techniques and swordsmanship, and had some achievements. Life should be so simple. It was getting easier and easier. It shouldn't be like this. Perhaps things would be different in the North Continent, where he was unfamiliar with the people and the land, and he would not have so many concerns. Therefore, after meeting each other, he could only ask more about other people's affairs and think about the Song family's affairs indirectly. However, there was one thing that Qin Pingon was very clear about. To be able to give up the ancestral land of the mountain villa here, one had to be bold and resolute. Especially when Senior Song was willing to agree, it was even more difficult. For the older generation of martial world people, face was more important than the sky. Senior Song was experienced in the martial world. In fact, Wang Yiran could be counted as well. However, Su Lang, the green bamboo sword immortal of Xianxia country, couldn't be counted as much. Other things aside, Su Lang's appearance this time and his sword attack in the small town was very against the rules. Because according to the old rules passed down from generation to generation in the martial world, Senior Sword Sage Song of Coming Country had publicly rejected Su Lang's invitation without any reason or excuse. He didn't even say anything like postponing the battle for a few years. In fact, it was equivalent to Song Yushan voluntarily giving up the title of the #1 swordsman. It was like a game of chess where the player threw in a piece and admitted defeat. It was just that he didn't say the words, "I lost." For Song Yushan, who was experienced in the martial world, what he gave away with both hands was not only the title but also the reputation and face that he had accumulated over a lifetime. It could be said that he had given away half his life. Song Yushan just looked at Qin Pingon with a smile. The little melon of the past was now doing well. He just didn't know if his alcohol tolerance had increased. Could he eat spicy food? Did he still believe that drinking wine could relieve the spicy taste? The old man was especially curious. Did the girl that Qin Pingon had been thinking about become a couple after meeting her? Or did he really jinx it? Did he just say, "You are a good person," to dismiss him? After listening to Song Fingshan's reasonable explanation, Qin Pingon felt a little strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Then what's the matter with Su Lang? I saw that he was ready to use his sword in the small town." It was true. He wanted to fight to the death with the old man, not just to see who was better in swordsmanship. This time Song Yushan personally came to explain to Qin Pingon, "The sword god of colorful clothes country that I respected the most in the past was probably in the realm of Su Lang now. Su Lang was very talented. After he broke through the realm, he wanted to find a whetstone to help him stabilize his realm. Song Yushan happened to be a swordsman and was famous enough. I was one realm lower than Su Lang. Let's call it half realm. Of course he was the best person to sharpen my sword." In fact, Song Yushan was not interested in drinking tea. It was just that he didn't drink much nowadays. He could only make an exception during festivals. His grandson and granddaughter-in-law were very strict, just like guarding against thieves. He had no choice but to treat it as drinking the tasteless wine. It was better than nothing. The old man continued, "It's just that Su Lang made a fuss which put me in a dilemma. If I agree to fight with him, it doesn't matter if I lose or die. But it will ruin the deal between us and Han Yuanshan." Speaking of this, Song Yushan took a sip of tea. Lu Qian quickly got up and refilled a cup of tea. Song Yushan complained, "Even if I drink a few kilograms of tea, it still doesn't taste like wine. Now Qin Pingon is here. It's not good to treat guests with tea." Lu Qian was just about to sit down. Since her grandfather asked, she continued to stand and said with a smile, "Grandpa Fengshan has the final say in this matter." Song Fengshan said with a straight face, "During this year's Mid-Autumn Festival, Grandpa even drank all the wine for Lidong and Little New Year." Song Yushan sighed and didn't insist. Qin Pingon was a little happy. It could be seen that the relationship between grandfather and grandson was harmonious now. They were no longer as stubborn as before. Song Yushan continued the previous topic with a self-deprecating look. "If I lose, there will definitely be countless people who will hit me when I'm down. Even if we move in the future, they won't stop. Everyone wants to step on us or at least spit a few mouthfuls of saliva. If I die, maybe Han Yuanshan will go back on his word and let Wang Yiren annex the Sword Water Villa. The so-called sword sage of the Sword Water country is worthless now. It's a pity that Su Lang showed off his ability and wanted to get something real after getting something fake. Common sense is that it doesn't conform to the rules of the older generation. But talking about the old rules now is just a joke." Song Fengshan wanted to say something but stopped. Song Yushan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't think too much. It's just grumbling in front of Qin Pingon. Don't you know what kind of temper I have? If I really can't let go of these superficial things, I wouldn't have agreed to do business with Han Yuanshan. In the end, it's because I'm not as skilled as others and can't break through the bottleneck in my lifetime." This gave Su Lang the chance to catch up. Who doesn't want to be the best swordsman and have no one beside them? Song Yushan took the initiative to say something to Su Lang. Then he said something to the Jianghu that no one wanted to hear. In the past, the Jianghu of the colorful robes country was the most respected. Even if Lin Gushan of the ancient Yu country didn't know how to conduct himself, even if I, Song Yushan, didn't deserve the position and liked to travel, Su Lang was full of vigor and ambition. No matter what, the Jianghu was still full of vitality. No matter who he learned from, it was a path. Now that the old sword god is dead, Lin Guxian is dead, and I'm half dead. There's only Su Lang left. If Su Lang wants to rise to the top, no one can stop him as long as his swordsmanship reaches a certain level. I'm just afraid that Su Lang will set a bad example. In the future, the young swordsmen in the Jianghu will feel that their swordsmanship is high and rules are nothing. They can kill whoever they want. It's just like Yu Qin Pingon or Song Fengshan, who are rich and rich. As long as you want to, you can of course go to the brothel and spend a lot of money. No matter how beautiful or expensive the courtesan is, you can have her in your arms. But this doesn't mean that you can humiliate and bully a decent girl when you see her on the road. Qin Pingon said helplessly, I've never been to a brothel. Catching a glimpse of Lu Qian drinking tea with a faint smile, Song Fengshan hurriedly echoed, neither have I. Absolutely not. The older the wiser. Song Yushan turned his head and reminded Lu Qian with a smile, if a man really hasn't been to a brothel, or if he doesn't have such thoughts at all, he won't be so confident. He will just laugh it off and let it go. Lu Qian nodded gently and said softly, it seems to be so. Qin Pingon and Song Fengshan looked at each other, but Song Fengshan's eyes were full of grievance and blame. It's all because of you, Qin Pingon. How dare you blame me? How many years have you been in the Jianghu? How many years have I, Qin Pingon, been in? Qin Pingon blinked and said, anyway, I really haven't been there. Song Fengshan was stunned on the spot. This guy is so mean. Lu Qian covered her mouth and laughed. Song Yushan laughed and said, looks like you haven't been in the Jianghu for nothing all these years. Song Fengshan shook his head and turned to his wife. Bring me some wine or I'll be upset. Lu Qian got up and went to get the wine. Song Yushan's voice was a little louder because of the light. Song Fengshan didn't drink much and Lu Qian only drank a cup symbolically. The 2 jars of good wine that had been in the cellar for more than 5 years were all given to Song Yushan and Qin Pingon. When he heard that Qin Pingon planned to leave the day after tomorrow, Song Yushan waved his hand and said, bring me 2 more jars. If this melon skin gets drunk, I'll allow him to leave immediately after drinking, let alone the day after tomorrow. Lu Qian got up and went to get the wine without hesitation. Qin Pingon said helplessly, then I'll leave the day after tomorrow. Senior Song, I really have something to do. I have to catch a cross-continent ferry to the North Continent. If I miss it, I'll have to wait for at least a month. Song Yushan glared at him and said, then why don't you leave now? Can't you wait for a day or 2? Am I too inexperienced, or are you, Qin Pingon, too influential now? Qin Pingon muttered, they say that persuading people to drink at the table is the best way to see the justice of the martial world. Song Yushan slammed the table and said, drink your wine. I think that girl, unless she has bad eyesight, she'll never like a man like you who dilly-dallied while drinking wine. What, you're out of luck. When Qin Pingon heard this, he was in a good mood. His eyes sparkled and he was full of heroism. It was just that he was tongue-tied when he spoke. Drink, drink, drink. Afraid of you? Senior Song, you've really tricked me. Back then, because of what you said, I was scared half to death. But fortunately it's not a big deal. Come, drink this bowl first. To be honest, your alcohol tolerance is not as good as before. Just a few bowls of wine and your face is already red as if you've put on rouge. Song Yushan glared at him and said, if you have the ability, don't shake your hand when drinking. Hold it steadily. If you dare to shake a drop of wine, you'll lose some of your martial world friendship. Song Fengshan and Lu Qian were secretly happy. He was still young and experienced. His ability to persuade people to drink at the table was endless and impossible to guard against. The old and the young drank until the sky turned dark. In the end, in the eyes of Song Fengshan and Lu Qian, the 2 had already taken off their boots and sat cross-legged on the chairs. Fortunately, Song Fengshan was controlling them and refused to give them more wine. The 2 were not completely satisfied. Otherwise, they would probably drink until they vomited and then drink again after vomiting. Qin Pingon still lived in the same house as before. It was closer to the Xianxia pavilion and the waterfall. He fell asleep immediately. Song Yushan was not much better. He staggered back to his residence and soon began to snore thunderously. Qin Pingon was really drunk. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes, barely maintaining a trace of clarity. There was something wrong with Senior Song's state of mind. Otherwise, the old sword sage of the Combe country had to agree to Han Yuanshan's request because he was worried about the future of the younger generation. Then, due to the situation, he had to refuse Su Lang's competition. But even so, Qin Pingon would not have such a mentality when he saw him today. He would not admit his old age and accept his fate. However, Qin Pingon did not ask directly. No matter how much wine he drank, he did not mention it. It was not true that a good relationship and drunk could really be unscrupulous. How many unintentional words from the people closest to them had become a knot in their hearts for the rest of their lives. In the end, Song Yushan suddenly glanced at the bamboo hat on the table and the long sword on Qin Pingon's back. He asked, "Is the sword on your back good?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Yes." Song Yushan smiled and said, "That's good." Qin Pingon was confused and didn't think too much about it. He couldn't care less and burped. Song Fengshan and Lu Qian looked a little lonely, but they hid it well and disappeared in a flash. Qin Pingon had a headache from drinking. He murmured to sleep. "If there is wine in the morning, I will drink in the morning. If I am drunk, I will be an immortal. Tomorrow's worries will come tomorrow's worries. All kinds of worries and wine." Early in the morning, Qin Pingon opened his eyes. After washing up, he walked along the quiet path to the waterfall. Of course, he was not to practice boxing. He wanted to see the words that he secretly engraved on the stone wall. In the end, he saw Song Fengshan instead of Song Yushan at the Xianshui pavilion. Qin Pingon walked quickly and Song Fengshan got up to greet him. Song Fengshan smiled and said, "It's rare for Grandpa to drink without restraint. He hasn't gotten up yet." Qin Pingon felt a little guilty. After a moment of silence, he looked around. "Isn't it a pity to move out of here?" Song Fengshan grunted, "Of course I'm a little reluctant. However, this was Grandpa's idea. He took the initiative to find Han Yuanshan. Actually, Lu Qian and I didn't want to agree at that time. Our initial idea was to take a step back. At most, we would let Wang Yiran, whom Grandpa thought highly of, win in the battle between the sword and the saber. That would allow Wang Yiran to become the Wulin alliance of Shu Shui country. Sword Water Manor would definitely not move. After all, the manor was Grandpa's life's work. But Grandpa didn't agree. He said that the manor was dead and people were alive. What was there to not let go of? You know Grandpa's temper. I can't persuade him." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Senior is like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped the Shu Shui country's army alone." Song Yushan was important to Qin Pingon. He was very important. For some people, as long as they were still in Jianghu, everything they did was like holding the Jianghu's wine pot and pouring a cup of wine for others. The cup was full of chivalry, allowing others to take the cup and drink to their heart's content. Song Fengshan smiled and said, "Grandpa also doesn't have any thoughts about the current Jianghu. He always says that it's difficult to find a drinking friend nowadays. That's why he's like this." It seemed that his words were a little heavy. Then Song Fengshan quickly joked, "Qin Pingon, don't be afraid to come to our new manor to drink just because Grandpa made you drink like this. To be honest, it's also your fault. You said that you were going to leave soon. Grandpa naturally won't delay your matters. However, at the wine table, old people are all like this. It's not good to say anything soft in front of the younger generation in the family. He can only drag you to drink as much as he wants." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I understand." Song Fengshan said, "To be honest, Wei Wei suddenly sent a flying sword to Lu Qian in the manor last night. She just asked if you were in the manor now. It seems that if you answer truthfully, she will come here. I asked Lu Qian to pretend that she didn't receive the flying sword. When you left, she wrote back that she really did come and just wanted to drink with Grandpa." Qin Pingon cupped his fists and thanked him. After drinking too much last night, Qin Pingon roughly talked about his reunion with Wei Wei of the Shu Shui country's 4 evil spirits. However, he didn't mention the matter of the mountain god. Qin Pingon had to clean up the mess himself. For example, after going to the immortal ferry of the Earth Dragon Mountain, he would find an opportunity to send a flying sword message to Wei Pai of the Cloud-Splitting Mountain. He would ask about the size of this matter as well as the normal reactions of the Dali officials and the local imperial court. Wei Pai was the god of Dali's northern peak. He was far away in the Shu Shui country in the middle of the Aquarius continent. Naturally, he was not in the northern peak's territory. It was because of this that Qin Pingon was so straightforward with his sword. Otherwise, he really would have been merciful. Song Fengshan pointed in the direction of the small town. Su Lang has already left with the sword-wielding maid. I believe that there will soon be a shocking rumor that will spread throughout the Jianghu of more than 10 countries. Su Lang and a real sword immortal of the mountain fought to the death. Although he lost, it was still glorious. Qin Pingon didn't care about the rumors. He smiled and said, I've never understood why there are sword attendants. The former imperial concubine was like this. The green bamboo sword immortal Su Lang was also like this. Song Fengshan looked a little embarrassed. Qin Pingon asked, Brother Song also has such thoughts? Song Fengshan said in a low voice, I only dare to think about it in my heart. Qin Pingon rubbed his chin. Originally it was a very difficult thing to understand. But when he put himself in Song Fengshan's shoes and thought about it, he immediately understood. In any case Qin Pingon would not even think about it. Qin Pingon suddenly frowned. The Su Lang was really too persistent. At this time the old housekeeper surnamed Chu quickly walked over. He stood outside the small pavilion and smiled bitterly. Green bamboo sword immortal Su Lang came secretly. He is outside the gate and wants to see young Master Qin. He said that he would like to trouble young Master Qin with the matter. In the future there will be great rewards. Song Fengshan thought for a moment and understood the key point. He sneered, Twice you've taken an inch and wanted a mile. Qin Pingon smiled and waved his hand, It's okay. When I came I drank so much good wine. Song Fengshan shook his head, It's two different things. Qin Pingon joked, Brother Song, you can't stop me. Song Fengshan smiled, Even 10 Song Fengshans can't stop you, but you already called me Brother Song. Without waiting for Song Fengshan to finish. Let's go. Qin Pingon had already put 2 fingers together and gently touched the scabbard. Remember, don't hurt people. You can make a big movement. The sword immortal left the scabbard. Circling out of the mountain water pavilion, it soared into the sky. The golden line hung in the sky. Wherever the sword chi was, the thunder shook and the sea of clouds above the sword chi villa shattered. Occasionally the golden line would quickly approach the mountain master, but it would quickly continue to rise into the sky. After a moment, Qin Pingon raised his head and smiled, Let's go back. The long sword that was like a dragon turning the clouds and rain, as if it was ordered by an immortal, quickly fell to the ground and returned to its scabbard. Song Fengshan was speechless. He knew that the current Qin Pingon's martial arts cultivation must be very frightening, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to defeat Su Lang. But he, Song Fengshan, really didn't expect that it could scare people to death. Qin Pingon flipped his wrist and handed over a pot of wuti wine. He held back his laughter. After drinking the good wine of the villa, you should drink mine. I'm not an old senior lying that drinking wine can relieve the spiciness. This wine can really relieve the hangover with wine. Song Fengshan opened the mud seal and smelled it. An authentic immortal wine, this is good wine. Qin Pingon shook his head. This kind of wine is only good to drink. I never miss it. If I can drink it, I'll drink it. If I can't, I won't think about it. But Brother Song, I've been thinking about the wine of your sword water villa for many years. Song Fengshan lifted the wine pot. Qin Pingon lifted the blade strengthening gourd and said in unison, Let's drink. Song Fengshan drank half a pot of wine and stopped drinking. Qin Pingon stood up and said that he wanted to go to the waterfall to take a look. Song Fengshan didn't go with him. They left the mountain water pavilion together. Song Fengshan walked back with a pot of woody wine that was said to come from Book Slip Lake. He handed the pot to the old housekeeper, Grandpa Chu, and said that it was a gift from Qin Pingon. He said that they would talk later and that he should give it after drinking it. The old housekeeper, who had a good relationship with Qin Pingon back then, smiled and took the wine pot. As long as it was a gift from that young man, he would accept it regardless of its quality. There was no need to be polite. The old housekeeper said that green bamboo sword immortal had already left. Before Su Lang left, he held his sword and bowed to the villa's gate. Lu Qian, Song Fengshan and the old housekeeper met halfway. She called Grandpa Chu and the old man left with a smile. The couple had just walked for a short while when Song Yufan came over. Seeing his grandpa, Song Fengshan smiled and said, Grandpa, don't worry. I won't talk too much. Song Yufan patted his grandson's shoulder and continued walking to the mountain water pavilion that was still some distance away from the waterfall. After sitting down, he began to reminisce about the past. It was easy for old people to go to bed late and wake up early. Young people always didn't understand. In fact, when an old man thought about those old people in stories, young people often didn't like to listen to them. The old man had to think about it himself. Qin Pingon broke the waterfall with a punch in the pavilion. He smiled when he saw those words. He turned around and soon left the waterfall and came to the pavilion. Song Yufan had already walked out of the pavilion. Let's go and eat hot pot. Qin Pingon was a little shocked. It's so early in the morning. The restaurant isn't even open yet. Song Yufan smiled and said, the title of the sword sage of the brushing nation is worthless. But it's still okay to eat hot pot in front of your house. Besides, it's you who is treating. It's not like you don't pay. The shopkeeper will curse you in his mind later. The two didn't fly away like birds as before. They walked slowly. It was Song Yufan's idea. Halfway through, old butler Chu caught up with the two of them and took the bamboo hat that Qin Pingon had left in the house. Qin Pingon asked, are you chasing us away? Song Yufan smiled and said, the earlier you leave, the earlier you can come back next time. Can't you understand this? Don't you look like a fool? Qin Pingon was speechless. When they arrived at the town, there was no smoke yet. There were only a few roosters crowing and dogs barking. It seemed even quieter. Song Yufan knocked hard on the door of the restaurant. It was the old shopkeeper that Qin Pingon was familiar with. He was a middle-aged man with sleepy eyes. When he saw old sword sage Song, he smiled and said, what's the matter, Mr. Song? Song Yufan pointed at the green-robed swordsman with a bamboo hat beside him. This guy said he wants to eat hot pot. Please give him a table. The man's face and heart did not have the slightest bit of complaint. The friendship between the restaurant and the manor had been passed down from his father's generation. Although his father had passed away and it was said that the manor would be moved, the man still remembered the manor and the old manor master's kindness. He smiled and said, all right, I'll prepare it for the old manor master. It just so happens that the second floor is quiet and there are no other guests. Song Yufan took Qin Pingon to the table by the window on the second floor. The restaurant was familiar with old sword sage Song's taste. They were familiar with old sword sage Song's taste, so they chose the best ones. Soon the table was full of big and small bowls and plates. The hot pot began to steam. Song Yufan asked for 2 pots of wine from the restaurant, one for each of them. He said to Qin Pingon, today we'll drink less wine and eat more food. Qin Pingon nodded. Song Yufan glanced at the seasoning bowl that Qin Pingon made. It was quite bright red. Just the chopped chili alone was enough to fill half a bowl. Good, this guy is good. Qin Pingon talked more freely than yesterday. He talked more about the things on the mountain. Among them was the trip to Hazy Mountain in colorful clothes country. Song Yufan was very restrained when drinking today. He mostly sipped wine. After hearing about Qin Pingon's breaking of the mountain and water tactical formation and tearing down the ancestral master hall, he smiled and nodded. In this way, the ancestral master hall will be broken. Father and son will turn against each other and become enemies. Even if they won't turn against each other for a while, they may have to complain about their difficulties. Afterward, they will smile and pretend to be filial. But Lu Yundai and Lu Tingjiu both know that they can't be united. What you did is more effective than tearing down their ancestral master hall. Good job, kid. You don't kill people, but you destroy their hearts. Who did you learn from? Qin Pingon also took a sip of wine. I learned a little from the mountain and also from the Jianghu. Qin Pingon then chatted about the fisherman Wu Shuowen, the young man Zhao Xiao, and the young girl Zhao Luan. He smiled and said that he had mentioned the Sword Water Manor to them and that they might come to visit in the future. He also hoped that the manor would not embarrass him and that they would treat him well. Otherwise, the 3 of them would think that Qin Pingon was bragging without a draft. In fact, he was not friends with the sword sage of the Sword Water Nation. They were just ordinary acquaintances. Song Yufan laughed. He helped to boil a piece of beef tripe and put it in Qin Pingon's bowl. They ate all the side dishes of the hot pot and drank a pot of wine. Song Yushuang once again sent Qin Pingon out of the town. However, this time, Qin Pingon's alcohol tolerance had improved and he could eat spicy food. He was no longer as miserable as before, which made the old man a little disappointed. Qin Pingon stood still with his bamboo hat on. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior, I'm leaving." Song Yufan nodded and said, "He is not handsome. What's there to hide with the bamboo hat?" Qin Pingon held his bamboo hat and said seriously, "It's hard to say. How a man looks can only be judged by a woman." Song Yufan scolded with a smile, "What the hell?" Qin Pingon turned around and left with a smile. Song Yufan waited until Qin Pingon was far away. Then he turned around and went back to the villa along the deserted street. The old man walked alone to the memorial archway where Su Lang wanted to ask him about the sword. There were some things that Qin Pingon wanted to ask but couldn't. Su Lang talked about things that seemed to be out of topic, such as his glory in the Misty Mountain. Song Yufan's swordsmanship was not high, but he had been in Jianghu for so many years for nothing. How could he not know Qin Pingon's nature? How could he not know that Qin Pingon would not say such words that were more or less suspected of showing off? What was it for? Wasn't it to make this old man feel better? He told him that Song Yu was having a fever. If something really happened and he, Qin Pingon, really asked, then he should just say it out loud and not hold it in. However, from the beginning to the end, Song Yulan's words and actions were clear, which was equivalent to telling Qin Pingon that he had nothing on his mind, that everything was fine, and that Qin Pingon was overthinking. Song Yufan put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky and there were no clouds. Today was a good day. He hoped that the boy would be like this every day in Jianghu in the future. At noon it was the third day since Qin Pingon left the villa. A girl with almond-shaped eyes came to the Swordwater Villa in a hurry, wearing a pair of embroidered shoes. When she saw Lu Qian and Song Fengshan and heard that Qin Pingon had left, she immediately complained that the couple was not kind and did not help to persuade him to stay for a few days. Lu Qian felt a little strange and asked her if something happened at the mountain and she wanted Qin Pingon to help solve it. Then Lu Qian said seriously, "Regarding the grudge between you and the mountain god, as long as you Wei Wei ask, the Swordwater Villa will help. But the villa will never let Qin Pingon do it." Wei Wei's expression was strange. "Didn't this great sword Immortal tell you about the ancient temple?" Lu Qian was puzzled. "He did. Even if he did, you still dared to go back to your old business. Back then you suffered at the hands of our grandfather and still didn't learn your lesson. You went to the ancient temple to kidnap men's Xianxia. But is there something else after you met?" Wei Wei chuckled. "There's nothing else. It's just that he likes me, but he's too embarrassed to say it. I'm actually a little moved, so I wanted to ask old Master Song to help me matchmake." The corner of Song Fengshan's mouth curled up. What kind of nonsense was that? Who here didn't know what Wei Wei really liked? Furthermore, with Qin Pingon's temper and his current cultivation, you Wei Wei were already lucky that he didn't kill the demon with one strike. Lu Qian laughed and directly exposed Wei Wei. "All right, don't make such a joke. If our grandfather or Qin Pingon hears it, you'll suffer." Lu Qian glanced at the couple who looked relaxed, frowned and asked, "Could it be that Su Lang died halfway because he wasn't careful when he walked and didn't come to your villa to cause trouble? Otherwise, can you still laugh? Shouldn't you wash your face with tears every day?" Yu Lu Qian wiped Song Fengshan's tears and Song Fengshan told his wife not to cry, and helped you wipe your face later. Song Fengshan couldn't stand the female ghost's teasing, so he found an excuse to get up and leave. Lu Qian then roughly told Wei Wei about Su Lang being beaten back, as well as the matter of him coming to the door to seek an audience. In fact, she had been diligently taking care of the affairs of Swordwater Villa all these years, so she knew what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, the grandfather and grandson wouldn't be so at ease with her taking care of the family. Wei Wei made an "oh" sound and didn't find it strange at all. Seeing Lu Qian's thoughtful gaze, Wei Wei exclaimed and held her chest. "So young Master Chen is already like this. His swordsmanship is godly. Really scares me to death. My goodness, if I had known earlier, I would have recommended myself to sleep with him at the ancient temple. Even if I don't like men, I would have closed my eyes and let it pass." Lu Qian threw a handful of melon seeds over. "Don't say such shameless and vulgar things." Wei Wei suddenly said, "I should have arrived yesterday. Alas, we ghosts can barely ride the wind and travel far away, but we really can't compare to a sword immortal riding a sword as fast as lightning. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I've been cultivating hard for hundreds of years, but I can't compare to a man who traveled for less than 10 years. It's sad." Qian, the reason why I came to you a day later was because I went to the prefecture's capital. I planned to plan something big that involved the foundation of the Great Tao. I won't tell you the details, but you'll know sooner or later. However, during this process I found the shadow of the horizontal blade manor. That little woman Wang Shan who is really arrogant now. I could smell the scent of rouge on her body even from a few miles away. It should be that as soon as Su Lang suffered a loss here, the spy Han Yuanshan left in the small town sent a message by flying sword. That's why the horizontal blade manor immediately took action. Wei Wei rubbed her chest with one hand and pretended to be bitter. You have to be prepared early. If my lover Qin Pingon is still in the manor it won't matter. But now this heartless man has run away. If Han Yuanshan also comes here I won't be partial to you. At most I won't help either side. Sisterly love is sisterly love, but if Han Yuanshan really wants to punish you I can only cry secretly. In fact, Wei Wei was very curious why Han Yuanshan was so ruthless and disregarded the general situation. He insisted on making things difficult for the Sword Water Manor and forced Song Yuxuan to move out of the manor and build a mountain god temple here. The mountain monster who was killed by Qin Pingon with one sword had been dreaming that he could rise to the sky in one step and change his position to become the new mountain god of the Sword Water Manor. As for the important matter that she did not mention, of course, it was planning for her to replace that beast on the mountain god throne. She Wei Wei had always been secretly competing with Zhou Xian. Many sisters in the world were like this. Although they were close, they had to compete to see who had a better life. Wei Wei and Zhou Xian were once one of the 4 evil spirits of the Brushing Water country. Zhou Xian, as a spirit of the mountains and lakes, had become the young madam of the Sword Water Villa. Why couldn't I, Wei Wei, be a mountain god and be superior to you? The business between the Sword Water Manor and Han Yuanshan was very secretive. Zhou Xian naturally wouldn't tell Wei Wei anything. When it came to heartfelt words, it was better to say as little as possible. It also depended on the person. Otherwise, if she took it out, she wouldn't be able to put her heart back. Zhou Xian thought for a while and carefully chose her words. She slowly said, "It shouldn't be a bad thing." Most likely, Qin Pingon's action made Han Yuanshan afraid. With his cautiousness, he most likely wouldn't come in person. He just let the puppet Wang Yuran, whom he supported, come to the manor for a while. This way, the 3 parties won't be in a deadlock. Wei Wei thought it was most likely so. In the battlefield where an old man and a young man once faced thousands of soldiers and horses, there was a green-robed swordsman wearing a bamboo hat. When he left the town, he didn't immediately go to the immortal ferry of the Earth Dragon Mountain. Instead, he asked a nearby mountain god who was about to be promoted. Only then did he finally understand something that Song Yufan, Song Fengshan, and Zhou Xian didn't want to talk about. Why would Song Yufan fall for the Sword Dao Grandmaster and the pure martial artist? This was a secret that few people in the Sword Water Manor knew. It was just that the mountain god, who had high hopes for the imperial court of the Combe country, ruled the fate of the land and used his original supernatural power at that time, so he knew. It wasn't a big deal. No one died. Was it a small deal? Was it a small deal? It wasn't. There was once a martial artist from the central region who came from afar to the Sword Water Manor and asked Song Yufan for a bamboo scabbard. At first he said he would buy it with a lot of immortal money. Song Yufan refused. The reason was very simple. He wanted to give the scabbard to a friend. He didn't want to sell it. Then the foreigner, whose martial arts realm was unimaginably high, told Song Yufan to think about it for 3 days. After 3 days he wouldn't buy it. When he left, the man glanced at Song Fengshan and Zhou Xian. He sneered at them like a man at the top of the mountain looking at ants. He changed the wording with Song Yufan. 2 lives were still considered as a purchase. Song Yufan was silent for 3 days. Song Fengshan and Zhou Xian made up their minds. They actually persuaded their grandfather not to sell it. However, on the last day of Song Yufan's life, he handed over the bamboo scabbard and didn't take the immortal money. After that, the old man was really old. However, the old man took the initiative to have a drink with his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. He even proposed a toast to his granddaughter-in-law, Zhou Xian. He said that it was the Song family's good fortune for his grandson to be able to find a daughter-in-law like her in this lifetime. In the past, he, as her grandfather, had let her down and underestimated her. Zhou Xian drank the cup of wine with tears in her eyes. Finally, the old man comforted the 2 juniors, saying that it was fine. It was really fine and that they shouldn't take it to heart. It was just a bamboo scabbard. Anyway, he had never mentioned it to Qin Pingon. They could just pretend that nothing had happened. At this moment, a mighty convoy slowly drove towards the azure-clothed swordsman. Qin Pingon gathered his thoughts. Back when he met the local mountain god, he didn't need to mention it to the mountain god at the manor. They had already met. The mountain god naturally didn't dare. However, he still felt honored to be able to sit on the mountain peak with the young sword immortal and drink with him. The reason why Qin Pingon didn't leave immediately and didn't return to the Sword Water Manor was that he felt unhappy and didn't know what to do. So he kept walking around thinking about things alone. Then he met an acquaintance. He first set a small goal such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House mobile version reading website. For 73. Qin Pingon only took a few glances before giving way. Having been in Jianghu for a long time, he had seen all kinds of strange things in the cultivation world. He had seen a lot of things in the human world, so he had a good eye for things. There were officials of the Combe country in this convoy. They were light cavalry guards with bows and sabers on their backs. The end of their quivers was as white as snow. There were also disciples of Jianghu with calm auras. The unique way of carrying a saber in the horizontal blade manner left a deep impression on people. Qin Pingon recognized one of the burly men with a huge horn bow on his back. His name was Ma Lu. Back then at the waterfall pavilion of the Sword Water Manor, this was Wang Shanhu's retainer. He had a conflict with Qin Pingon and had been loudly reprimanded by Wang Yuan. In terms of upbringing, the horizontal blade manner was not bad. Wang Yuan's current glory was not entirely due to Han Yuanshan. Since Qin Pingon knew about the deal between the Sword Water Manor and Han Yuanshan, and the setback of Su Langwenjian, the situation of the manor was already set. Therefore, even though he recognized the other party, he did not do anything. Not only did he give way, but he also slowly walked into the forest in the distance. The retainer Ma Lu was loyal to his duty. He glanced at the passerby. After carefully examining him, he did not take it to heart. In a carriage there were 3 women. The woman was Chu Hao's first wife, the daughter of the previous leader of the Combe country's Jianghu. In this life she regarded the Sword Water Manor and the Song family as enemies. Back then Chu Hao led the imperial army to encircle and suppress the Song family. It was this Mrs. Chu who added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. The other 2 women were younger, but they also had the hair and accessories of a married woman. One of them was surnamed Han. She had a baby face and a bit of childishness. She was Han Yuanshan's sister, Han Yuanxue. As a disciple of the Han family of Little Mountain, Han Yuanxue married a top scholar. She studied in the Hanlin Academy for 3 years. Her rank was not high, but she was still the most noble Hanlin official. Moreover, she wrote wonderful Busuci. The emperor who advocated Taoism liked her very much. With a huge backer like the Little Mountain Han family, he was destined to have a bright future. The other young woman was Wang Yuan's only daughter, Wang Shanhu. Compared to Han Yuanxue, who was a woman from an aristocratic family, the man Wang Shanhu married was even younger and more promising. At the age of 18 he was the Tanhua scholar. It was said that if it weren't for the fact that the emperor didn't like young prodigies, he would have been moved back by 2 places. Otherwise he would have been the Zhuangyun scholar. Now he was already the governor of a county in the Coming Nation. In the Coming Nation's officialdom, where generations of emperors rejected prodigies, it was rare for someone to become a county official at the age of 30. Wang Shanhu's husband's territory just happened to be adjacent to Sword Water Manor's Green Pine County. The reason why the 3 women met this time was that Madame Chu had specially come from the capital to join in the fun. She wanted to see with her own eyes how Sword Water Manor's reputation plummeted in the Coming Nation's Jianghu after Su Langwenjian. Wang Shanhu had been staying nearby with her husband. Han Yuanshan's Zhuangyuan scholar husband was about to fill the vacancy. There were some exceptions. It was possible that he wouldn't stay in the 6 departments of the capital. Instead, he would go to the provincial capital to be the county magistrate. As the county magistrate of a county that was located in the same city as the provincial capital, regardless of whether he knew how to conduct himself or not, it was a laborious job. This time Han Yuanshan came south to visit Wang Shanhu in the hope that Wang Shanhu's husband, who would be her husband's immediate superior in the future, could help take care of him. Otherwise, if the provincial governor didn't like him and the governor made things difficult for him, this county magistrate who was the center of attention would be ignored. When he became a local official, his original reputation and family background had always been a double-edged sword. There was a point in officialdom that was quite similar to children playing house. Whoever wore a new pair of boots would be kicked by you one by one. After they were dirty, everyone would be the same. This was the so-called one with the light and the dust. Madame Chu had a worried frown. Even though she wasn't young anymore, she maintained herself well and was still charming. She didn't lose to young women like Wang Shanhu and Han Yuanshan. Madame Chu couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. Originally, a good show had already begun with the beating of gongs and drums. She didn't expect that the green bamboo sword immortal of Xianxia country, Su Lang, would actually fight twice. He didn't gain any advantage from sword water manner. Instead, he let Song Yu burn that old bastard who had half his body in the ground and earned a lot of reputation for nothing. She was so sad that she couldn't help but rub her chest. She was really unlucky. In this life she had two unfaithful men. Neither of them were good people. One of them, for the sake of the overall situation, took her person and also received a generous dowry that was equivalent to half of Combe Water Country's Jianghu. However, he was actually a coward. He was unwilling to burn all pretense of cordiality with Song Yu. He wanted her to wait and wait. When Chu Hao finally felt that the situation was settled, he died inexplicably. Han Yuanshan, who had taken over a magpie's nest, was even more shameless than that good-for-nothing Chu Hao. After taking her body and mind, he actually told her directly that she shouldn't think about revenge in this lifetime. Perhaps in the future the two families would still have frequent contact. Fortunately, this time Su Lang wanted to ask for a sword. Han Yuanshan didn't refuse her leaving the capital to watch the show. However, he wanted her to promise not to take advantage of the situation and not to take any unauthorized actions. She was only allowed to watch the fire burn across the river. Otherwise, she couldn't blame him for not taking into account the joy of intimacy and the relationship between husband and wife these years. Listen, was this something a human would say? These years, Han Yuanshan relied on Chu Hao's identity to take advantage of the right time, place and people. Now he was the most powerful man besides the emperor of Combe Water Country. Yet he was still so harsh and heartless to her. However, when she was alone, she occasionally thought that if Han Yuanshan wasn't so ruthless, he probably wouldn't have reached the high position he had today. She, as Madame Chu, also wouldn't have been able to be surrounded by the wives of officials in the capital who were all titled madams. She still understood this principle. Han Yuanshan saw that Madame Chu was in a bad mood, so he gently lifted the curtain of the carriage to get some fresh air. Ever since her older brother went missing, Madame Han of Little Mountain had actually been implicated and suffered a great crime. Her father had ordered that no one was allowed to attend any banquets, and the family had shut themselves in for 2 years to reflect on their mistakes. However, later on, for some reason, she felt that the men in her family had begun to become active in the court and the battlefield again. They were even more successful than before. She only knew that the powerful great General Chu Hao seemed to be very close to Madame Han. She had also met him a few times. She always felt that the great general's gaze on her was very strange. However, it wasn't the kind of gaze that a man would look at a woman with. Instead, it was somewhat like an elder looking at a junior. As for the most popular woman in the capital, Madame Chu, she often pulled her along for spring outings. They were very intimate. This time, after hearing that Su Lang had failed to ask for a sword, Madame Chu actually wanted to return to the capital immediately. However, she and the prefectural governor's estate each received a secret letter from the capital, so she had to go out this time. In the letter that Madame Chu received, Han Yuanshan's wording was harsh. In the letter, he wanted her to take the initiative to pay a visit to Swordwater Manor. Otherwise, she could forget about being the head of the noble class in the capital in the future. Since you originally came from Jianghu, then scram back to Jianghu. Madame Chu was shocked and frightened. Her heart was broken, so how could she not be worried? Fortunately, Wang Shanhu and Han Yuanxia, these two juniors, had always been respectful to her, so she finally felt a little better. Qin Pingon suddenly stopped. Very quickly, a large group of Jianghu people rushed out of the forest. They were all armed with various weapons, and their figures were nimble as they swarmed out. The carriages had also sensed the movement in the forest. The elite cavalry of the Combe River Kingdom, wearing standard light armor, immediately spread out like a net, taking out the bows and arrows on their backs. The disciples of the Horizontal Blade Manor were even more fearless. They surrounded the carriage and waited in formation. Qin Pingon didn't know the background of this group of assassins. He roughly weighed the two sides. It was hard to say whether it was an egg hitting a rock, but it was bound to lose. Perhaps it was because Chu Hao, a general of the Combe River Kingdom who had returned to his ancestral home, had embezzled important positions in the imperial court. His reputation was really bad, so the chivalrous people of Jianghu thought that he was a traitor who brought disaster to the country. Everyone had the right to punish him. However, killing Chu Hao was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There was more or less a chance of killing the people close to Chu Hao. Chu Hao was able to have the image of the imperial court today, especially after the Combe River Kingdom became a vassal of the Song clan. In the eyes of the Combe River Kingdom's imperial court, Chu Hao helped Dali to station civil officials for his own selfish interests and suppressed many of the Combe River Kingdom's hardcore civil officials. During this process, Chu Hao naturally didn't mind acting appropriately and used his official position for personal gain. This further solidified the identity of Chu Hao as a traitor to the country. Naturally, he also made countless enemies. In the scholarly world and Jianghu, cleaning up the emperor's side became a natural trend. Madame Chu raised her hand and yawned. Clearly she was already used to this kind of moths flying to the flame. Han Yuanxue grumbled, "These people of Jianghu are annoying. They only know how to vent their anger on us women. They can't be considered heroes." In these years, there had been more than 1 or 2 cases where the Han clan's disciples had been attacked. Even Sister Shanhu's husband had encountered an assassination because he was close to Chu Hao and Dali Barbarian. If it wasn't for the protection of Dali's secretary, Sister Shanhu would have become a widow. Therefore, when Han Yuanxue thought about how his husband was about to leave the capital and might also encounter this kind of inexplicable hatred, he was very worried. Wang Shanhu's eyes were shining and she was eager to give it a try. However, when she subconsciously reached for her waist, she was very disappointed. After she got married, her father didn't allow her to practice martial arts and carry a saber. Last time, she accompanied her husband to the water god temple to pray for rain. When they returned home, they encountered an assassination attempt. If she didn't carry a saber at the time, the assassin wouldn't have been able to get close to her. After that, Wang Yuan still didn't allow her to carry a saber. He only transferred several experts from the manor to Qingsong County to protect his daughter and son-in-law. There were more than 30 people who had sworn to kill the thieves for the country. They should have come from different mountain sects and each had their own group. Qin Pingan's situation was a bit awkward. He could only stand in place and pretend to drink wine. He didn't want to offend both sides if a battle broke out. As for stopping these people from sacrificing themselves for justice, Qin Pingan wouldn't do that. Probably because Qin Pingan didn't move and was very tactful, these Jianghu people didn't bicker with him. They intentionally or unintentionally changed their path and took a detour. Suddenly, a middle-aged swordsman who had already passed by Qin Pingan shouted, "Swordwater Manor is here to kill the Chu traitors." Qin Pingan was a bit helpless. This was clearly forcing Swordwater Manor and the old sword saint of Combe country to a dead end. They had no choice but to reappear in Jianghu and fight to the death with Hengdao Manor so that Chu Hao wouldn't be able to unify Jianghu. It was both a conspiracy and an open one. As long as people from both sides died today, Swordwater Manor would be stuck to their crotch with yellow mud. They would be shit even if they weren't. The more people died, the more Swordwater Manor would be placed on the fire pile of Jianghu and stand against the entire Combe country imperial court. When the time came, the Jianghu and scholars of Combe country would definitely go all out to promote Swordwater Manor and Senior Song as if they were injected with chicken blood. Qin Pingan put away the blade-strengthening gourd and leaned back slightly. In an instant, Qin Pingan came to the side of that Jianghu swordsman. He raised his palm and pressed on that person's face. With a light push, he directly threw that person dozens of feet away. He fell to the ground and fainted. Then Qin Pingan continued to fly backward. Finally, his figure just happened to land between the two sides. Imperceptibly, he not only blocked the elite cavalry of the convoy behind him, but also blocked the group of Jianghu warriors who were going to die generously. Several arrows pierced through the air and shot toward the Jianghu people in the lead. Qin Pingan waved his sleeve and 3 arrows fell at an unreasonable speed and nailed into the ground. After a teenager stopped, he pointed the tip of his sword at the young man wearing a bamboo hat and green robe. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted angrily, "You are that Chu traitor. Why are you stopping our Swordwater Manor from killing the traitors?" Qin Pingan sighed, "Go back. Next time you want to kill people, don't use the Swordwater Manor's banner." An old man suddenly shouted, Chu Yi, as the adopted son of old butler Chu and the unofficial disciple of old sword saint Song, why are you unwilling to kill the enemy with us? Forget it. Chu Yi's will is at the top of Jianghu. We can understand. But we are not afraid of death. So today we don't ask you to fight with us side by side. We just want you to give way. Qin Pingon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The old man's method was good. As expected, when the cavalry behind him heard that he was the Chu Yi of the Sword Water Manor, the second wave of arrows was shot at him. In particular, the burly man Ma Lu, who had spurred his horse forward, did not waste any words. After he took off his extremely eye-catching horn bow, he sat high on his horse and drew his bow like a full moon. An arrow made of fine iron whizzed towards the back of that eyesore with the momentum of wind and thunder. The local mountain god, who was lucky enough to drink with the sword Immortal, was sweating profusely at the mountain god temple. He was regretting that he had used the supernatural power of patrolling the mountains and rivers. That year it was almost the same. The martial artist of the central region who came to the Sword Water Manor didn't care about his spying at all. However, after that unfathomable pure martial artist got the bamboo scabbard and flew away with the wind, he threw a punch without any warning. The peak of a mountain around the mountain god temple was directly shattered. This scared the mountain god, who had a high god position in the brushwater country, and almost scared him out of his wits. In the eyes of this mountain god, whose god position was second only to the 5 mountains of the brushwater country, the family and confidants of General Chu Hao and those Jianghu people who wanted to kill him were all reckless people. They didn't know who they had provoked. So what if Su Lang was the #1 expert in the Jianghu of more than 10 countries? Did he really think that he was a sword immortal? Didn't he know that there was always someone better than him? He must remember that in this world there were cultivators who looked down on the world with cold eyes. Therefore, no matter what the result was, facing the green bamboo sword Immortal at the town's memorial arch was just a matter of one punch. This young sword Immortal didn't even use his sword. As for Su Lang going to the Sword Water Manor to remedy the situation and lowering himself, he finally got such a big movement. It was just that the young sword Immortal gave Su Lang a lot of face. Otherwise, Su Lang's reputation in this life would be ruined. The mountain god made up his mind to not get involved in this muddy water. The baby-faced Han Yuanxue pulled Wang Shanhu's sleeve and asked softly, "Sister Shanhu, is he a master?" Wang Shanhu nodded and said, "Maybe he is qualified to exchange pointers with my father." Wang Shanhu firmly added, "Of course he definitely can't make my father use his full strength. But a Jianghu junior who can make my father use 70 to 80% of his strength is enough to brag about for a lifetime." Han Yuanxue took it seriously and said in surprise, "But that person looks so young, where did he get his ability? Could it be like what was written in the Jianghu novel? Did he eat a rare herb that can increase his internal strength by 60 years? Or did he fall off a cliff and get 1 or 2 martial arts manuals?" Wang Shanhu was speechless. A real martial artist wouldn't have such a beautiful thing. Only the cultivators on the mountain would have these unreasonable opportunities that made others envious. That was why they were so overbearing, each with their noses up to the sky and looking down on Jianghu. Even a great hero like her father would complain when he mentioned those immortals who were beyond the mortal world. Mrs. Chu was amused by Han Yuanxue's childish words. This daughter of the Han family didn't have any redeeming qualities. Her only ability was that she had a good life. Dumb people have dumb luck. First she was reincarnated into a good family, then she had a brother like Han Yuanshan, and finally she married a good husband. It was really infuriating. Mrs. Chu's eyes wandered and glanced at Han Yuanxue, who was focused on the battlefield. No matter how she looked at it, she felt unhappy. Mrs. Chu pondered whether or not she should make this little girl suffer a little. Of course, she had to control the situation well. She had to make Han Yuanxue suffer in silence. Otherwise, if Han Yuanshan found out that she dared to frame his sister, he would definitely peel off a layer of her skin. Mrs. Chu kept yawning. She glanced at those Jianghu heroes and the corners of her mouth curled up. She muttered, "Stupid fish that bite the bait so easily." One by one they came to deliver money. "Husband, a good wife like me who is good at running a household is hard to find even with a lantern in hand." The young ranger from both sides didn't seem to make a move, but he already had 3 arrows in his hand. Ma Lu of the Hengdao Manor was famous for his archery skills in the Combe country. It was said that there was a military general among the Dali barbarians who had once hoped that Wang Yiran would give up his treasure and let Ma Lu join the army. However, for some reason Ma Lu still stayed in the Hengdao manor and gave up a great fortune at his fingertips. A light cavalry leader raised his arm high and stopped his soldiers from firing another volley of arrows. This was because it was meaningless. When a pure martial artist entered the realm of Jianghu's grandmaster, unless they had enough soldiers, they would just be adding fuel to the fire and suffering defeat everywhere. The leader turned his head, but he didn't look at Ma Lu. Instead, he looked at two inconspicuous old men. They were the military cultivators set up by the imperial court of the Combe country according to the rules of the Dali Iron Cavalry. They had real official ranks. One of them was a retainer who accompanied Mrs. Chu to the south of the capital, and the other was a cultivator from the county governor's office. Compared to Ma Lu of the Hengdao manor, these two were real gods. One of the short old cultivators who had been riding the horse all the way, seemed like his bones would fall apart at any time. Suddenly, his momentum exploded like a firecracker, and the long sword at his waist vibrated incessantly. Among the Jianghu people who were across the shore from the convoy, a tall and beautiful woman with a face full of despair said in a trembling voice, "It's the sword Immortal on the mountain." The old man, who couldn't be judged by his appearance, gently squeezed the horse's belly. He wasn't in a hurry to unsheath his sword. The clanging sound was intimidating. The old man urged the horse forward slowly and stared at the green-robed swordsman with a bamboo hat. "I know you're not Chu Yue of the Sword-Water Manor. Get out of my way and I'll spare your life." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "The Immortal has come down from the mountain. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Speak properly." The old man laughed loudly. "Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? How much weight could the Jianghu of the tiny Combe country have? If Xianxia country's Su Lang and the Sword-Water Manor's Song Yufan were here personally, he would be willing to show some respect." However, the young man in front of him was quite strong. He could only flick him away with a finger. However, since the other party didn't appreciate his kindness, he couldn't blame him for drawing his sword. As long as he wasn't a disciple of the Sword-Water Manor, he wouldn't have a life-saving talisman. Killing him would be a waste of time. General Chu had told him in private that he couldn't have a conflict with Song Yufan and the Sword-Water Manor on this trip to the south. As for the others, whether they were Jianghu grandmasters or Jianghu cultivators who were just passing by and picking up scraps, killing until the edge of the sword rolled up would be considered a military merit. Qin Pingon turned his head and waved his hand at the Jianghu cultivators. He said patiently, "Let's go. I'm sure you can see that this is no longer a place where you can get involved. I'll still say the same thing. If you want to be chivalrous in the future and kill the Chu party, will you harm the innocent? Most of you don't want to think too much about it. Then I advise you not to involve the Sword-Water Manor. We still have to talk about the morality of Jianghu. You can't do everything as you wish just because you think you have the moral high ground." The old cultivator who had been riding slowly all this time had already passed the cavalry and was less than 30 steps away from the green-robed swordsman. He sneered and said, "These Jianghu worms want to leave, but they have to be able to." Did this old man agree? "Do you know how much silver each of these guys' heads can be exchanged for? The one who helped you knock out is worth at least 3 snowflakes. You should be able to recognize the woman who has good eyesight and knows to respectfully call this old man sword immortal. I don't know how many Jianghu cultivators dream of becoming her. Give her a ride on the horse she's sitting on. This little widow's husband is a so-called great hero. With his own strength, he personally killed 2 cultivators from the Li dynasty. Therefore, after her husband's death, this little widow has great prestige in your Zhishui country. I reckon she should be worth at least a small sum of money." Qin Pingon listened to the old man's long-winded chatter. He gently clenched his fist and took a deep breath. He quietly suppressed the irritation in his heart that was eager to use his fist and sword. Before leaving Luopa Mountain, the old man Cui Qing fed Qin Pingon his fist for the last time on the 2nd floor. In addition to showing Qin Pingon the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the 10th realm, he also said a very important sentence. "Qin Pingon, it's time for you to cultivate your heart. Otherwise you'll become a second Cui Qing. You'll either go crazy or, even worse, fall into the demonic path. How much you like to reason today, Qin Pingon will be as unreasonable tomorrow." Qin Pingon held his bamboo hat and looked around. The sky was autumn and the heart was autumn. It was just a worry. There had to be a way to break it. Qin Pingon retracted his gaze and looked at the old sword cultivator on the mountain. "Since you have a sword, then use it." The old man glanced at the young ranger who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then he looked further and saw the woman who was famous in the Jianghu of the country. This old man is a sword immortal. Your Zhishui country's Jianghu is really funny. However, for you it doesn't seem wrong to think so. The long sword was unsheathed. It was as powerful as thunder. The old man still held the reins of the horse with both hands, his attitude relaxed. The sword went out, so much so that the eardrums of both sides began to buzz and their hearts trembled. However, the other cultivator who came from the Zhishui country's local immortal mansion knew that something was wrong. He saw the green-robed swordsman step on the tip of the unsheathed flying sword. Then he raised his foot again as if he was climbing up the stairs, causing the long sword to tilt halfway into the ground. The young man stood on the sword hilt just like that. The old cultivator cupped his fists without hesitation and said, "Senior, please forgive me for my offense." The sword was drawn quickly, and so was the lowering of his head to admit his mistake. Perhaps only the two opponents and the spectating cultivator would be able to see through the profundity of this technique. Qin Pingon stepped out and landed on the ground again. He stepped on the long sword close to the ground and slid forward. The tip of the long sword pointed at him and slid backward. With a light stomp, the long sword first stopped and then rose into the air. Qin Pingon stretched out two fingers and twisted it, using the sword master's sword control technique to push the long sword back into the scabbard. The old cultivator cupped his fists and continued, "Senior, you have returned the favor of the sword." Qin Pingon had already retracted his sword control hand and put it behind his back. He put two fingers of his left hand together. Between his two fingers, there was a dazzling firefly about an inch long. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Will I repay you generously?" The old cultivator's face was expressionless, his sleeves shook. To be able to become a sea-viewing realm sword cultivator, even if he belonged to the clumsy generation of sword cultivators among geniuses, a sword cultivator was still a sword cultivator. His temperament, talent, and means of killing were all outstanding among cultivators. At the foot of the mountain, it was said that the poor learned literature and the rich learned martial arts. On the mountain, there was a saying that the poor learned hundreds of schools and the rich learned swords. A flying sword could eat a mountain of gold. Almost every sword cultivator's natal flying sword had its own unique features. And the natal flying sword of this sea-viewing realm sword cultivator was not strong in its sharpness, or even in the speed that a flying sword should have. Instead, it was in its strange trajectory, illusory, and a secret steel inscribing technique that was like a flying sword giving birth to a flying sword. In an instant, 12 identical flying swords appeared around the green-robed swordsman who was holding his natal flying sword. They formed an encirclement and then hovered in their positions, rising and falling. Without exception, the tips of the swords all pointed at the vital chi residences of the green-robed swordsman. It was unknown which one was real or if all 12 were real. The 12 flying swords also had differences in strength. This was the only shortcoming of the secret steel inscribing technique. It could not completely make the other 11 fake swords as strong as the ancestor flying sword. The spectating cultivators frowned. Their colleague had never shown this move before. It should be a trump card. As a Dragon Gate cultivator who was more proficient in talisman and formations, if he were in the young man's position, it would be difficult for him to escape a fate of being severely injured or at least half dead. Knowing that he was an enemy of a sword cultivator, he still dared to be so arrogant and use two fingers to imprison the flying sword. That young man was really too conceited. Of the two accompanying cultivators, one was a Dragon Gate realm immortal and the other was a sea-viewing realm sword cultivator, each serving Chu Hao and the governor of Green Pine County. In fact, it was a bit of a waste of talent, especially the latter who was just a governor of a county. He was simply a teacher to the children, a scholarly sage. But now the great General Chu Hao was in power. He was not a selfless person. Almost all of the top accompanying cultivators were secretly arranged to serve Chu Hao and the Chu party's trusted aides. The treatment they received far exceeded that of the royal family of Combe Country. The old sword cultivator smiled. It was done. But in the next moment the old sword cultivator's smile stiffened. The young man's hand behind his back punched out again, this time at a seemingly useless place. Blood seeped out of the old sword cultivator's mouth. Of the 12 flying swords, 10 of them that were only connected by the will of the spirit vanished. In the end only 2 were left. One was still firmly bound between two fingers of the person's left hand, and the other was actually hiding a killing intent and not a trick. However, it was blocked by the flowing fist intent Gangqi. The green robe that the young swordsman wore was clearly a high-grade robe. Spiritual qi condensed at the tip of the sword, causing the flying sword to tremble and be rejected. Qin Pingon lowered his head and looked at the natal flying sword between his fingers. He muttered to himself, "It's time to go to the North Continent to see a true sword cultivator. I heard from her that there have been many heroes in that bitter cold land since ancient times." Qin Pingon flicked his finger and threw the flying sword into the blade strengthening gourd. In the world, the blade strengthening gourd could not only be used to nurture swords, but it could also be used to wash swords. However, to successfully wash a natal flying sword, either the blade strengthening gourd had to be of a high grade, or the washed flying sword had to be of a low grade. Coincidentally, this Jianghu was of a high grade for that flying sword. When the key flying sword was absorbed into the blade strengthening gourd, the second flying sword that looked like an ancient painting with a layer of paper peeled off disappeared as well. It returned to its original form and trembled in the blade strengthening gourd. After all, Chu Yi and Chu Wu were still inside. Qin Pingon said to the old sword cultivator, "Don't ask for help. They won't agree." Then he turned his head and laughed at the Jianghu people of the Combe country. "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you running? Chop off someone's head and sell it for money. What kind of children of wealth are you?" The group of Jianghu heroes who were unafraid of death immediately scattered and retreated into the forest. Qin Pingon looked at their backs and suddenly felt a little bored. Presumably, even if he told Senior Song, the old sword sage of the Combe country would not care. He would probably say with a smile like last time at the wine table, "There's nothing in the world that can't be solved by a hot pot. If there is, then have another pot of wine." Qin Pingon glanced at the cultivator who had been watching by the side. The latter nodded in greeting and had no intention of helping. In the end, Qin Pingon did not do much. He just borrowed a horse from them. Of course, it was the kind that would not be returned. One man and one horse left the place. For some reason, the old sword cultivator who had lost his natal flying sword did not dare to speak. He let the young man take away half of his life. It seemed that as long as he spoke, he would lose half of his life. The cultivators in the Dragon Gate realm would not plead for mercy. On the mountain, the Jianghu people of the Combe country ran desperately. There were also whispers. Some said that the person was unfathomable. Could he be an immortal on the mountain who could preserve his looks? There were also people who cursed. What immortal? Even if he was, so what? Wasn't he the same as the old sword sage who had stolen his flying sword? He was just a villain. So what if this kind of person was powerful? Could he be called a hero? But there was also a young man who revered and looked forward to it. The young man still did not like that person but yearned for that person's elegance. There was also a woman who sighed faintly. Several people leaped onto the branches to check if the enemy was chasing them. Among them, those with good eyesight only saw that the person on the road was wearing a bamboo hat. He was galloping on his horse with his hands in his sleeves. He was not at all complacent but rather somewhat desolate. Someone tilted his head and spat. It was unknown whether it was out of jealousy or resentment, but he cursed viciously. In the end, he discovered that the green-robed swordsman seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and was so frightened that he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and said, "Wei Wei, help me pass a message to Senior Song. Tell him that the scabbard that was taken to the central divine continent, I will use the same method he used to reason with the sword water manor to return it." A wisp of faint green smoke condensed and appeared. Following a person and a horse, she rode on the wind. It was one of the four evils of the Combe country, the female ghost Wei Wei. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. "One more thing. It might take a long time, so I can only trouble Senior Song to wait. In the future, before I go to the central divine continent, I will definitely come and drink with him again." Wei Wei smiled sweetly. She hovered in the air, no longer following. She watched as the horse left, leaving behind a trail of dust. First he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book Guest House Mobile Edition website. For 74. The female ghost, Wei Wei, traveled far away with the wind. Naturally, she arrived at the Sword Water Villa earlier than the team. Wei Wei returned to the villa as a guest. Song Yuan still did not show up. Song Fengshan and Lu Qian still received him. Song Yuan let Wei Wei go in the ancient temple, but it did not mean that the old sword sage of the Combe country liked her. Even if she was Lu Qian, one of the 4 evil spirits of the Combe country, as his granddaughter-in-law, how could Song Yuan not have a knot in his heart? However, when an old Jianghu man who scrupulously abided by the old rules returned to his home, and after some introspection, especially after the scabbard transaction, Song Yubern completely recognized Lu Qian as this person, and let Lu Qian run the family. He was even willing to work hard for her to become the god of mountains and rivers in the future, and took the initiative to contact Han Yuanshan. Otherwise, Song Yuan had already won the favor of the academy. What should have been a sure thing for him to break through the realm would have become an illusion. In fact, Song Yuan was very happy to meet Qin Pingon again this time. Not only did he see Qin Pingon become a sword sage on the mountain with his own eyes, but also Qin Pingon's Jianghu road was like Song Yuan's. There were few pedestrians on the road. They met by chance and walked side by side in the wind and rain. There should be wine. If the first time they met, Song Yuan only regarded the young man Qin Pingon, who carried a suitcase and traveled far and wide, as a junior worth looking forward to. Then the second time he met Qin Pingon, who wore a bamboo hat and carried a long sword on his back. They drank tea, drank wine, and ate hot pot together. It was more like 2 people of the same mind, and they appreciated each other. However, this was Song Yuan's personal feeling. In fact, Qin Pingon was still the same when facing Song Yuan. Whether it was his words or his attitude, he always treated Song Yuan as a junior. Song Yuan did not force him to change his attitude. Hu and Jianghu did not want to lose face. After hearing that Song Fengshan and Lu Qian were receiving Wei Wei for another meeting, Song Yusha came to the waterside pavilion on the other side of the waterfall and sat there alone. Song Yuyen, who had not practiced with a sword for many years, placed the sword on his knees today. The name of the sword was Stillness. He accidentally found it among the stone pillars of the deep pool in front of him years ago. The same was true for the green bamboo scabbard. However, Song Yuyen had some doubts back then. It seemed that the sword and the scabbard were pieced together by a lost person instead of the original one. Stillness was, of course, a magical weapon that Jianghu warriors dreamed of. Song Yuan liked to travel all his life. He visited famous mountains in Jianghu with his sword. He had encountered a lot of mountain spirits and demons. He was able to kill monsters and demons. The Stillness sword had made a great contribution. As for the bamboo scabbard made of special materials, Song Yuan traveled all over the world and searched all the ancient books of the government and private houses. He only found a page of an incomplete book. Only then did he know that the sword was made by the martial god of another continent. He did not know which immortal had left it in the Aquarius continent after traveling across continents. Song Yuyen once asked all the immortals on the mountain about the origin of the bamboo scabbard, but he still did not have a definite answer. Some immortal masters roughly speculated that it might be a spiritual object of the green immortal mountain in the bamboo sea cave. However, since there was no inscription on the bamboo scabbard, there were no clues. Besides, the bamboo scabbard could only be a Stillness sword room and was unusually tough inside without any wear and tear. Song Yuyen had only regarded the bamboo scabbard as the second best choice for the owner of the Stillness sword. Song Yuyen lowered his head and looked at the ancient sword. It was still as sharp as ever. Under the reflection of the sun, it was shining and flowing. The water pavilion was filled with mist, but it could not cover the elegance of the sword light at all. Song Yuan stretched out his hand and patted the sword gently. He looked up at the waterfall that was flowing straight down like an immortal. He murmured, "Old man, we are all old now." In the conference hall, Wei Wei told them about the beginning and the end of the battlefield and the message Qin Pingon asked her to deliver. Song Fengshan looked dignified. Lu Qian was a calm person who did not show her emotions because of her double identity. However, after hearing Qin Pingon's words, she knew the weight of it. She also felt a little emotional. Grandpa did not misjudge him. Song Fengshan said softly, "It's hard to say." Lu Qian nodded. After all, she was a men of sacrifice spy arranged by Dolly in the Combe country. Compared with the general grandmasters of martial arts and immortal masters on the mountain, her vision was actually higher. Therefore she was even more aware of the strength of the pure martial artists than Song Fengshan and Song Yuyen. In Jianghu and places like the Combe country and the Xianxia country, a martial artist in the seventh state was the legendary god of martial arts. In fact, the Jinshan realm was only the first of the 3 realms of spirit refining. After that, the far-traveling realm and the mountain summit realm were even more terrifying. As for the 10 realms after that, they were even more terrifying existences that would make the cultivators at the mountain summit realm feel numb. She had a rough idea of how strong the far-traveling realm martial artist from the central divine continent was. She had once used the official channels of Dolly's Green Wave Pavilion to help the villa investigate the situation. The facts proved that the martial artist was not only a pure martial artist in the 8th state, but also definitely not a far-traveling realm in the ordinary sense. He was very likely to be one of the strongest far-traveling realm people in the world. He was similar to the national masters in the 9 Dan of Go. He could be an existence that could rise to the position of a country's chess player. The reason was very simple. The Green Wave Pavilion had specially sent an expert here to find Zhou Xian and the local mountain god to inquire about the details. Because this matter had alarmed the regent of Dali, Song Zhangqiang. If not for the fact that the outsider who forced the transaction took the scabbard and left early, perhaps even Song Zhangqiang would have personally come here. However, if that was the case, then the matter was simple. After all, this Dali god of war was already a martial artist in the 10th state. As long as he was willing to help, Zhou Xian believed that no matter how powerful the other party's backing was, Dali and Song Zhangqiang would not have any scruples. This was no longer purely a matter of whose fist was stronger, but the general trend of the world. The Dali dynasty had now taken half of the continent as its territory. In the future, it would monopolize the fate of the entire continent. This was the Song clan's greatest confidence and reliance. Perhaps when the time came, it would not be difficult for them to become one of the top 5 dynasties in the world. Wei Wei was someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. She sat on the chair and swayed her embroidered shoes. Madame Chu wants to pay a visit. When the time comes, should we directly fight our way out of the door, or should we treat her as a guest and welcome her with a smile? Other than that venomous Madame Chu, there's also Wang Shanhu from the Horizontal Blade Villa and Han Yuanshan's sister, Han Yuanxue. The 3 of them are a pair. It's really lively. Zhou Qian smiled slightly. I'll handle the small matters. Of course, Fengshan will still be in charge of the big matters. Song Fengshan said helplessly, I still have to listen to grandfather. I'm naturally not suited to handle these affairs. Wei Wei looked at Zhou Qian and giggled. I heard that Wang Shanhu was secretly infatuated with your husband back then? Song Fengshan was indifferent. This kind of topic could not be touched. He was not familiar with the affairs of the world only because he did not want to be distracted and hoped to go further on the path of the sword. It did not mean that Song Fengshan was truly unemotional. Wu Qian smiled. A good man has a few girls who adore him. What's so strange about that? Wei Wei said without reason, that Chin fellow is really impressive. Your grandfather's eyes are still sharp. I didn't see any clues back then. It's just that he and your grandfather are both boring. Their swordsmanship is clearly so high, but when they do things they're always sloppy. They're not the least bit straightforward. They have to think over and over when they want to kill someone. They're clearly in the right, but they always hold back their strength when they strike. Look at Su Lang. After breaking through, he immediately came to your village without a second word and announced to the world that he wanted to ask for a sword. Even an outsider like me, even though I'm friends with all of you, deep in my heart, I feel that the green bamboo sword Immortal is truly unrestrained. Walking the Jianghu, that's how it should be. Song Fengshan laughed coldly. What was the result? The petite female ghost, Wei Wei, lazily leaned back in her chair and said, Su Lang only lacked a bit of luck. I dare say with certainty that even if this fellow was snubbed at the manor this time, this Songshi Kingdom sword Immortal is certain to be the leader of the Jianghu of the dozen or so countries in the next few decades. There's no need to doubt him. You Song Fengshan are miserable. You can only follow behind him and eat his dust. Whether it's swordsmanship or reputation, you're not as good as that overbearing and selfish Su Lang. Song Fengshan dismissed it with a laugh. Everyone had their own fate. Moreover, the ultimate accomplishments of a swordsman still depended on the sword in his hand. Just like in the past when the Swordwater Manor was at its peak, everyone said that the sword sage of the Kong Kingdom Song Yufan's swordsmanship was so high that it had already surpassed the old sword god of the Rainbow Kingdom. The reason why the latter had retired and sealed his sword was because he feared Song Yufan's challenge. He was afraid that Song Yufan would one day ask for a sword. He didn't dare accept the challenge, so he took the initiative to show weakness. In reality, even though the old sword god of the Rainbow Kingdom had met with an accident and died in defeat, ending in an extremely disgraceful manner, he was still the swordsman that her grandfather respected the most in his life. There was no other. Zhou Xian was a little angry. Wei Wei hurriedly put her hands together and pretended to be pitiful. She begged for mercy. Okay. My hair is long and my knowledge is short. I didn't think before I spoke. Sister Zhou Xian, you're a magnanimous person. Don't be angry. Song Fengshan didn't want to be entangled with this female ghost too much. He said goodbye and went to the waterfall to pass on Qin Pingan's words to his grandfather. The female ghost, Wei Wei, had taken over the mountain. Perhaps it couldn't be said to be full of evil, but Song Fengshan really didn't like it. It was only because his wife had a good relationship with her that they could sit down and drink tea. For example, Song Fengshan was disgusted by the romantic debt between Wei Wei and Han Yuanshan. He privately advised Zhou Xian that the alliance was one thing and the exchange of interests was business. However, the personal friendship between Zhou Xian and Wei Wei had to stop there. This was one of the few times that Song Fengshan reasoned, with his wife using her identity as the head of the family. It was precisely because of trivial matters that Song Fengshan didn't talk much about it. This reason seemed to be important. Fortunately, Zhou Xian listened and did the same. Therefore, Zhou Qian's words about the important matters being decided by her husband were not empty words. This was also where Zhou Qian's intelligence lay. Of course, it was also the head of the family education of the Song family. Otherwise, Zhou Qian could only carry the empty title of young madam of Jianshui Villa and never get the real recognition of Song Yuanshan. At that time, the one who would be in the most difficult position would actually be Song Fengshan. If Song Fengshan really left everything to her, he would be asking for trouble. He couldn't blame his grandfather Song Yuanshan for being unreasonable, nor could he blame Zhou Qian. It was said that it was difficult for an upright official to resolve family disputes. In the final analysis, it wasn't difficult to reason but difficult to reason with. Moreover, within a family there was no one who spoke lowly words. Therefore it was really difficult. When Song Fengshan passed by Xianxia Pavilion, the mighty convoy had already passed through the town and arrived outside the villa. Zhou Qian hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still didn't let anyone inform Song Yuanshan and Song Fengshan. Firstly, the other party was a woman. Madame Chu, Wang Shanhu and Han Yuanshan were all women. If Song Yuanshan of Jianshui Villa personally went out to welcome them, it would be too much of a fuss. Zhou Qian couldn't ask for that either. In fact, it was just right for Song Fengshan to welcome them hand in hand. It was just that Zhou Qian didn't want to disturb the grandfather and grandson pair. Secondly, why did the other party come right after Su Lang left? Their intentions were obvious. Jianshui Villa's seemingly declining situation was just an illusion. There was no need to deliberately curry favor with anyone. So what if the great General Chu Hao came in person? She, Zhou Qian, as the spy of Dali's Green Wave Pavilion and the leader of Jianshui country, did she have enough weight? Did she have enough etiquette? Wei Wei hid and casually wandered around the villa. In the end, she sat in the Xianxia Pavilion near the waterfall. She had nothing to do. Thinking about it, she felt that it was inconceivable. How did an ordinary-looking country bumpkin suddenly become famous? The key point was, how did a pure martial artist with a low realm suddenly become the legendary sword Immortal of the mountain? Did he take the wrong medicine? If there was really such a miraculous elixir, Wei Wei would have a lot of it. She wouldn't regret it even if she was stuffed to death. Over at the waterfall pavilion, Song Yufan had already put the ancient sword back into the stone block in the deep pool. After closing the mechanism built by the predecessors, he stood on the small mainstay with his hands behind his back. He looked up and watched the waterfall pour down, letting the mist touch his clothes. When Song Fengshan approached the waterfall pavilion, the black-clothed old man came back to his senses. He rushed into the waterfall pavilion and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Song Fengshan then repeated the words that Wei Wei told him. Song Yufan's expression was pleasant. Song Fengshan was puzzled. "Grandpa, you don't seem to be surprised at all?" Song Yufan's face was full of smiles. He was quite proud of himself and said, "I know what kind of shit that kid is going to shit when he sticks out his butt. What's there to be surprised about? If he didn't say or do so, I would be surprised." Now that Song Fengshan had a harmonious relationship with Song Yufan, he was no longer restrained. He couldn't help but tease, "Grandpa, look at how proud you are to have a young sword immortal as a friend." Song Yufan smiled and said, "You're not convinced? Then why don't you go up the mountain and pick one up for Grandpa to take a look? If his ability and character is half as good as Qin Pingon, Grandpa will admit defeat. How about it?" Song Fengshan was a little sad. "Grandpa, who's your real grandson?" Song Yufan laughed and said, "Of course it's the one who's not very promising. That's my real grandson." Song Fengshan was speechless. Song Yufan laughed heartily and patted Song Fengshan on the shoulder. "No matter how bad his ability is, he's still my grandson. Besides, his character isn't worse than that kid's." Song Yufan paused for a moment. "Besides, you've found a good wife now. Qin Pingon's 8 characters are just beginning to form. It doesn't mean he's lost to you. If you hold on tight and let Grandpa have a great-grandchild, Qin Pingon will still lose to you even if he gets married." Song Fengshan was still speechless. It sounded like a compliment, but it didn't seem to make him happy. However, Song Fengshan was relieved. Grandpa was already in a good mood after meeting Qin Pingon. Now that he heard Qin Pingon's words, the knot in his heart was untied. Otherwise he wouldn't be joking with him like this. Song Yufan pondered and rubbed his chin. "It's good to have a great-granddaughter. Cultivators seek immortality. Maybe you'll have a chance to be Qin Pingon's father-in-law." Song Fengshan couldn't take it anymore. "Grandpa, that's too much." Song Yufan stopped smiling and looked serene as if he was no longer burdened. He said softly, "Okay, I've made you and Lu Qian worry all these years because of my stubbornness. I also underestimated Qin Pingon. I only felt that the Jianghu principles that I've respected all my life were suppressed by a foreigner who hasn't even fought yet. In fact, it's not like that. The principle is still the same. I'm just not good at swordsmanship, but it doesn't matter. There's still Qin Pingon in the Jianghu. If I can't talk through it, Qin Pingon will." Song Fengshan said softly, "In this way, won't it delay Qin Pingon's own cultivation? It's a big taboo to cultivate on the mountain and get involved in worldly affairs." Song Yufan was very pleased. His eyes had never been so bright in all these years. "Good, very good. If you can think like this, you won't lose to Qin Pingon. This is the spirit of our Sword Water Villa." Song Yufan paused for a moment and lowered his voice. "There are some words that I can't say as an elder. You should say those good words to Lu Qian. The Sword Water Villa owes Lu Qian too much. You're her man. It's good to practice swordsmanship, but it's not a reason for you to ignore the efforts of the people around you. It's never right for a married woman to work hard and suffer hardships." Song Fengshan was about to speak. Song Yufan stared at him and said, "Grandpa's principle is not good. Just listen to me. Look at Qin Pingon. He can't wait to remember Grandpa's words and learn from me." Song Fengshan laughed and said, "I don't dare to talk back to Grandpa. I'll put this on Qin Pingon's head. The next time he comes with his alcohol tolerance, one Song Fengshan can drink at least 2 Qin Pingon." Song Yufan nodded. "I won't stop him." Song Yufan suddenly said, "You're going to see Han Yuanshan." "I won't talk to him. There's nothing to talk about." Song Fengshan asked, "Is he hiding in the motorcade?" Song Yufan nodded. "If you don't believe me, we can make a bet." Song Fengshan shook his head and said, "It's a bet that I'll lose. I'll go to Lu Qian now." Song Yufan sent Song Fengshan to the landscape pavilion, where the female ghost Wei Wei was still swinging her legs. Song Fengshan left quickly. Song Yufan stepped into the pavilion. Wei Wei turned her head and said pitifully, "Old sword sage, don't take out an old calendar from your sleeve." Song Yufan smiled. "I haven't been in Jianghu for many years. Old calendars are really old calendars." Wei Wei sighed. "When the old sword sage was roaming the Jianghu, we scourges couldn't wait for the old senior to die early so that we wouldn't have to worry about you every day. We wanted the old senior to take a look at the almanac and say that today is the best day to sacrifice your sword. Now looking back, it's not all a good thing that old sword sage is gone. Just like that mountain monster, if old sword sage was still here, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly and hurt people everywhere. He even almost kidnapped me to be his wife." Song Yushan was straightforward and merciless. "You despicable evil men and devils. Only by being tortured by people of the same trade can you learn your lesson." Wei Wei was so amused that she couldn't stop giggling. Song Yufan glanced at her. You're so coquettish. You've ruined the feng shui of my manner. Do you want to be punished? Wei Wei quickly sat down and asked softly, Old Sword Sage, can I ask you something? Song Yufan sneered, Old Sword Sage? How old are you, woman? Don't you know? Wei Wei was really angry to meet such a rigid old thing. It was just that the situation in Shui country was treacherous, and the Sword Water Manor was strange everywhere. Lu Qian was a heartless woman and didn't think about Wei Wei at all. She was always thinking about this shabby manor that was about to be converted into a mountain temple. As for Song Fengshan, Wei Wei didn't dare to flirt with him. If she accidentally made Lu Qian hold a grudge, it would definitely be a loss. Therefore she could only come to Song Yufan to curry favor. Wei Wei braced herself and asked, Can Han Yuanshan use Chu Hao's skin to occupy the power of the Shui country's imperial court? Song Yufan clicked his tongue. Aren't you his lover? Why don't you ask him but ask me? No wonder you can't compare to a mountain monster and a porcupine spirit. Wei Wei smiled bitterly. Old Sword Sage, you know what kind of person Han Yuanshan is. He likes to turn hostile and deny his debts. Even if you do business well with him, you don't know when you'll be sold out. There were a lot of people who fell for his tricks in the past few years. I'm really scared. Even if I leave the mountain this time to scheme for a small mountain god in my own mountain, I still don't dare to mention it to Han Yuanshan. I can only follow the rules obediently and send money and women as I should. I'm just worried that with the help of the sage of the academy, I'll cut off my relationship with Han Yuanshan. If I don't pay attention, I'll take the initiative and let Han Yuanshan remember that I'm a female ghost. After he empties my family, maybe the new mountain god here will take me as an example to show his power when he gets promoted. Anyway, who wouldn't be happy to kill me, one of the 4 evil spirits of the Shui country? Song Yufan said, You're not stupid. Wei Wei lamented, I died because I was stupid. Now I can't be so stupid that I can't even be a ghost, right? Song Yufan seemed to have a draft in mind. I can ask Fengshan and Lu Qian to help you with your plan to get the mountain god identity. In exchange, in addition to the immortal money you should pay, you have to help us keep an eye on this place. We can't trust the local mountain god. If he destroys the foundation of this precious place, we'll be implicated even if we move. Wei Wei asked tentatively, Will you help me even if I don't ask for it? Song Yufan sneered, Then just pretend I didn't say anything. You wait and see. Wei Wei looked embarrassed and gently slapped herself on the face. Look at my stupid mouth. Old Sword Sage, you're a great hero. Jay's words were as firm as a nail. Otherwise, how could Qin Pingon respect you so much? Venerable Senior, you might not know this, but back at the ancient temple on the mountaintop, all you did was strike out with a sword and you shattered that beast's mountain god golden body. After all, he was a righteous god of mountains and rivers conferred by the imperial government. What a pitiful fate of dying without a corpse. Despite that, he did not suffer any backlash from the mountains and rivers. Even such an impressive young sword immortal was extremely respectful to you, Venerable Senior. At the end of the day, you are still the best. Song Yufan stroked his beard and smiled. Although it's hypocritical, it's true. Wei Wei smiled sweetly. Unexpectedly, Song Yufan said, Too much is as bad as too little. Otherwise, you'll only be disgusting. Wei Wei was resentful. After a moment of silence, Wei Wei asked, Old Sword Sage, don't you want to see the open and covert attacks over there? Song Yufan said something strange. Drinking tea is tasteless. Wei Wei said with a smile, Then I'll drink with you later. However, Song Yufan only said one word, Get out. Wei Wei's embarrassment was useless. In the conference hall. Actually, there was nothing to talk about. Because the great general's wife, Madame Chu Wang Shanhu and Han Yuanxue could not say anything. After entering the manor, an old carriage driver with turbid eyes and a hunchback wiped his face and straightened his posture. He turned into Chu Hao. It was very surprising. Madame Chu, regardless of whether they shared the same bed but dreamed different dreams as Han Yuanshan's wife, she could not recognize Chu Hao, let alone others. Clearly, Han Yuanshan treated Lu Qian more seriously than Song Fengshan, who was obsessed with the sword. Madame Chu was the most resentful and resentful. Back when Han Yuanshan placed the legendary Dragon Gate realm old Immortal by her side, she thought it was because Han Yuanshan was a heartless man. She did not expect that in the end, it was for Han Yuanshan's own safety. He thought too much. Every time the baby-faced Han Yuanxue saw the great general, Chu Hao, he felt awkward. As for Wang Shanhu, her thoughts were the purest. She just wanted to see Song Fengshan. She wanted this Jianghu talent who she once admired, to know that she was doing well. She wanted him to know that she was married to a man who was far better than anyone in the Jianghu. He was the governor of a region and a future important official of Kong country. Song Fengshan was about to be chased out of his ancestral home and wandered the Jianghu. How could he compare? Unfortunately, when Song Fengshan saw her, he was still polite. That was all. This made Wang Shanhu feel a little defeated. Lu Qian was well aware of this, but she never thought too much about it. She just felt that Wang Shanhu never understood her husband. Even without Lu Qian, Fengshan wouldn't like Wang Shanhu. She was too delicate. It wasn't that women couldn't be proud, but they were competitive all the time, just like a little hedgehog. Perhaps there were men in the world who liked this. Anyway, Fengshan wasn't among them. There were no outsiders in the meeting hall. Even the two old immortals on the mountain were not called over. They were just cultivating in seclusion in their own houses. Even if a cultivator went down the mountain to enter the mortal world, he had to be calm. Otherwise, it would not be tempering his state of mind, but wearing down his cultivation and wasting his Taoist heart. Lu Qian and Han Yuanshan talked about some serious matters that the three women could talk about. Then she took the initiative to leave with the three women, leaving only Song Fengshan and the most powerful official of the Kong country. The four women strolled in the villa. This was the second time Han Yuanxue had visited. He still felt it was a novelty. He was naive and spoke without restraint. He lamented that it was a pity to move away and not live in such a place. Lu Qian pulled this young lady, who was still naive even after becoming a married woman, to chat and laugh. Madame Chu was in the territory of her mortal enemy, the Jianghu Manor. She felt uncomfortable all over. It was only because her own man didn't support her that Jianghu Manor received a blessing in disguise. Due to the interference of an outsider, not only did they forcefully obstruct Su Langwenjian, they even let the entire Jianghu of Kong nation know that the Jianghu Manor had such a friend. In the future, it would be even harder for her to make things difficult for the Jianghu Manor and Songyu. Wang Shanhu was a little absent-minded. Although she married an elegant scholar with a promising career and had a harmonious relationship with her husband, it was inevitable for a woman who was used to drinking in the Jianghu from a young age to have a trace of regret. She buried it deep in her heart. Every time it was late at night when she was alone, or when she heard the trusted aide of her maternal family casually mention the recent Jianghu feud, Wang Shanhu's heart would ripple. When Han Yuanxue talked about the assassination on the road and the blue-robed swordsman who appeared out of nowhere, Mrs. Chu and Wang Shanhu pricked up their ears almost at the same time. Lu Qian did not hide anything. She smiled and said, "That person is our grandfather's friend." Lu Qian suddenly kept them in suspense. Actually, Shanhu and Yuanxue know each other. Han Yuanxue widened his watery eyes and pointed at himself. "I know such an immortal. Why didn't I know?" Wang Shanhu was suspicious, but she did not ask anything. It was as if she would be inferior to Lu Qian if she did. Mrs. Chu, on the other hand, was quick-witted. She smiled and asked, "Could it be that young man who fought side by side with old sword sage Song?" Lu Qian nodded. "That's him." Wang Shanhu frowned and her face turned pale. Han Yuanxue was stunned for a moment. She touched a sore spot. "Is it the shabby young man who exchanged swordsmanship with Sister Shanhu?" Lu Qian was helpless. Such a naive girl was lucky. Otherwise, how could she live without her family? Lu Qian did not want to add more frost to Wang Shanhu's heart. She smiled and said, "That's right. That person visited the manor this time and defeated Su Lang. When he drank with our grandfather, he told him about the horizontal saber manor's saber style. It was still fresh in his memory. He had never seen it on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain. When my grandfather mentioned that Manor Lord Wang's saber skills were superb, he also agreed." Although Wang Shanhu knew that she was being polite, she still felt a lot better. After all, her father, Wang Yuran, had always been an indomitable existence in her heart. However, Han Yuanxue sprinkled a lot of salt on her wound. He asked in a daze, "Sister Shanhu, didn't you say that the young sword immortal was not Manor Lord Wang's opponent? But that person was able to defeat Green Bamboo Sword Immortal. Then Manor Lord Wang should not have a big chance of winning." Wang Shanhu turned a deaf ear and did not say a word. In her heart she was angry at Han Yuanxue for speaking without thinking. She also felt resentment toward her old enemy. She also felt palpitations and fear. Back then, the young man who smelled of dirt and poverty was now the happiest sword immortal on the mountain. What should she do? He did not want to believe it. He did not dare to believe it. But she knew that it was the truth. Would the horizontal saber manner that her father worked hard to manage be implicated because of her impulsiveness? She had heard that the style of the cultivators on the mountain had always been to seek revenge, and it was never too late. They would never find a reputable peacemaker in Jianghu, sit down, raise a cup and forget the enmity with a smile. Lu Qian said softly, "Shanhu, don't worry. That person is my grandfather's friend. Moreover, he is not like the legendary cultivators. Instead, he is more like a Jianghu person." Wang Shanhu squeezed out a smile and nodded to express her gratitude to Lu Qian. However, Wang Shanhu's face became more and more unsightly. At the Immortal's ferry on Earth Dragon Mountain that bordered Xianxia country and Xianxia country, there was a green-robed swordsman wearing a bamboo hat leading a horse. Along the way there were two things that spread like wildfire throughout Xianxia country. There were already storytellers who were good at business who began to exaggerate. Xianxia country's green bamboo sword Immortal and Su Lang's sword fight with Song Yufan. In a small town outside the manor, they met a top-notch Immortal who cultivated on the mountain. They fought two soul-stirring battles, especially the second one. It was said that on that day Sword Chi soared to the sky and covered the earth. The wind and clouds changed. It could be said to be the greatest battle in Jianghu in the past 100 years. Even if the old sword god of colorful clothes country came back and fought in Su Lang's place, he might not be able to achieve such a feat, not to mention the old sword sage Song Yufan who watched the battle with folded arms. No one doubted that in the next 60 years, Su Lang would be the #1 martial artist in the Jianghu of dozens of countries. Then there was the righteous Jianghu warriors led by swordswoman Xiao. They fought a bloody battle with a group of Chu rebels and suffered heavy casualties. Their bloodlust was aroused and they displayed the heroic spirit of Xianxia country. Their immortal aura might not be comparable to Su Lang's, but their chivalry was not to be outdone. Qin Pingon did not care about these. He made a special trip to Qingfu Square. Back then he had visited this immortal shop with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng before parting ways. He tied his horse outside the 5-story Qingfu Square. The couplets on both sides were the same as they had seen in the past. "Honest to all, my price is fair. Put yourself in my shoes, please come back later." Qin Pingon walked in. Soon a young woman came to welcome him. The wording was the same. The appraisal of heavy weapons was on the first floor, the spiritual weapons were on the second floor, and the magic weapons were on the third floor. Qin Pingon asked an old man if he was still in charge of observing on the second floor. The woman nodded and said yes. Qin Pingon politely declined her company and went to the second floor. After knocking on the door, the old man saw that the guest was not accompanied by the woman from Qingfu Square. He was puzzled. Qin Pingon looked at the big table. The decorations were the same as before. There was the delicate incense burner with the fragrance and the green potted cypress plant. The branches were curled and extended horizontally. On the branches there was a row of little people in green. When they saw that there was a guest, they stood up and bowed. They spoke in unison and said joyous words. "Welcome, honorable guest, to our shop. May you be rich." Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and laughed. He was very happy. First he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house mobile version reading website. For 75. After laughing, Qin Pingon clasped his hands and said, "Mr. Hong, we meet again." The old man was as spirited as before. As a cultivator, a few years passed in the blink of an eye. His appearance did not deteriorate significantly. Seeing the green-robed swordsman who took off his bamboo hat, the old man named Hong Yonghua became more and more puzzled. The business of Qingfu Square was unique in the immortal ferry of Earth Dragon Mountain. It was normal for people to come and go. However, most of the immortal money was on the first floor. Few customers went up to the second floor and even fewer sat down to do business. If the old man had dealt with a distinguished customer, he should have remembered him. However, looking at the young man in a ranger costume in front of him, he found him unfamiliar. Why did he not see him? But the visitor was a guest and he called him Mr. Hong. Hong Yonghua sat down and clasped his hands to return the greeting. Then he gestured for himself to sit down and asked with a smile, "Do you want to buy or sell?" Qin Pingon moved an antique red chair and sat down. This was supposed to be the work of the women who led the way in Qingfu Square. Of course they did not work for nothing. After the business was done they would get a commission. Especially if the customer became a frequent customer, Qingfu Square would get another reward. Qin Pingon remembered that the woman was called Chuang. However, this time Qin Pingon did not intend to buy or sell anything. Otherwise he would have asked if Chuang was here. It was fate that brought them together. Moreover, looking back the business that year, the three of them in Qingfu Square were all happy. It was a happy beginning. This was a kind of friendship. Cultivators all believed in these things. When Qin Pingon was about to sit down he wanted to close the door. The old man waved his hand and said, "No need to close the door." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still followed the old man's order. He sat back and said with a smile, "I came to the ferry of Earth Dragon Mountain this time to see Mr. Hong. Old mister, you might not remember, but back then me, a bearded man and a young Daoist priest sold a few things in old mister's shop." The old man patted the table and said with a smile, "I remember. You sold me that pair of bamboo chopsticks. Good guys, you have fulfilled a wish of mine in the early years. I played with it when I was free. Touching that pair of chopsticks was like touching the hair of Lady Bamboo of Green Immortal Mountain." The old man did not continue. He probably felt that he was too formal. Zhang Shanfeng sold a pair of Green Immortal Mountain bamboo chopsticks here and gave the old man a high price. Because it was the old man's favorite. Soon, a woman dressed in a colorful palace brocade dress came slowly from the corridor covered in colorful lichen. She handed a cup of hot tea to the two of them. The woman with a graceful figure left the room, but she didn't go far. She waited at the door. The old man was a veteran of Qingfu Square. He had spent half his life here. If he met a customer he did not like, he would not be nice. It was up to him whether he wanted to buy or sell. But if he liked someone he would be open-minded and warm. Otherwise he would not have chatted until the end and made a small bet with Xianxia. The old man smiled and asked, "Where is that bearded man with unique eyesight? Why isn't he here? Back then I lost the bet. When I bought your ancient Yu Kingdom's 5 Mountains bowl I caused Qingfu Workshop to lose some money. However, this is not important. It is inevitable that there will be profits and losses in business. Moreover, I am skilled in appraising bronzes, calligraphy and paintings and fine wood. It is not surprising that I occasionally make mistakes in my miscellaneous work. But I owe that man a drink. I can't always owe him. What is a boss? I don't like to owe people. It is more or less a small concern. Why don't I invite you to a good place outside Qingfu Square for a drink? Just treat it as returning the favor?" Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled. "This wine, I will wait for my friend to ask for it from you in the future." The old man was a little helpless. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "The last time you were in this shop, you were only selling some pretty goods that I am not usually willing to show to others. Do you want to have a look? You don't have to buy them. I'm not that kind of person. It is just that it is rare to meet an acquaintance who is willing to deal with me. I took them out to show off and let my treasures breathe. It is not like I am hiding a mistress in a golden house." Without waiting for Qin Pingon to say anything, the old man had already stood up and started rummaging around. Soon he placed 3 brocade boxes of different sizes on the table. The old man carefully opened them. They were a piece of imperial pine smoke ink, a clay figurine and a cursive calligraphy book. The old man's face was full of pride. These 3 items are also rare items on the 2nd floor of Qingfu Square. They are full of spiritual energy. Not to mention the clay figurine, the other 2 items have a strong literary aura. Even if you give them to the Confucian scholars of Lakeview Academy, you don't have to feel that they are light gifts, let alone the officials and nobles of the secular dynasties who know their goods. The old man pointed at the pine smoky ink and said, "This pine smoky ink made by the Holy Water Country is not only taken from a 1,000-year-old pine, but also has a great origin. It was conferred Mr. General Dongmu by the imperial court. The ancient pine is also known as undrunk pine. There was a story that a great writer got drunk in the forest and met someone blocking his way. He pushed the pine with his hand and said that he was not drunk. Unfortunately, the ancient pine was destroyed after the Holy Water Country was destroyed. Therefore, this pine smoky ink is very likely to be the only one left in the world." The old man pointed at the clay figurine with burning eyes. I bought this from a destitute wild cultivator in my early years. It was a great bargain. At that time I only spent 200 snowflakes. After being appraised by a senior on the third floor, I found out that this clay figurine used to be a set. There were a total of 12 of them. They were made by a stunning immortal of the upper 5 realms in the White Emperor city of the Central Plains. Later generations called them the 12 beautiful celestial figurines. The beauty of the cursive is that it is a small and exquisite instrument. Only by triggering the mechanism can one see its true appearance. It is a pity that I have yet to figure out a way to crack it, so I can't completely verify the identity of the clay figurine. Otherwise, this item would be the most valuable item in the entire Qingfu Square. You have to know that it is the most difficult to obtain a complete collection in the world. Therefore, it is also the most desirable to obtain a complete collection. In the end, the old man pointed at the copybook and said regretfully, "Compared to the previous 2 items, this item is not worth much. It is the calligraphy of a local sword immortal in the Gushu country before he cultivated. Although it is a copy, it is almost as good as the original. It is called Shizai calligraphy. The first sentence of the calligraphy is Shizai calligraphy. The calligraphy of this calligraphy is very wonderful and the content is excellent. Unfortunately, it was not well preserved in the early years. Much of its spiritual qi has been lost. It is like a hero in his twilight years. It is true that it is a pity." Qin Pingon was not very interested in the Shishui country's pine smoke ink and the hedgerow clay female figurine. He did not care much about them. However, when he looked at the last copy of the calligraphy carefully, he realized that Qin Pingon had always been very passionate about writing or calligraphy. However, his own writing was similar to plain chess. It did not have any spiritual qi. It was very rigid and rigid. However, even if his writing was not good, Qin Pingon still had a good eye for other people's writing. This was all thanks to the seal script of Mr. Qi's tripartite seal. Cui Dongshan had written many copybooks casually. He had also bought an ancient seal book during his travels. After that, he had spent 300 years in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and had seen many calligraphy treasures written by famous calligraphers. Although they were only fleeting glances, the general meaning was deeply etched in Qin Pingon's mind. Therefore, Qin Pingon, who did not plan to spend any money in Qingfu workshop, was a little tempted. Anyway, according to Mr. Hong's tone, the pine smoke ink and the hedgerow clay female figurine were full of spiritual qi. They were definitely not cheap. Only this copybook should not be too expensive. Qin Pingon asked for the price. The old man stretched out his hand and shook it. 5 small coins. That was the price of the pair of bamboo chopsticks from the Green Immortal Mountain. Qin Pingon shook his head. "I can't afford it." It was not that he did not like it, but he did not want to spend 5 small coins. In the secular world it was 500,000 taels of silver. In the past, when he was in the county government of Meili country, he bought a large stack of calligraphy copybooks from the crazy drunkard county magistrate. It was only 5 pots of immortal wine. At most, it was not even 1 small coin. When it came to business, the worst thing was to compare the goods. If he did not have the experience of drinking wine with the down-and-out county magistrate, Qin Pingon might have been like the old man who had encountered the bamboo chopsticks. He would have gritted his teeth and bought it. The old man did not force him. He knew that the other party was troubled by the price. No matter what, the swordsman with a sword on his back really liked this piece of calligraphy. It was not a waste for him to take out the copybook. At this moment, the woman in colorful clothes outside the door said softly, "Mr. Hong, why don't you take out the most valuable item in this house?" The old man laughed angrily. "Qing'e, you did not bring him here. Even if I sell something in this house, it has nothing to do with you. Why are you making such a fuss?" The woman obviously had a good relationship with the old man. She joked, "It's good to take advantage of the guest and see more treasures." She smiled at Qin Pingon and said, "Young master, since you've come to this house, you must see Mr. Hong's most valuable item. It would be a waste if you don't." Qin Pingon did not have such an intention, but Hong Yongbo smiled and pointed at him. "You're siding with an outsider. Hurry up and find a man to marry so that you don't have anything better to do every day and cheat us old men in Qingfu Fang. Alright, since we've seen 3 good things, 1 more won't make a difference." The old man finally took out a squarish brocade box wrapped in golden silk. After opening it, a cold air immediately rushed out. However, there was no sense of evil. It was as upright as the snow in the middle of winter. Qin Pingon took a closer look. There were 4 Taoist masters' ghost-slaying scrolls inside. They were exactly the same. The old man turned over the 4 scrolls one by one. He smiled and said, "They are the god of thunder, the mother of lightning, the master of rain, and the lord of fire. This is a set of rare magic weapons that can be used to win by spending money. It's beautiful and useful. Once there was a member of the royal family of the Zhou dynasty who wanted to buy it. However, the price was slightly lower than what I expected. It was not that I could sell it, but that guy was too arrogant. When he saw my most valuable item, even though he was secretly delighted, he pretended to be calm and pretended to be hypocritical. I was annoyed just by looking at him. It's fine if he showed off his little tricks in the marketplace, but he made a fool of himself in front of me. He really lost the face of the Zhou dynasty. Hence he found an excuse and refused to sell it." The old man smiled and said, "Even if you don't buy it, you can still use it. It's not some ordinary porcelain. It won't be damaged." Qin Pingon picked up one of the scrolls and looked at both sides carefully. After looking away, he asked, "How much is it?" The old man said, "A set of 4 scrolls. They're not sold separately." The old man still raised one of his hands and shook it. Of course, it was not the 5 scrolls but the Guyu scrolls. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Is there no room for discussion?" The old man shook his head. "I will not bargain. Otherwise, I will not be worthy of this precious set of scrolls that was passed down from the pure jade continent." Qin Pingon asked, "That year that member of the royal family of the Zhou dynasty, did he bargain down to 4 scrolls?" The old man smiled and nodded. Qin Pingon said with a bitter face, "Then it seems like I'm no different from him. He also wanted to bargain down to 4 scrolls. He loved it so much that he wanted to keep it in one go. Money is dead, but people are alive." After Qin Pingon gave the scrolls to Wei Pai before going down the mountain, he asked Wei Pai to take out 2 sums of Guyu scrolls. One was 5 scrolls. Qin Pingon carried it with him. He wanted to go down the mountain and travel. 5 scrolls should be enough to deal with some unexpected situations. As for the other sum, he asked someone to send it to the Book Slip Lake. He gave it to Guken to prepare 2 grand ritual ceremonies and the water and land Dao field. If he really encountered something like the 5-color golden chamber stove in the Qingyang Palace's Lu Yong's hands, it would easily cost 50 scrolls. As long as it did not involve the foundation of the Dao, Qin Pingon would not be fated with him. After all, he was spending money now. Except for the 2 shops in the dragon riding alley that earned a few dozen silvers a month, all the other mountains did not have a single scrolls. He really could not just spend money and not earn money. The old man laughed heartily and said, "It's still a little different. This old man finds you much more pleasing to the eye. You can just bargain as much as you want. In any case, this old man will not agree." In an instant, Qin Pingon had a tacit understanding. He asked tentatively, "May I ask how much Qingfu Square pays Mr. Hong every year?" The people of Longquan County's Oxhorn Mountains bundle shop had left, but the buildings and shops that cost a lot of money to build were still there. Moreover, as Oxhorn Mountain had an immortal ferry, there was only one shop. It was indeed suitable for business. The woman at the door covered her mouth and laughed, but there was still laughter. From this, it could be seen how funny Qin Pingon's question was. If he bought those 4 scrolls, it would be fine. But if he couldn't afford it, he still dared to poach Earth Dragon Mountain's Qingfu Square? Did he know that Qingfu Square was the local snake of Earth Dragon Mountain's immortal fairy? It had been passed down for more than 10 generations. Bundle Shop had once run into a wall here, but in the end they did not choose a location to open a shop. Hong Yongbo was also amused. He waved his hand, "Don't mention this matter." The old man was about to put away the spirit artifact brocade box that was wrapped in golden threads to cover the cold air. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingon flipped his wrist and placed 5 grain rain coins on the table. "Mr. Hong, I'll buy them." The old man said in surprise, "You really want to buy them? You won't regret it? Once you leave Qingfu Square, the money and goods are cleared. You can't return them." Qin Pingon nodded. The old man stretched out a palm. His finger just happened to touch one of the grain rain coins. He released it as soon as he touched it. It was indeed genuine grain rain coins from the mountain. Spiritual qi was abundant and flowed in an orderly manner. Could not be faked. The old man asked again, "Are you sure?" Qin Pingon glanced at the remaining 3 boxes that had not been put away. He asked with a smile, "Can I add something to it?" The woman at the door could not help but snicker. She hurriedly turned her head. The old man said half-truthfully, "If you help me return that wine then you can." "How about it?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "That won't do. Business is business." The old man shook his head. "Then forget it. Business is business. It's a fair price. There's no prize." "Okay, no prize then. A small stream flows a long stream. We'll talk about it later." Qin Pingon moved slightly. His back blocked the line of sight at the door. He put the silk brocade box close to him. In the end, the old man personally sent Qin Pingon to the door. It was not that he could not send him to the door on the first floor of Qingfu Square, but it was taboo. It was easy to provoke unnecessary speculation and snooping. The old man suddenly asked, "If you agreed to drink wine before, which item would you choose as the prize?" "Shi Zai Tai?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "It's the hedgerow clay figurine." The old man smiled. "You have good taste, but it's not the best. The most valuable item is actually the pine smoke ink made by the Holy Water Country. The market price is 9 small rain coins. According to this calculation, as long as you agreed to drink wine, you would have spent money on a set of magic weapons. Let's take it that I bargained for 4 small rain coins. At most I can earn half a grain of rain coins. Now it's 1.5 grain of rain coins. Even if I deduct the commission of Qingfu Square, I won't have to worry about drinking wine for the rest of my life." Qin Pingon smiled. "Then the next time my friend comes to Qingfu Square, Mr. Hong, remember to treat him to a good drink. The most expensive one." The old man nodded. "Of course." After Qin Pingon crossed the threshold, he told the woman that he did not need to send him off. Then he clasped his hands and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Hong, see you later." The old man nodded. "Forgive me for not seeing you off. I hope we can do business often." Qin Pingon went downstairs and left. He led the horse slowly on the street outside Qingfu Square. He spent money to buy that set because he wanted to give it to Zhong Kue of Taiping Mountain. Making money could not be rushed. Qin Pingon could not be blamed. However, Qin Pingon quickly turned his head and saw the woman in the colorful dress walking quickly towards him. She was hugging a brocade box. After Qin Pingon stopped, the woman by the name of Qin Kai handed the brocade box to him. She said with a smile, "In the end, old Mr. Hong still feels sorry and reluctantly parted with his beloved clay figurine as a gift to Gongzi. You don't know, but when I took the box I had to struggle for a long time before I could get it out of Mr. Hong's hands." Qin Pingon smiled and said that he was embarrassed. However, his hands were not careless at all. In the end, the woman did not let go immediately. Qin Pingon gently tugged and finally got it. The woman looked at the back of the figure and raised her hands. Her hands were empty. She smiled and shook her head. When she returned to Qingfu Square, the few women on the first floor saw her and lowered their heads. When she reached the second floor outside Hong Yongbo's house, the old man stood respectfully at the door. He smiled bitterly. "Boss, when I saw you personally serving tea I was shocked." The woman smiled faintly. "After that, when the customer wanted to poach you, you were even more shocked, right?" The old man smiled bitterly. The woman walked into the house. She bent down and extended a finger. She teased the little green-clothed people standing on the branches of the ancient cypress tree. Hong Yongbo stood at the side and asked, "Why did boss want me to give away that clay figurine?" The woman teased the little green-clothed people. "This person is most likely the young sword immortal that appeared at Swordwater Manor." The old man had a face of disbelief. "That can't be right. Even if he could take out 5 grains of grain rain money and buy that set of slaying ghosts back money, I saw this person that year. At that time he was at most a martial artist of the 3rd realm." The woman said indifferently, "Aquarius continent is so big. Is there only one martial mountains Zhou Xian?" The old man was still skeptical. He did not think that the young man was the green-clothed sword immortal that defeated Xianxia country's Su Lang. The woman suddenly said, "Don't forget I am also a sword immortal." The old man smiled. "Boss is a genius. When you were young you obtained the prophecy of Earth Immortal Sword Immortal. The art of merchants is just a small trick." The woman straightened up and clapped her hands. "Just now when this person went up to the 2nd floor of Qingfu Workshop, I happened to be wiping my ancient sword in the cold chi room on the 3rd floor. My sword heart was slightly unstable. Although it was fleeting, it was definitely real. The woman casually opened a brocade box on the table. She spread out the cursive script. Her finger traced the ink. She said slowly, "I guess that person already knew that I was not a servant of Qingfu workshop. That is why he did not bother to hide the fact that he was carrying something close to him. Not only that, when we parted on the street, I purposely looked at the sword on his back. At that time The woman raised her head and put her hands behind her back. How should I put it? At that moment he must have been like a clay Buddha on a shrine. For such a person, Qingfu workshop gave a clay figurine that was worth a few coins. What was that? If he was willing to accept it and accept my favor, Qingfu workshop should be thanking him." At this point, the woman stretched out a finger and gently drew it from top to bottom. She thought that the person treated her and Hong Yanghua as if they were two different people. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Didn't he almost miss out on a great fortune at that time? Why did he have to make things difficult for the other party to drink with him? The woman suddenly asked, "Do you think that person did not agree to drink with you because he was a sword immortal and disdained to drink with you, Hong Yanghua? Or did he really want his friend to drink with you personally?" The old man said without hesitation, "Of course it is the former." The woman smiled. "Qingfu workshop will not take the commission for the Ghost Slayer set today. Hong Yanghua, next time when you invite someone to drink, treat them to the most expensive." "Yes, the most expensive one." The old man beamed. "That's good." Qin Pingon led his horse and walked. After paying the bill, he still needed an hour, so he patiently waited for the ferry to depart. Looking up, one ferry after another was moving up and down. It was extremely busy. The ferry seemed to be even more profitable than before. If Oxhorn Mountain could be even half as busy in the future, they would be able to earn a lot of money. Whether it was gold or silver in the world or the money of immortals, they were afraid that they would not move. Money since ancient times likes to move and does not like to be quiet. This was a sentence that Cui Dongshan had said in the past. He did not feel anything when he heard it, but now Qin Pingon had a lingering aftertaste. Cui Dongshan left the letter, met his grandfather Cui Qing and left Luopa Mountain. There was no news like a clay ox entering the sea. Other than the flattering words in the letter, it could be ignored, but it also talked about 3 important matters. One of them was about the situation of the Aquarius continent, which involved the matter of refining the new mountain range 5-colored soil as his natal item. Another was about Li Shixing and the Li family of Fortune Street. Cui Dongshan hoped that Qin Pingon would continue to care for Little Treasure Bottle, and would not feel that he owed the Li family too much. It would be best for both parties to maintain a nodding acquaintance, and not add any more flowers to the brocade. The last matter did not have any head or tail. It was just a brush stroke and only told Mr. to wait a little longer. But Qin Pingon knew what Cui Dongshan was talking about. It was the matter of his natal porcelain. Qin Pingon's thoughts drifted far away. At the end of autumn, sorrowful winds surrounded the trees and the world was bleak. Suddenly someone walked quickly from behind and almost bumped into Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon moved away without leaving a trace. The other party seemed to be caught off guard, and after a pause he walked forward quickly and did not look back. Qin Pingon did not pursue the matter. It must be that after leaving Qing Fu Fong, he gave the lady a brocade box in front of everyone, and attracted the covetous eyes of others. Wild cultivators seeking wealth did not care about the morals of the Jianghu. In the mountains to the south of Bookslip Lake, Qin Pingon killed more evil cultivators and ghost cultivators in the middle 5 realms than he could count with 2 hands. In the end, he even exchanged injuries with a wild cultivator of Jindan realm who did not have any deadly enmity with him. After that, both sides lived in peace. Qin Pingon did not come to seek revenge, and the other party did not refuse to let him go. Relying on the geographical advantage, they did not create any encirclement and hunt. Qin Pingon turned his head and saw a boy and a girl. Their faces were sallow and thin and they were short. They were timid and stood not far away. They looked up at Qin Pingon who was leading the horse, and their eyes were filled with hope. The 2 children each held an open wooden box in their hands, peddling some small mountain objects such as porcelain vases, small bronze statues and pictures. They did not have much spiritual qi, but in fact they were used by rich people as miscellaneous supplies. It was not bad. Most of them were 1 or 2 pieces of snow, but compared with the price of the shops in the market they were quite expensive. This was probably the smallest bag shop in the world. However, most of these children were backed by local forces and the children mostly wanted to eat and wear. Qin Pingon very carefully selected several small things, and after some haggling in the end he used 12 snowflakes to buy 3 small things. One was a forever blessed Tildang ink stone, one was a pair of old yellow and frozen old seals, the vermilion color was more pleasing, and one was a lustrous and translucent red shallow bowl. He planned to give it to Pei Qian when he returned to Luopa Mountain. Anyway, this girl did not care much about the price of an object. She only wanted more. Qin Pingon took out the snow from his sleeve and put the 3 things into his sleeve. After the 2 children thanked him, they turned around and ran away. They were probably afraid that this spendthrift would go back on his word. Their footsteps were light and joyful. When they were far away, they slowed down and whispered to each other. Looking at the 2 children's young faces in the distance, they were full of hope. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. When he was in Liju Cave Heaven, he could get 1 more copper coin from Jing Dafeng for every extra trip he made and sent out a letter. Presumably at that time his footsteps on Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley would only be more hurried than these 2 children. Looking at the sky, Qin Pingon went to the wine shop near the ferry and asked for a pot of dragon tendon wine. He did not go into the house but sat by the roadside. Compared to the osmanthus wine in Old Dragon City and the Wuti wine in Book Lake, it was much inferior. Of course, the price was also low. It was said that the water used to make the wine came from a famous spring on the mountainside of Earth Dragon Mountain. The spiritual energy of the entire Earth Dragon Mountain was said to be the dragon tendon cut off by a great sword Immortal after the real dragon appeared on the underground dragon path. After it merged with the mountain, the spiritual energy of the mountain surged like a spring. Qin Pingon drank the wine. It was rare for him to be so leisurely. This time when he went to the south to visit the old places, he was actually in a hurry. He also counted the days of his return. In fact, he rarely had such a leisurely state of mind. Even though the horse was not bound by the reins, it still stayed where it was obediently. Occasionally, it raised its hooves and gently tapped on the stone floor. Qin Pingon had been paying attention and would not give it any chance to cause trouble. He took it to Luopa Mountain so that it could accompany the horse that he named Chu Huang. Other than the cultivators, the passers-by at the ferry were usually rich and noble. Qin Pingon drank the wine and silently watched their words and actions. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and his gaze flashed away. Time passed by slowly. Qin Pingon put down the wine bowl and led the horse to the ferry. After boarding the ferry and settling the horse, Qin Pingon began to practice the 6-step pile walking in the cabin. He could not lose to Zhou Xian, who he had taught the boxing. It seemed that every time he took the ferry he would practice boxing again and again. Qin Pingon came to the bow of the ferry in the dead of night and sat on the railing. The full moon was in the sky. The books said that the moon was the brightness of one's hometown, but the books about the vast world did not seem to say that. In another world above the city wall looking up, there was a strange scene of 3 moons hanging in the sky. Foreigners only needed to take a glance to remember it for a lifetime. Not far away, a young man and woman in brocade clothes walked over, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Drinking now was not the same as drinking in the early days. He could drink whether he was worried or not, but there was no addiction. It was natural, just like drinking water when he was young. The young couple was thin-skinned. They didn't expect that there would be such a large lantern hanging on the railing in the middle of the night. They had no choice but to take a detour and go to a farther place to express their heartfelt feelings. The man's hand was constantly moving and the woman blushed. She glanced at the eyesore of the lantern from time to time. Seeing that the man didn't seem to notice, she sighed in relief and let her lover's hand move up and down her body. After all, the 2 of them were traveling down the mountain this time, and it was rare for them to have a chance to be alone. They had arranged a time early and sneaked out of the house. Qin Pingon simply lay back, crossed his legs and held the blade's strengthening gourd with both hands. From the corner of his eyes, Qin Pingon saw a lonely young man standing in the distance. His looks were average and could not be compared to the man who was rubbing his head against the woman. Qin Pingon did not look any further. After the disappointed man left, an angry old woman walked out from the deck of the boat. The couple immediately separated. The audacious man took a step back and lowered his head. The shy woman took a step forward and looked directly at the elders of the sect. The old woman reprimanded them fiercely and left with a wave of her sleeves. The woman covered her face and wept. The man comforted her. Qin Pingon learned from the old woman that this group of immortal cultivators from Xianxia country was going to Mount Yunxia to observe the ceremony. There was someone who had just become an earth immortal of the golden core stage. The old woman was the elder of the sect's ancestral hall. In a fit of anger, she forbade the woman from going up the mountain and only allowed her to wait at the foot of Mount Yunxia. In her words, the old woman favored the man. If it were not for the presence of an outsider, the old woman would not have just cursed the woman as a vixen. After the old woman left, the man was good at talking. The woman's tears quickly turned into a smile. The woman's smiling face was like the blue sky after the rain. It was the most infatuated and moving. Qin Pingon sighed softly. He did not shift his gaze from the beginning to the end. He only looked at the starry sky. After the man and woman returned to their respective rooms, another person came to the railing of the boat. He was in a daze. After secretly complaining to the elders of the sect, he leaned against the railing and stared at the night sky. It was unknown whether he felt guilty or guilty. That person suddenly turned his head. I advise you not to talk too much. The river of time flowed endlessly. There were many passers-by in life. Qin Pingon ignored the young immortal master's threat. That person was furious. Are you deaf? Qin Pingon nodded lightly. Yes, I am deaf. That person was stunned. He said sternly, Are you looking for death? Qin Pingon said slowly, Are you stupid to talk to a deaf person? That person was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He took large strides forward. However, he suddenly stopped halfway. Thinking of the teachings of the sect and the rumors in the Jianghu, this young man gave up on being impulsive. However, this way it would seem that he was too cowardly. The young cultivator was hesitant. He did not know whether to continue provoking or leave. Out of sight, out of mind. Qin Pingon asked, If you really succeed in breaking up that pair of mandarin ducks, do you think you can win the heart of the beauty? Or do you think it's enough to take a step back and win the beauty's heart? The young cultivator was silent. Qin Pingon sat up. He turned his head and said with a smile, She's your senior sister, right? Then the man your senior sister likes and the man who likes her don't seem to be good people. Don't you think such a woman is miserable? Or do you think you can wait until one day your senior sister is disappointed and heartbroken? Then you can take advantage of her? After you succeed, you can abandon her as your revenge? The young cultivator clenched his fists. His veins were bulging. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Under the scrutiny of a person's heart, it's really boring. No wonder you cultivators on the mountain often ask yourselves, if it's not crops, it's weeds that grow in your heart. The young cultivator's gaze changed slightly. From his tone, this person is not a cultivator? Then he's just a Jianghu swordsman? Then he just glanced at that person. In an instant, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. It was extremely strange. The young cultivator left in a hurry. He did not care about his face anymore. After all, after this farewell, they were destined to never meet again. Qin Pingon took a deep breath. After the book slip lake, the solution that he came up with was still not very useful. At that time, Tui Cheng's words hit the nail on the head. The most terrifying part was that there was no distinction between good and evil in a person's heart. The more terrifying part in Tui Cheng's words was that Qin Pingon's memory was too good. He was too used to scrutinizing the details. The greater the advantage in the past, the greater the pain in the future. It was better to let the water out than to block it. He really had to go to the North Continent as soon as possible. First he set a small goal. For example, 1 second to remember. Book Slip House mobile version reading website. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.